Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale. Book 1 Chapter 15 Redder Than Maple Leaves, Skin White as Snow 3. The group of white-robed people, headless upon their necks, their bodies clad in prisoners' clothes, each embracing a skull, looked exactly like a group of beheaded convicts. They slowly walked towards the ox cart, the skulls in their arms still chattering incessantly. Xie Lian whispered instructions to the other two later. When they come closer, absolutely do not make a sound. San Lang glanced at Rui hovering in midair, tilted his head and asked this Gidge, "Are you also a remarkable and extraordinary person?" San Lang's tone sounded full of interest. Xie Lian said, "Just passable. Not exactly a remarkable and extraordinary person, I just know a little. Right now they cannot see us later. When they get close, if we accidentally make a sound, it would be quite problematic." Seeing the white sash fly by itself, and headless people walking on the road, the old cart driver's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, listening in utter fright, shaking his head repeatedly. No. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it in." "Oh," Xie Lian said then, "pardon my offense." Having said that, he quickly made his move, touching the old man's back once. The old man immediately swayed and fell, sleeping soundly. This time they finally no longer needed to worry about the old man being too scared and shouting, leading to their discovery. Xie Lian gently supported the old man, placing him on the ox cart, then turned and said to San Lang, "It's all right. Don't be nervous." The sky had already darkened. San Lang's expression could not be seen clearly, only that San Lang nodded his head. Xie Lian sat in the front of the cart, holding the reins and gently coaxing the ox. The group of prisoner-clad ghosts had arrived, wanting to pass but discovering something blocking the middle of the road. The whole group rudely shouted, "How strange! Why can't we cross? That's right. We can't get through. Did we run into ghosts or something? Damn it, aren't we ourselves ghosts? What other ghosts could we run into?" Xie Lian painstakingly managed to coax the ox, and walked shoulder to shoulder past the group of headless, prisoner-clad ghosts, listening to them argue fiercely while holding their heads, finding it utterly amusing. Those ghost souls still complained incessantly, "Hey, did you take the wrong one? Why do I feel like the one you're holding is my head? How come the cut on your head isn't smooth at all? That executioner was a rookie. It took 5 or 6 chops to sever it. I even wondered if he did it on purpose. Your family didn't bribe him, did they? Next time remember to bribe him a little beforehand, and it'll all be severed in one stroke. What next time is there?" The 15th day of the 7th lunar month, the mid-year festival, was precisely the biggest holiday of the ghost realm. On that day the ghost gate opened wide. The demons, monsters and ghosts who usually lurked in the shadows all swarmed out, indulging in wild revelry the living had to steer clear. Especially on that evening, staying indoors with the doors closed was the best choice. Should one step out the door, the chance of encountering something was far higher than on ordinary days. Xie Lian had always been someone who would get toothaches even from drinking cold water, and encounter ghosts even while wearing a Taoist robe. Now he was meeting them head-on. He only saw green will-o'-the-wisps hovering in all directions, many ghost souls chasing after the will-o'-the-wisps, and a few ghost souls, clad in burial shrouds with expressionless faces, sat mumbling to themselves before a circle, reaching out to receive paper money, gold ingots, and offerings that their descendants burned for them. This scene could be described as ghosts dancing wildly in chaos. Xie Lian passed through the midst of it, thinking to himself that he must definitely consult the almanac before going out next time, when he suddenly felt a strange movement behind him. He turned his head to look, only to see that youth sitting down behind him. Xie Lian asked, "Are you all right?" San Lang rested a hand on his chin, and said, "I am not all right. I am very scared." "Oh." Although not a trace of fear could truly be heard in San Lang's voice, Xie Lian still comforted him, "Don't be afraid. You're sitting behind me, nothing can harm you there." San Lang chuckled, not replying. Xie Lian suddenly realized that San Lang was actually staring intently at him. A moment later he finally reacted, realizing that what San Lang was looking at was the cursed shackle on his neck. This cursed shackle was just like a black ring wrapped around his neck, fundamentally impossible to hide, and furthermore, easily gave rise to some unpleasant associations in people's minds. Xie Lian was about to open his mouth, when the old ox pulling the cart arrived at a crossroads. Xie Lian looked, 2 mountain paths as dark as ink splitting apart here, and he immediately pulled the ox's reins. This crossroads demanded extreme caution. On the day of the mid-year festival, sometimes after traveling for a while, people would discover a path appearing before them that did not ordinarily exist. That path the living could not traverse. Once one took a wrong turn, entering the territory of the ghost realm, returning would be quite difficult. Xie Lian had just arrived here, unsure which of these 2 mountain paths to take, remembering that earlier, when he went to the town, besides collecting a large bag of scraps, he also bought some miscellaneous items, among which was a divination cylinder. He thought to himself that he should try to cast a fortune stick to see, so he took the divination cylinder out of his bag, held it in his hand and shook it with a rustling sound, shaking it while explaining to San Lang, the first stick is for the left, the second stick for the right, whichever path gets a good stick, we'll take that path. Xie Lian used a little spiritual power, then silently recited 3 times. 2 fortune sticks fell out of the cylinder. He picked them up to look, then fell silent. The sticks indicated low, extremely ominous. Both divination slips were the lowest of the low, in other words, both paths were utterly calamitous. Did it not mean that no matter which path they took, they would die? Ta Lin, resigned, could only say to the divination tube, "Oh tube dear, today you and I meet for the first time. Must you be so unfeeling? Let's do it again, grant me a little respect." So he switched to holding the tube with both hands, shaking it for another round. Again 2 slips shook out. He picked them up to look, they were still the lowest of the low, utterly calamitous. Ta Lin decided not to waste any more spiritual power. Just then Tam Lang, sitting beside him, suddenly spoke up, "Let me try?" After all, it made no difference if he tried or not, so Ta Lin handed the divination tube to the other party. Tam Lang took it with one hand, casually shook it, and 2 slips fell out. He picked them up, not even bothering to look before handing them to Ta Lin. Ta Lin took them to examine. Those 2 slips, of all things, were both the most auspicious. Ta Lin was slightly surprised. Because he was so utterly wretched, it seemed that even the good fortune of others seemed to be blighted by him. Though he didn't know if it was truly so, generally in earlier times he was often reproached for it. Yet this youth was not at all affected by him. Directly shaking out 2 most auspicious slips, Ta Lin exclaimed from the depths of his heart, "My friend, your fortune is remarkably good." Tam Lang casually tossed the divination tube behind him and said with a laugh, "Is that so? I also think my luck isn't bad. It's always been like this." Hearing him say it's always been like this, Ta Lin rubbed the space between his brows, thinking to himself that the disparity between people was truly like a celestial divide. Tam Lang then asked, "How shall we proceed?" Given the current situation, they could only go, not stay. At first, Ta Lin had also meant to simply choose one path at random, so he said, "If both are the most auspicious, then let us just proceed." With that, he immediately tugged the rope a few times, and the ox cart wheels slowly began to roll again. Ta Lin's nerves were already taut, prepared to cope with any unforeseen situations, but who would have thought it would actually be a smooth path? Not long after, the ox cart slowly emerged from the forest and went onto a flat mountain road. He never expected that he would also have a day of choosing the right path. Puji village already lay below the mountainside, with rows of warm, bright lanterns. The night wind blew past. Ta Lin turned his head. Tam Lang's mood seemed very good. He lay down again, pillowed his head on his hands, looking at the bright moon in the distance. Under the ethereal moonlight, the features of that youth did not seem real. Musing for a moment, Ta Lin said with a smile, "My friend, have you ever had your fortune told?" Along the way, ultimately, a trace of doubt still lingered in his heart. Being adept at all things or possessing profound knowledge was not unusual, but when traveling at night amidst a horde of ghosts, this youth was undeniably a bit too calm. Although the possibility of people being born with exceptional composure could not be ruled out, yet Ta Lin still felt he needed to verify something. Upon hearing his question, Tam Lang turned his head and said, "Never." Ta Lin said, "Then would you like me to divine for you?" Tam Lang looked at him and said with a smile, "You wish to divine for me?" Ta Lin replied somewhat, "Yes." Tam Lang nodded slightly, "Very well." He sat up, his body leaning slightly towards Ta Lin, and said, "How do you wish to divine?" Ta Lin said, "Palmistry, would you permit it?" Hearing this, Tam Lang's lips curved slightly. The meaning behind that smile was inscrutable. One only heard him speak very well. With that, Tam Lang extended his left hand towards Ta Lin. This left hand had long, slender fingers, each joint clearly defined, and appeared exceptionally beautiful. Moreover, it wasn't a fragile kind of beauty, but rather power was amassed within it. Surely no one would wish for this hand to clasp their throat. Remembering Tam Lang's subtle shift in countenance when their bodies brushed moments ago, Ta Lin was careful to avoid physical contact, not directly touching Tam Lang's hand, only bowing his head to examine it carefully. The moonlight was clear and bright, not dark, yet not truly bright. Ta Lin observed for a while. The ox cart still rolled slowly on the mountain road, the wheels and wooden axle creaking. Tam Lang asked, "Well?" A moment later, Ta Lin slowly replied, "Your destiny is very good." Tam Lang said, "Oh? How good?" Ta Lin raised his head and softly said, "Your temperament is patient, and you are consistently persistent although you will encounter difficulties. What is precious is that you will forever uphold your conscience, often turning misfortunes into blessings, and when encountering disaster, it will manifest as auspiciousness. Even when meeting calamity, it can transform into good fortune. This fate has long-lasting happiness and favor, my friend. Your future will surely be as prosperous as brocade, complete and radiant." The few sentences above were all made up on the spot. Ta Lin completely did not know how to read palms for people. When he was demoted previously, there was a period when he often regretted why he hadn't learned palmistry and face reading back in the days at the Hongxi Temple. If he had, then when earning a living in the mortal world, he wouldn't have had to play the flute, pluck strings, and smash rocks on his chest while performing street art. And the reason he wanted to read palms his hand was not because he wanted to see what this young man's fate was, but rather to see if this young man actually had palm lines and fingerprints. Ordinary demons and monsters can conjure fake flesh and blood bodies, impersonating living people, but the minute details on the body, such as palm lines, fingerprints, or strands of hair, usually cannot be so meticulously crafted. And on this young man's person, not only was there no fluctuation of spiritual power, no clue could be detected, even his palm lines were distinct. If he truly was a disguised demon or monster, then only those of the devastating rank or higher could perfectly disguise themselves without any flaws like this. However, a ghost king who has reached that level of status, why would he come with him to a small mountain village, riding an ox cart to pass the time? Just like the heavenly officials in the heavenly realm, each of whom is busy with 1,000 tasks a day, their feet barely touching the ground, they would also be extremely busy. Ta Lin brazenly made up a few more convincing sentences, but finally couldn't make up any more. Tam Lang still looked at him without moving his gaze while listening to his nonsense. He softly chuckled. His laughter sounded full of hidden meaning, and asked, "Anything else?" Ta Lin mused to himself, "Do I have to keep making things up?" And said, "What else do you want me to read?" Tam Lang said, "Since we're fortune-telling, doesn't everyone want to know about their romantic fate?" Ta Lin lightly coughed and gravely said, "My skills are not yet perfected. I don't know much about reading our romantic fates. However, it seems you don't need to worry about this matter." Tam Lang raised one eyebrow and asked, "Why do you feel I don't need to worry about this?" Ta Lin smiled, "Surely many young ladies will like you." Tam Lang said, "Then why do you feel that many young ladies will surely like me?" Ta Lin was about to open his mouth to answer in kind, when he suddenly realized, this young man was trying to lure him into praising him. He was both helpless and amused, unsure of what to say. So he rubbed his glabella and said, "Tam Lang." This was the first time Tam Lang that Ta Lin had spoken aloud. Upon hearing this, the young man laughed heartily, and finally let him off. At this moment, the ox cart was puffing and panting as it entered the village. Ta Lin turned around, lightly lifted his forehead, then hurriedly got off the cart. Tam Lang also jumped off the cart. Who would have thought that only when Ta Lin looked up did he realize that throughout the journey earlier Tam Lang had been lazily lying on the ox cart, and now that the two of them stood together like this, Tam Lang was actually taller than him, making it even more impossible for them to look each other straight in the eye. Tam Lang stood in front of the cart and stretched his back. Ta Lin said, "Tam Lang, where are you going?" Tam Lang sighed, "I don't know. I guess I'll sleep on the street, or find a mountain cave to stay in temporarily." Ta Lin said, "That wouldn't be very good, would it?" Tam Lang shrugged and said, "There's no other way. I have nowhere to go." He looked over, chuckled twice, and said, "Thank you for fortune-telling for me. Receiving your blessings, I hope we shall meet again soon." Hearing Tam Lang mention the fortune-telling, Ta Lin was so embarrassed he broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing the other party truly turn to leave, Ta Lin hurriedly said, "Wait, if you don't mind, would you like to come to my temple?" His footsteps halted. Tam Lang turned half his body and asked, "May I?" Ta Lin said, "That house was not originally mine. I heard that many people used to stay overnight there. It's just that it might be even more rustic than you imagine. I'm afraid you might not be able to stay there." If this young man truly was a young master who had run away from home, he couldn't just be allowed to roam around like that. Ta Lin strongly suspected that he had only eaten half a bun all day today. Young people, relying on their healthy bodies, act recklessly, and at this rate, sooner or later, he would truly collapse on the street. Hearing Ta Lin say that, only then did Tam Lang turn back around, not answering but walking up to him, his upper body leaning forward. Ta Lin hadn't yet understood what he wanted to do, only feeling that the distance between them had suddenly become strangely close, making him feel a little overwhelmed. Tam Lang stepped back. It turned out he had simply casually picked up the huge sack of scraps and junk that Ta Lin had carried back and essay. "ID, then let's go." Book 1 Chapter 16 Robe redder than maple leaves, skin white as snow. 4. Xie Lian was stunned in place. Seeing the slender youth carrying a large bundle of scrap metal for him, and carrying it with such ease and leisure, made him repeatedly tell himself, "So sorry, so sorry." San Lang took a few steps and went outside. Xie Lian was about to follow when he suddenly remembered the old cart driver was still lying on the cart. He immediately turned back, touched the old man's hand again, woke him up, and strictly instructed him never to mention tonight's events to anyone. Having witnessed his capabilities along the way, the old man dared not defy his words, nodding profusely before hastily pulling Lao Huang back home. On the pushcart, only one roll of mat was left. Xie Lian carried it on his back. When he turned his head, San Lang was already carrying that massive, jumbled bundle of items with one hand, leisurely ascending the hillside. Arriving before the dilapidated, ramshackle Bodhi shrine, San Lang lowered his head and let out a soft chuckle, as if he had seen something truly amusing. Only when Xie Lian approached did he discover that what San Lang was looking at was the shrine's rickety, perilous sign soliciting donations. He coughed lightly. "You see it too, that's how it is. That's why I said just now, you probably won't be used to staying here." San Lang said, "It's very good." Previously, Xie Lian was always the one who said it's just average to auth. Heirs. Today, it was truly the first time he heard someone say such a thing to him, and the feeling was indeed hard to describe. The wooden door in front of the Bodhi shrine had rotted away long ago. Xie Lian had taken it down and replaced it with a curtain. He stepped forward, lifted the curtain, and said, "Come in." San Lang followed him inside. The furnishings in this small wooden house were visible at a glance: only a rectangular altar, 2 small wooden stools, a small rush mat cushion, and a donation box. Xie Lian took the bundle of items San Lang had been carrying, placed the divination sticks, incense burner, and paper and brush he had bought onto the altar, then lit a red candle that someone had conveniently slipped him while he was collecting scrap, and the small room instantly brightened. San Lang casually picked up the tube of divination sticks, shook them, then put them down, asking, "So, is there a bed?" Xie Lian turned around, quietly set the roll of mat from his back down, and showed it to San Lang. San Lang raised an eyebrow, asking, "Only one mat?" On the way back from the town, Xie Lian had only just met this youth naturally. He hadn't thought to buy another mat sooner. He said, "If you don't mind, tonight we can squeeze together a bit." San Lang replied, "That's fine." Xie Lian took the broom and swept the floor again. San Lang looked around the shrine, saying, "Gidge, is your shrine missing some things?" After sweeping the floor, Xie Lian was squatting on the ground, spread out the mat. Hearing this, he replied as he spread it, "I think besides worshippers nothing else is missing." San Lang also squatted down, resting one hand on his chin, and asked, "Where is the divine statue?" Reminded by him, Xie Lian suddenly remembered that he had actually forgotten the most important thing. A divine statue. What kind of shrine is it without a divine statue? Although Xie Lian himself, the deity, was here, he couldn't very well tell himself to sit on the altar every day. After pondering for a moment, Xie Lian found a solution, saying, "I bought paper and brushes just now." Tomorrow I'll draw a portrait and hang it up. Drawing his own portrait to hang in his own shrine if this matter were to reach the heavenly realm, he would probably be laughed at for another 10 years. However, carving a divine statue would be both costly and time-consuming. In comparison, Xie Lian would rather choose to be laughed at for 10 years. Who would have thought, San Lang said, drawing. I know how, do you need help? Xie Lian was startled. Then smiled and said, then thank you in advance, but I'm afraid you wouldn't know how to draw a portrait of the Crown Prince of Xianlu. After all, almost all of his portraits had been burned 800 years ago, and no matter how many might fortunately remain now, he feared very few people had ever seen them. San Lang then said, of course I know. Just now, when we were in the cart, weren't we talking about that Crown Prince, Highness? Xie Li. And recalled it was indeed true. Earlier on the way, he had said you probably don't know, but San Lang hadn't replied. Now hearing him say this, Xie Lian couldn't help but feel curious. After spreading the mat, he stood up straight and asked, could it be that San Lang truly knows him? San Lang sat on the mat, replying, of course I do. The youth's expression and tone of voice when speaking were extremely interesting. He smiled frequently, and it was truly difficult to discern whether his smile was genuine and heartfelt, or if he was subtly mocking the other person as unworthy of mention. After the entire journey listening to San Lang tell stories about everything under the sun, Xie Lian still felt a bit curious about the other's assessment. He sat down beside him and asked, so, regarding this Crown Prince of Xianlu, what are San Lang's views? The two sat facing each other under the lamp, the red candle flickering brightly. San Lang had his back to the candlelight, his dark eyes submerged in shadow, his expression not clearly visible. A moment later, he said, I feel that Junwu must hate him very much. Unexpectedly receiving this answer, Xie Lian was stunned, asking, why do you think so? Tam Lang said, otherwise why would he banish him down a full 2 times? Hearing that, Xie Lian smiled, thinking to himself, indeed, a child's way of thinking. He bowed his head, slowly untying his sash while saying, this matter has nothing to do with liking or disliking. In this world there are New York things that cannot simply be expounded upon using hatred and affection. Tam Lang said, oh. Xie Lian turned around, removed his white shoes and continued, what's more, if one makes a mistake, one must accept punishment those 2 times. The heavenly emperor merely fulfilled his duty. Tam Lang declined to offer an opinion, perhaps so. On this side, Xie Lian took off his outer robe, folded it neatly, preparing to place it on the altar, and was still intending to say a few more words, but as soon as he turned his head, he only saw Tam Lang's gaze resting on his leg. That gaze was strange and hard to describe, to say it was icy cold, yet it felt burning hot, piercing one to say it was scorching hot, yet it faintly revealed a hint of coldness. Xie Lian lowered his head to look, and in his heart, he understood clearly. What this youth was looking at was precisely the black curse shackle on his right ankle. After a moment of thought, Xie Lian found a solution, saying, just now I bought paper and brushes, tomorrow I shall paint a portrait to hang up. Painting his own portrait to hang in his own shop if this matter were to reach the heavenly realm, it would likely invite 10 years of ridicule. But sculpting a divine statue was both costly and time-consuming comparatively. Xie Lian would rather choose to be laughed at for 10 years. Who would have thought, Tam Lang said, painting. I know how, do you need help? Xie Lian was startled and smiled, saying, then thank you in advance, but I fear you might not know how to paint a portrait of the Crown Prince of Xianlu. After all, his portraits had almost all been burned 800 years ago, and no matter how many might fortunately remain now, it was likely that very few had ever seen them. Tam Lang, however, said, of course I know. Just now, when we were in the carriage, weren't we speaking of that very Crown Prince? Xie Lian recalled, it was true just now on the road. He had said you probably don't know, yet Tam Lang had not replied. Now, hearing him say this, Xie Lian could not help but find it strange. After spreading the mat, he stood up straight and asked, could it be that Tam Lang, you truly know him? Tam Lang sat on the mat, replying, of course I do. The expression and tone of voice when this youth spoke seemed exceedingly interesting. He frequently smiled, making it truly difficult to discern whether his smile was genuinely heartfelt, or if he was subtly mocking the other party as unworthy of mention. After an entire journey listening to Tam Lang tell tales of heaven and earth, Xie Lian still felt a slight interest in the other party's assessment, so he sat down beside him and asked, so, regarding this Crown Prince of Xianlu, what is your opinion, Tam Lang? The two sat opposite each other beneath the lamp, the red candle flickering with its flame. Tam Lang had his back to the candlelight, his dark eyes submerged in shadow, his expression not clearly visible. A moment later he said, "I feel that Junwu certainly despises him greatly." Unexpectedly receiving this answer, Xie Lian was startled, asking, "Why do you suppose so?" Tam Lang said, "Otherwise, why would he banish him down a full 2 times? Hearing that, Xie Lian smiled, thinking to himself, indeed, a child's way of thinking. He bowed his head, slowly untying his sash while saying, "This matter has nothing to do with liking or disliking. In this world, there are many things that cannot simply be expounded upon using hatred and affection." Tam Lang said, "Oh." Xie Lian turned around, removed his white shoes and continued, "What's more, if one makes a mistake, one must accept punishment those 2 times. The heavenly emperor merely fulfilled his duty." Tam Lang declined to offer an opinion. "Perhaps so." On this side, Xie Lian took off his outer robe, folded it neatly, preparing to place it on the altar, and was still intending to say a few more words, but as soon as he turned his head, he only saw Tam Lang's gaze resting on his leg. That gaze was strange and hard to describe. To say it was icy cold, yet it felt burning hot, piercing one to say it was scorching hot, yet it faintly revealed a hint of coldness. Xie Lian lowered his head to look, and in his heart, he understood clearly. What this youth was looking at was precisely the black cursed shackle on his right ankle. The first cursed shackle wrapped around his neck, the second cursed shackle was bound tightly to his ankle. These 2 cursed shackles, each shackled in unsuitable place and moreover could not be concealed. Before this, if outsiders asked, Xie Lian would usually respond falsely that this was equipment needed for cultivation practice, but if this young man Tam Lang asked, he feared that it would not be so easy to get past him like that. However, Tam Lang only gazed intently at his ankle for a while, and did not say much. Xie Lian also did not dwell on this matter anymore, and lay down. That young man also obediently lay down beside him, lying in his clothes, probably not having the habit of taking off his clothes to sleep on the ground. Xie Lian thought to himself, in the coming days he still must find a new bed. He said, "Rest now." With a light breath, the red candle died out. The next morning, Xie Lian opened his eyes. Tam Lang was not lying beside him, but when he looked up, his heart was instantly shaken. Above the altar surprisingly hung a portrait. This portrait depicted a man dressed in ornate robes, wearing a pure gold mask, one hand holding a sword, one hand holding a flower. The brushwork was superb, the use of color excellent. It was precisely the painting Tai Tu Tian Lac Du Yet Than. It had been many years since he had seen this painting. Xie Lian stared in a daze for a long while. Only after a long while did he stand up, dressed himself properly, and drew back the curtain. Tam Lang was right outside, standing leaning in the faint shadow, playfully spinning the broom in his hand, and listlessly looking up at the sky. T.'s young man seemed not to like sunlight very much. His manner of looking at the sky was as if he was thinking how to drag that sun down and utterly crush it. Outside the door there was a pile of fallen leaves, all swept neatly and piled together. Xie Lian stepped out of the door, and asked, "Did you rest well last night?" Tam Lang still leaned against the wall, turned his head to say, "Not bad." Xie Lian walked over, took the broom from his hand and asked Tam Lang, "Was the portrait in the temple drawn by you?" Tam Lang said yes. Xie Lian said, "It's beautifully drawn." Tam Lang curved the corner of his mouth, and did not say anything more. He didn't know if it was because he had slept haphazardly for a night or not, but today his hair was tied even more askew, loose and disheveled, utterly casual, but in truth it was also exceedingly beautiful, casual yet not disorderly, instead adding a touch of dashing handsomeness. Xie Lian pointed to his own hair, and asked, "Do you want me to help you?" Tam Lang nodded and followed Xie Lian into the temple. Once Tam Lang sat down, Xie Lian untied his hair, held that black hair in his hand, and quietly observed it very carefully. Although the palm lines and fingerprints were flawlessly perfect, all monsters and demons would eventually show a flaw. The hair of a living person, no matter how much one counted, would be uncountable. Moreover, each strand was meticulously and clearly separated. As for the false skins fabricated by many monsters and demons, their hair was either a dark cloud or stuck together in a large clump, looking exactly like a piece of burlap, or else they would simply be bald. Last night he had confirmed the palm lines and fingerprints, and originally Xie Lian had relaxed his guard, but this morning, looking at that portrait, he could not help but develop a little suspicion. It was not that it wasn't drawn well, but because it was drawn too well that he found it strange. But his hand only lightly brushed through Tam Lang's hair. Slowly examining it, this young man's hair was black, smooth, long and straight. Clearly there was nothing unusual at all. After a long while, he didn't know if it was because Xie Lian was fiddling with his hair until it got itchy. Tam Lang let out a soft laugh, subtly tilted his head and glanced at him, asking Gage, "Are you helping me tie my hair, or do you want to do something else?" His long hair hung loose, not losing its handsome appearance at all, and inexplicably added a touch of wicked charm. Hearing the other party's teasing question, Xie Lian smiled and said all right. After that, he quickly helped him tie up his hair. Unexpectedly, after tying it, Tam Lang looked at the basin of water nearby, then turned his head and raised an eyebrow at Xie Lian. After seeing it, Xie Lian also coughed lightly, and raised his hand to rub his glabella. This hair when tied just now was already askew, and now tied again it was still askew. Although he did not utter a sound, yet Tam Lang continued to stare intently at him. Xie Lian felt that it had been at least several hundred years since he had been so awkward. He lowered his hand, and was about to say, "Come over here, let's do it again," when he only heard a boisterous commotion outside the door. Voices and footsteps reverberated all around, and a few loud shouts came. "Great immortal!" Xie Lian was startled by what he heard, and hastily ran out to see, only to see a crowd of people blocking the doorway. Each and every one appeared agitated, their faces flushed bright red. The village chief, leading the way, took a long stride and rushed over, grabbed his hand and said, "Great immortal! Our village unexpectedly has an immortal come to live here. This is truly too good." "Xie Lian?" The remaining villagers had successively gathered around here. "Great immortal, welcome to reside in our Puqi village. Great immortal, can you bless me to marry my wife? Great immortal, can you bless the one in my house to quickly give birth to a child? Great immortal, I have fresh, delicious water chestnuts here. Do you want to eat water chestnuts?" The villagers were overly enthusiastic. Xie Lian was besieged to the point of continuously backing away, bemoaning his plight in his heart. The old man last night truly had a big mouth. It was clearly told not to tell anyone, but this morning it immediately spread throughout the entire village. Puji Shrine Hari. Volume 1 Chapter 17 at Puji Shrine. Telling ghost stories at Banyue Pass. Although they completely did not know which immortal was worshipped in this shrine, the villagers still flocked, demanding to offer an incense stick, saying that generally, any immortal is an immortal, and worshipping once would do no harm. The scene Xie Lian had previously anticipated was as deserted as an abandoned temple, with hardly anyone visiting throughout the year and months, so he merely showed a little sincerity, preparing a few bundles of incense sticks. Who knew that in the blink of an eye they were all distributed, crammed tightly into the tiny incense burner, the strong smell of incense permeating the entire room. Because he hadn't smelled this scent for a long time, Xie Lian even choked a few times, speaking while choking. "Dear fellow villagers, I truly cannot bless you with money flowing in like water. Truly, please do not pray for wealth here. The consequences could be unimaginable. Sorry, I also don't handle matters of marriage and relationships. No, I cannot bless you to bear and raise children either." Ignoring the lopsided tie of his hair by Xie Lian, San Lang sat beside the offering box, one hand propping his chin, the other slowly tossing water chestnuts into his mouth to eat. Many village girls, upon seeing this youth, immediately had their faces flush red like a fruit, saying to Xie Lian, "Oh, by the way, elder brother, do you have..." Although he didn't know what they wanted to say, instinct told Xie Lian that he absolutely had to stop them immediately, so he hastily said no. It was with great difficulty that the villagers finally dispersed, the altar already piled high with melons and fruits, vegetables, and even plain rice and noodles. No matter what was said, generally speaking, a considerable amount of offerings had been received. Xie Lian swept the miscellaneous items that the villagers had thrown on the ground outside. San Lang also followed him out, saying, "The incense and lamps are quite good, aren't they?" Xie Lian shook his head while sweeping. "It's merely an unexpected, sudden situation. Normally, probably for 10 days to half a month, no one would even inquire." San Lang said, "Why is that so?" Xie Lian glanced at him, smiling in response. "It seems, it's probably thanks to San Lang's good fortune." As he spoke, suddenly remembering he had to change the door curtain, Xie Lian took out a new curtain from his sleeve and hung it on the door. He stepped back 2 paces, pondered for a moment, then suddenly noticed San Lang had stopped walking, so he turned his head and asked what's wrong. He only saw San Lang staring intently at the door curtain, appearing to be in deep thought. Following his gaze, Xie Lian discovered that he was looking at the talismans drawn on the curtain. This talisman was casually drawn by Xie Lian earlier, densely covered with charms, exuding an imposing aura, originally meant for exorcising evil, capable of repelling the invasion of malevolent entities from the outside world. But because it was personally written by Xie Lian, it was unknown whether it might also carry the effect of inviting bad luck. It's just that if there was no door, then drawing a bunch of talismans on a curtain was quite safe. Seeing San Lang standing still and unmoving before the curtain covered with talismans, Xie Lian's heart stirred slightly, and he called out, "San Lang?" Could it be that because he had drawn these talismans, San Lang was blocked outside the door, unable to enter? San Lang looked at Xie Lian, let out a chuckle and said, "He'll be away for a while." He casually left that sentence behind, then turned and walked away. Theoretically, Xie Lian should have pursued him to ask, but for some unknown reason, he had a very strange feeling. He felt that if this youth said he would be away for a while, he wouldn't be gone for too long, and would certainly return, so he entered the shrine by himself first. Xie Lian rummaged through the pile of items he had gathered from every nook and cranny last night, his left hand pulling out an iron pot, his right hand taking out a cleaver. Then he looked at the pile of melons, fruits, and vegetables on the altar and stood up. After about the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, footsteps indeed resounded from outside Puji Shrine. These footsteps were neither fast nor slow. Upon hearing them, one could immediately imagine the youth's composed and carefree demeanor as he walked. By this time the things Xie Lian held in his hands had transformed into 2 plates. He looked back and forth at the items on the plates, then sighed deeply, no longer wanting to look, and as he walked outside, he indeed saw San Lang again. The youth stood outside the shrine, perhaps because the sun was too intense. He had taken off that red outer robe, temporarily tying it around his waist, his upper body clad only in a simple white shirt, sleeves rolled up, his entire person looking neat yet relaxed. He had his right foot placed on a rectangular wooden board, his left hand spinning a wood cleaver. That knife must have been borrowed from some villager's house at first glance. It was both dull and heavy, but in his hand it was not only easy to use but also appeared incredibly sharp, occasionally carving a few strokes on the wooden board as if paring hide. The youth glanced over, saw Xie Lian coming out, and said, "Just making a few things." Xie Lian walked over to take a look. Tam Lang was actually making a door. Moreover, he made it a perfect size, neat and beautiful. The surface planed extremely smooth. His craftsmanship was truly beyond reproach. As this youth's background seemed quite extraordinary, Xie Lian had mistakenly assumed the other party surely belonged to the type who was ignorant of common grains and unskilled in manual labor, who knew he would work so smoothly and skillfully. He said, "You've worked hard, Tam Lang." Tam Lang smiled, not replying, casually tossed the wood-splitting knife away. Andy then installed the door for Xie Lian, then knocked on that door, saying, "If you're drawing talismans, wouldn't it be better to draw them on the door?" Having said that, he lifted the curtain and stepped inside as if nothing had happened. It seemed the strict pile of talismans on the curtain truly held no intimidating power whatsoever over Tam Lang. Tam Lang also didn't even bother to pay attention. Xie Lian closed the new door, unable to resist opening and closing it again, then opening and closing it again, silently thinking that this door was made incredibly well. After opening and closing it like that a few times, he suddenly startled awake, feeling that he truly was rather dull. On the other side, Tam Lang had already gone inside and sat down. Xie Lian let go of the door, carried the plate of steamed buns that the villagers had offered as tribute early in the morning, and placed it on the altar. Tam Lang glanced at the steamed buns, said nothing but only chuckled softly once, as if seeing through something. Xie Lian calmly poured 2 more cups of water, and was about to sit down when he saw where Tam Lang's sleeve was rolled up. On his arm was a small tattoo, tattooed with extremely peculiar characters. Noticing his gaze, Tam Lang pulled his sleeve down, smilingly said, "Tattooed when I was little." Having pulled his sleeve down, it meant he didn't want to elaborate. Xie Lian understood. He sat down, lifted his head to look at that portrait, saying, "Tam Lang, you draw so Audibly, did someone teach you at home? Tam Lang poked at a few steamed buns with his chopsticks, saying no one taught me at all. I just drew for fun. Xie Lian said, how come you even know how to draw the portrait of the God-pleasing crown prince of Xianle? Tam Lang laughed and said, didn't you say I know everything? Then of course I also know how to draw. Although this kind of answer was extremely mischievous, his attitude remained as calm as ever, seemingly not at all afraid that Xie Lian would grow suspicious, nor afraid that Xie Lian would question him. Xie Lian also merely smiled and didn't mention it again. Just at this moment, a commotion came from outside. The two of them, without prior arrangement, simultaneously raised their heads and looked at each other. They only heard someone knocking loudly on the door from outside, saying, Great Immortal! It's terrible, Great Immortal, save us! Xie Lian opened the door to see. A crowd of people stood in a circle before the door. Seeing him open the door, the village chief joyfully said, Great Immortal! This person seems to be dying. Please quickly save him. As soon as he heard someone was dying, Xie Lian hurriedly went to see, only to find a crowd of villagers surrounding a Taoist, with disheveled hair and a dirty face, covered in yellow sand, his clothes and shoes tattered, seemingly having wandered for many days, finally collapsing here from exhaustion and fainting, eventually being brought to this place. Xie Lian said, Don. Panic, he's not dying. Having said that, he bent down and dabbed a few times on that Taoist's body. In the meantime, he discovered that the Taoist was wearing some items like a bagua mirror and an iron sword, all of which were effective spiritual tools. It seemed he was no ordinary wandering Taoist. His heart couldn't help but sink. Not long after, that Taoist indeed slowly woke up, asking in a hoarse voice, Where is this? The village chief said, This is Puki village. That Taoist mumbled, I'm out, I finally escaped. He looked around, suddenly his eyes widened, and he frantically said, Help, save me, save me. Xie Lian had long anticipated this kind of reaction. He said, Esteemed Taoist, what exactly happened? Who needs saving and how did it happen? Please don't rush, just slowly explain clearly. The villagers also said, That's right, don't be afraid, we have a great immortal here. His Excellency will surely resolve everything for you. Xie Lian? In truth, the villagers had not yet seen Xie Lian display any divine might, but still regarded him as a living immortal as if it were a given. Xie Lian also didn't know what to say, thinking to himself, resolve everything? This I truly dare not guarantee. He asked that Taoist, Where do you come from? That Taoist said, I come from Banyue Pass. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. What is Banyue Pass? Never heard of it. Xie Lian said, Banyue Pass is located in the northwest region, very far from this place. How did you get here? That Taoist priest said, I only managed to escape here with great difficulty. He spoke incoherently, his state of mind extremely unstable. Under these circumstances, the more people there were around, the harder it was to talk. With everyone clamoring at once, he couldn't speak clearly and no one could hear properly, so Xie Lian said, Let's talk inside first. He gently lifted that Taoist priest up, helped him into the house, then turned and said to the villagers, Please go home everyone, don't crowd around anymore. The villagers were extremely enthusiastic. Great Immortal, what exactly is wrong? That's right, what exactly happened? If there's any difficulty, everyone will lend a hand. The more enthusiastic they were, the less likely they were to be of any help, it seemed. Xie Lian had no other choice but to lower his voice and say seriously, This way. He must be afflicted by evil. The villagers heard this and were horrified. To be afflicted by evil meant doom. Better not to watch then, disperse quickly for safety. Xie Lian offered a wry smile as he closed the door. San Lang was still sitting beside the altar, twirling a pair of chopsticks in his hand. He glanced at that Taoist priest, his gaze filled with probing intent. Xie Lian said to him, It's nothing, you keep eating. Xie Lian told that Taoist priest to sit down, while he himself stood and spoke, This Taoist friend, I am the master of this place, and can also be considered a cultivator. Don't be vu, just say whatever happened. If there's anything I can help with, perhaps I can lend some aid. Just now you said, What exactly happened at Banyue Pass? That Taoist priest gasped a few times, as if having arrived at a less crowded place and hearing his reassuring words, finally calming down and said, Haven't you ever heard about that place? Xie Lian replied, I have heard. Banyue Pass is located on an oasis in the desert. Its crescent moon night scenery is indescribably beautiful. One could say it is a splendid and magnificent sight. That is why it has this name. That Taoist priest said, oasis? Beautiful scenery? That's a story from 100 or 200 years ago. Now, calling it Banming Pass Half-Life Pass wouldn't be far off. Xie Lian was startled and asked, why do you say that? That Taoist priest's face was ashen, so ashen it was frightening, and he said, because no matter who passes through there from wherever, at least half the people will disappear without a trace. If not Banming Pass, then what is it? This was truly something he had never heard before. Xie Lian asked, who told you this? That Taoist priest replied, not something someone told me, I witnessed it with my own eyes. He sat up and said, there was a merchant caravan that wanted to pass through there. Knowing that place was eerie, so they invited our entire sect to escort them for a trip, and the result? He said indignantly, the result after that trip, only I was left. Xie Lian raised a hand indicating for him to sit still and not get agitated and said, how many people were in your group? That Taoist priest replied, my entire sect plus the merchant caravan, approximately over 60 people. Over 60 people. In the 100 years that the female ghost Xianji wreaked havoc, the number of living people killed, as finally calculated by the Lingwen Temple, was not even 200. But listening to that Taoist priest's account, such incidents seemed to have lasted for over 100 years. If so many people went missing every time accumulated, it was truly no laughing matter. Xie Lian asked, when did Banyue Pass transforming into Banming Pass begin? That Taoist priest said, approximately 150 years ago, ever since that place became the territory of an evil Taoist. Xie Lian still intended to ask for details about the people killed on this trip and the evil Taoist in that Taoist priest's words, but from the moment they started talking until now, his heart had vaguely felt that something was amiss. Speaking up to this point, he could not conceal the strange feeling in his heart no matter what, so he stopped the conversation and subtly furrowed his brow. At this moment, San Lang suddenly asked a question. He asked, did you flee all the way from Banyue Pass back here? That Taoist priest said, that's right, oh. It was a perilous brush with death. San Lang let out an oh and said nothing more, but with just this one sentence, Xie Lian had already discovered double. That was strange. He turned around and said softly, so you fled all the way back here, surely you must be thirsty. That Taoist priest was stunned, and Xie Lian had placed a bowl of water before him, saying, here is water, honored Taoist friend, drink a mouthful. Facing the bowl of water, the Taoist priest's countenance suddenly flashed with a hint of hesitation. Xie Lian stood beside him, hands hidden within his sleeves, quietly waiting. This Taoist priest came from the northwest, and moreover had been fleeing in panic for his life all the way. He must have been thirsty and hungry, and by his appearance, it did not seem he had ever leisurely eaten or drunk water on the road. But after waking up and speaking so many words, from beginning to end he had not made any requests for water or food. After entering the inn, facing the food and drink on the altar, he also showed no trace of desire, not even bothering to glance at it. This truly did not resemble a living person at all. Volume 1 Chapter 18 At Bodhi Temple, telling ghost stories of Banyu Pass 2. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the two other people in the inn, the Taoist priest picked up the bowl of water, bending his back as he slowly drank. His manner not only did not resemble someone who had met a rain shower after a long drought, but rather appeared somewhat hesitant and wary. Just as he drank the water, Xie Lian clearly heard a plop-plop sound, like the sound of pouring water into an empty vessel. In but a flash, Xie Lian understood. He seized the other's hand, saying, do not drink anymore. The Taoist priest's hand trembled, looking at him with suspicion. Xie Lian smiled and said, drinking is useless anyway, is it not? Hearing this, the Taoist priest's expression changed, and with his other hand, he drew the iron sword from his waist, thrusting it towards Xie Lian. Xie Lian stood still, unmoving, lifting a hand to flick. A clank sounded, lightly flicking away the sword tip. Seeing Xie Lian still gripping his other hand tightly, the Taoist priest gritted his teeth and pulled forcefully. Xie Lian only felt the Taoist priest's arm suddenly deflate, just like an inflated ball completely collapsing, and with a swoosh it struggled free from his hand. As soon as he broke free, the Taoist priest immediately ran towards the door. Xie Lian was not flustered. In a place where there was no external world's obstruction, even if the Taoist priest ran Tenjong 33 meters away, Rui could still pull him back. Who would have thought that as he raised his wrist, a whooshing sound, sharp as a razor, sliced past him. This sound was like someone shooting a sharp arrow from behind him, piercing straight through the Taoist priest's stomach, pinning him to the door. Xie Lian looked closely and it was unexpectedly a bamboo chopstick. He turned his head to look and San Lang, both serious and unhurried, stood up from the table. He walked past his shoulder, pulled out the bamboo chopstick, shook it a few times before him and said, "It's dirty now. We'll throw it away later." As for the heavily wounded Taoist priest, he did not utter a single cry of pain, only quietly leaned against the door, slowly sliding down. What gushed out from his stomach was not fresh blood, but clear water. It was precisely the bowl of water he had just drunk moments ago. The two of them knelt beside the Taoist priest. Xie Lian pressed the wound, feeling that it was just like a hole in a greatly inflated ball, cold air hissing out, and the Taoist priest's corpse also gradually changed. Just now he was clearly a burly man, but now his entire body seemed to shrink by a circle, his face and limbs shriveling, and simultaneously still continuously shrinking, at first glance looking like an old man. Xie Lian said, "It's a hollow corpse. Some demons and ghosts, unable to perfectly transform into human form themselves, devised another method creating hollow corpses. They would use some lifelike materials to laboriously craft a false human-shaped skin bag. This skin bag usually emulated a real living person, sometimes even being made from human skin, thus fingerprints, palm lines, and hair would all be perfectly flawless. Moreover, this type of hollow corpse, as long as they themselves did not wear it, would not be infected with demonic energy, nor would it fear anti-demonic talismans. That was precisely why the talismans on the door did not block the Taoist priest outside. However, this type of hollow corpse was very easy to see through because ultimately they were merely empty-shelled fake people. If no one wore this skin, they could only act based on the commands of their controller, and moreover the commands could not be too complex, only simple repetitive preset actions. Precisely for this reason, their demeanor and gestures were often quite sluggish, not quite resembling living people. For instance, they would repeat one or two sentences, constantly perform one task or ask and answer themselves, asking one thing and answering another, and speaking more than a few sentences with people would expose them. However, regarding how to distinguish a hollow corpse, Xie Lian had a more practical method: give them a bowl of water to drink or something to eat. After all, the shell was hollow inside, without internal organs. When they ate or drank, it would be like throwing things or pouring water into an empty vessel. One could hear a clear echoing sound, distinctly different from the sound of living people eating or drinking. The Taoist priest's corpse had deflated, no different from a limp skin lying prone. San Lang used that bamboo chopstick to poke at its skin, then tossed the chopstick away, saying, "This shell is interesting." Xie Lian knew what the youth was hinting at. The Taoist priest's countenance and gestures did not escape their eyes. It was not merely lifelike, but rather, as if a living person had engaged in rapid-fire conversation and responses with Xie Lian, showing how astonishing the controller's magical power was. Xie Lian looked at San Lang, saying, "San Lang, it seems you have also read a bit about this peculiar art." San Lang smiled and replied, "Not much." This hollow corpse had specifically sought them out at the door, informing Xie Lian of the situation at Banyu Pass. Whether true or false, its purpose was to lead him to Banyu Pass. To be on the safe side, it would be better to ascend the communication array and inquire a bit. Xie Lian counted on his fingers, calculating that his remaining spiritual power was enough for him to use a few more times. He then murmured and gestured with his hand, ascending the communication array. Upon entering the array, it was unexpectedly bustling within, in a rarely seen manner. Moreover, it was not bustling due to official business, but rather everyone seemed to be playing some game, and peals of laughter echoed throughout. Xie Lian was still surprised, only to hear Ling Wen say, "Your Highness has returned? How have you been living down there these past few days?" Xie Lian said, "It's nothing, it's nothing. What is everyone doing that's so joyful?" Ling Wen replied, "Lord Fengshe has returned, and is now scattering merits. Your Highness, aren't you going to contend for them?" As expected, Xie Lian heard the voices of several divine officials yelling hoarsely in the array, 100 merits. "I got it. How come I only have 1 merit? 1,000. 1,000. Ah, thank you, Lord Fengshe." Ha 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 ha. Xie Lian thought to himself, could it be that the heavens are dropping money and everyone is picking it up? Although his merit box was utterly empty, firstly, he didn't know how to contend for them. Secondly, the other divine officials all knew each other, and a little playful snatching was fine, but for him to suddenly jump in would be a bit strange, so he no longer paid it any mind and mused to himself, asking esteemed ones, does anyone know about the Banyu Pass? The moment the words were uttered, the communication array, bustling with fervent merit-grabbing, instantly fell silent. Xie Lian felt a touch of melancholy again. Previously, he had shared some poems and secret traditional remedies, and if everyone fell silent then it was acceptable, because the other divine officials did not distribute such things, so what he shared was perhaps truly out of tune. But in the communication array, divine officials often voice questions pertaining to official matters. For instance, which of you knows that ghost? Is it easy to deal with? Whose territory is over there? Can you lend a hand? At such times, everyone would freely express their views. Those with suggestions would offer them, and those without suggestions would say, when I'm free, I'll ask around for you. His question about the Banyu Pass could also be considered official business, so why did it cause the entire gathering to fall utterly silent, just as before? After a long silence, suddenly someone shouted loudly, Lord Fengshe is scattering another 100,000 merits. The communication array instantly became lively again. The divine officials vied to snatch merits, and no one paid any mind to the question he had just posed. Xie Lian knew that this matter was probably not simple at all, and asking in the array would likely yield nothing. He mused that this Lord Fengshe truly had a lavish hand, scattering 100,000 in one go, truly magnificent. Just as he was about to retreat, Ling Wen suddenly sent him a discreet message. Ling Wen asked, Your Highness, why do you suddenly want to ask about the Banyu Pass? Xie Lian recounted the story of a hollow corpse that had come right to his door, saying that false shell pretended to be a survivor who had escaped from the Banyu Pass, and of course it had its own purpose. I don't know if it was telling the truth or lying, so I came up to ask a bit. What is that place like? On the other end, Ling Wen mused for a moment, saying, Your Highness, regarding this, I advise you not to meddle. Xie Lian had more or less foreseen hearing such a statement. Otherwise, the matter wouldn't have dragged on for 150 years without anyone asking about it, and the moment he asked, the entire assembly fell silent. He said, Each time one traverses the pass, more than half vanish. Is this truly the case? A long moment later, Ling Wen replied, It is true. But this matter, I am not at liberty to elaborate. Xie Lian heard the hesitation and our voice, fearing there was an awkward predicament, so he said, All right, I understand. If you are not at liberty, then there's no need to say more. We have never secretly discussed this topic, it was all just me stumbling upon it. Even though the two were conversing in secret, Ling Wen still lowered her voice. Your Highness, I'll add one more thing. If you want to investigate this matter, don't let the other divine officials know. Furthermore, do not go from the heavenly realm. Retracting his spiritual sense and exiting the communication array, Xie Lian stood up, pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, San Lang, I fear I must embark on a distant journey. Ling Wen's warning not to let other divine officials discover his intentions was enough to indicate that this matter was deeply entangled. And if he were to ascend to the heavens and then jump down to the Banyu Pass, it would indeed be convenient, but such a departure would be recorded in the register. Not to mention if someone were to meddle with the passage route, where he would ultimately land after jumping down, it truly could not be predicted. In that case it seemed, he could indeed only travel on foot to the Banyu Pass. If this hollow corpse had come to his door of its own accord, evidently intending to lure him away, it certainly wouldn't be a benevolent place. San Lang suddenly said, All right, brother, if you don't mind, take me with you. Xie Lian was momentarily stunned, and with a broom swept the fake Leah. Their bags spread on the ground to one side, saying the journey is arduous and distant, with treacherous sandstorms. Why must you come along? San Lang smiled and said, You wish to know about the demonic guru of Banyu, don't you? Upon hearing this, Xie Lian halted, and asked, You even know about this? San Lang crossed his arms and spoke serenely. 200 years ago, the Banyu Pass was where the kingdom of Banyu was located. The people of Banyu possessed unparalleled strength, and their temperament was fierce and warlike, often disturbing the common folk of the Central Plains. He sat up straight, his gaze bright and keen, and said the demonic guru of Banyu was precisely their imperial advisor. Xie Lian leaned the broom against the wall, wanting to sit down and listen more carefully. Just then from outside the door came the sound of knocking, knock knock. By this time the sky had already darkened, And all the villagers had been frightened by Xie Lian's earlier phrase afflicted by evil into hiding in their homes, not daring to come out, so who could be knocking? Xie Lian stood before the door, held his breath for a moment, and did not sense any unusual changes on the talismans. Immediately afterward, he heard two more knock-knock sounds. This sound, it seemed as if two people were knocking at the door simultaneously. He pondered for a moment, then opened the door. As expected, two black-clad youths stood at the door. One handsome, the other graceful, they were none other than Nanfeng and Fu Yao. Xie Lian gazed at the two of them for a moment, saying, "You two?" Fu Yao first widened his eyes. Nanfeng opened his mouth and immediately asked, "Is it that you wish to go to Banyue Pass?" Xie Lian said, "Where did you two hear that from?" Initially, he had thought Ling Wen had come again to the central heavenly court to enlist help, but on second thought, she had once said not to let outsiders know, so of course she would not spread it around. Nanfeng said, "We heard a few god officials discussing along the way. It is said that today you inquired about Banyue Pass in the spiritual communication array." Xie Lian understood now. Both hands hidden in his sleeves, he said, "Understood. I volunteer myself, isn't that right?" Displaying expressions of an agonizing toothache, their faces contorted, the two replied, "Indeed." Xie Lian found it amusing. I understand. But let's agree beforehand this time going to Banyue Pass. If along the way you encounter anything you cannot contend with, you are welcome to flee at any moment. Xie Lian's principle in life was never to force others. Regardless of whether it was forcing others to do something, or forcing them not to do something, all were forms of coercion. Whether a matter could ultimately be achieved or not, only by commencing it would one truly know. If one forced a person to do something, even if that person did it, in their heart they would still not concur. If one forced a person not to do something, even if that person did not do it, they would still yearn for it in countless ways, and one day they would do it regardless. Thus, all matters should simply follow their natural course. If you want to come, then come. If you want to go, then go. Xie Lian immediately shifted his body to the side, intending to invite the two of them into the house to discuss in more detail. Unexpectedly, the moment those two saw the young man lounging behind Xie Lian, their complexions, which were originally ashen, instantly turned ghastly pale. Nanfeng slipped past and stepped in, shielding Xie Lian, saying, "Step back." Volume 1 Chapter 19 Recounting Ghost Stories of Banyue Pass at Puji Shrine 3. Xie Lian asked, "What's wrong?" San Lang, sitting there, shrugged, asking, "What's wrong?" Fu Yao furrowed his brow. "Who are you?" Xie Lian said, "He is a friend of mine." "Are you two acquainted?" San Lang adopted an innocent air, saying, "Gidge, who are these two people?" Upon hearing him call Gidge, Nanfeng's lips twitched, Fu Yao's eyelashes twitched. Xie Lian raised his hand and said to San Lang, "It's all right, don't be tense." Nanfeng bellowed, "Don't talk to him." Xie Lian said, "What is it? Are you two acquainted?" "Oh." Fu Yao said coldly, "We are not acquainted." Xie Lian said, "If you are not acquainted, then why are you acting this way?" Before his words were finished, he suddenly felt something flashing on either side of him. Absent-mindedly, he turned his head to look, and those two were actually, at the same time, gathering a stream of white light in their right hands. An ominous premonition instantly surged, and Xie Lian hastily said, Stop. Don't act rashly." The two streams of crackling white light, suddenly emanating, appeared utterly perilous. They were absolutely not something that could appear from the hands of ordinary people. San Lang clapped his hands twice, offering polite flattery. "How marvelous, how utterly marvelous." These two sentences of praise truly lacked any sincerity. Xie Lian had a great deal of trouble restraining the arms of those two. Nanfeng turned his head to look at him, angrily saying, "Where did you meet this person? What is his surname and given name? Where is his home? What is his background? Why is he staying with you?" Xie Lian said, "I met him on the road. His name is San Lang, and generally I know nothing about him. Since he had no place to go, I let him stay with me. Can you two please not make a move for now?" Nanfeng choked back a gasp, seeming as if he wanted to curse but made himself swallow it down, and challenged, "You know nothing about him, yet you dared to let him in. Are you not afraid he harbors ill intent?" Xie Lian mused inwardly. Why did Nanfeng's tone sound like that of his own father? If he were any other god official or any other person, hearing someone younger than himself speak like that would certainly have been displeased long ago. However, first, Xie Lian had long become immune to all sorts of scolding, and Sarcasm. Secondly, he knew that these two were merely driven by caution and, after all, they also harbored good intentions. Thus, he paid them no heed, only remaining silent for a brief moment before asking, "What do you two think I possess that would be worth scheming for?" The moment the words left his lips, Nanfeng and Fu Yao were momentarily struck dumb. This question was truly very profound. If someone is coveted by others, it is usually because they possess riches that they bring upon misfortune. But what was heartbreaking was that, racking their brains for a while, they were utterly unable to conceive what Xie Lian, as he was today, possessed that was worth scheming for. Original text: Hai bitch ky toi, meaning to suffer misfortune due to possessing wealth. Furthermore, it also signifies having talent that leads to envy and harm. At this moment Tam Lang's voice was heard asking, "Brother, are these two your servants?" Xie Lian replied softly, "This word servant is not quite right. To be precise, they should properly be called assistants." Tam Lang chuckled, "Is that so?" He stood up, casually grabbing something and tossing it towards Fu Yao, saying, "Then will you lend a hand?" Fu Yao didn't even bother to look but caught it instantly. When he held it in his hand, he lowered his head for a look, and a black aura instantly surged to the top of his head. This guy actually dared to throw a broom at me. Fu Yao's expression looked as if he wanted to cleave both the broom and Tam Lang into powder right on the spot. Xie Lian hastily grabbed the broom, saying, calm down, I only have this one." Unexpectedly, before his words had even finished, a streak of white light had already shot out from Fu Yao's hand. Fu Yao shouted loudly, "Quickly, reveal your true form." Tam Lang made no effort whatsoever to dodge, maintaining his posture of sitting with crossed arms. He merely tilted his body gently, and that dazzling white light struck one leg of the altar table. The table swayed precariously, clattering and clanging as cups, bowls, and plates fell scattered across the ground. Xie Lian pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling that this could not go on any longer. He then waved his hand, and Ruyi instantly flew out, tightly binding the arms of Nanfeng and Fu Yao. Those two struggled a few times but could not escape. Nanfeng said furiously, "What are you doing?" Xie Lian signaled a pause. Let's talk outside first. Afterwards he waved his hand again, and Ruyi pulled both of them flying outside. Xie Lian turned his head and said to Tam Lang, "I'll be right back." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed the door with a flick of his wrist and walked out to the front of the shrine. First he retracted Ruyi. Next, he took the sign from the door and placed it in front of Nanfeng and Fu Yao, saying to the two of them, "Hold your words for now. Please read it once and tell me what this is." Fu Yao looked at the sign and read T. His shrine is dilapidated and dangerous, urgently seeking benevolent individuals to donate money for repairs and accumulate merits. After reading, he raised his head. "This shrine is dilapidated and dangerous, asking for donations? You wrote this?" Xie Lian nodded. "That's right, I wrote it. If you two continue to fight in there, then what I will seek will not be to repair the house, but to build a new one." Nanfeng pointed at Puji Shrine. "Crown Prince Highness, don't you feel that young man is strange?" Xie Lian said, "Of course I feel it." Nanfeng said, "So you already know he's dangerous, yet you still dare to keep him by your side?" Xie Lian put the sign back in its original place and said, "Nanfeng, what you're saying is not right. In this world, there are countless human dispositions, and serendipitous encounters. Being strange does not equate to being dangerous. You must know that in the eyes of others I certainly look very strange too, but do you consider me dangerous?" Oh. This time it was truly impossible to refute. That person clearly possessed an immortal bearing, scholarly bones, and the elegance of a jade tree standing in the wind, yet he spent all day collecting junk. He was utterly strange beyond words. Xie Lian continued, "Furthermore, it's not that I haven't probed him." Their expressions hardened, and those two asked, "How did you probe him? What were the results?" Xie Lian then recounted his attempts, saying, "There were no results whatsoever. Having gone to T's extent, if he is not human, then only one possibility remains. Absolute." Fu Yao scoffed, "What if he truly is an absolute?" Xie Lian said softly, "Do you two think a supreme ghost king has as much free time as us? Would they really come to a small village to collect junk with me?" Oh. On the small mountainside, the three people outside Bodhi Temple only heard the sound of that youth slowly walking back and forth inside the house. His footsteps sounded very comfortable, as if he was not worried about anything at all. Xie Lian patted Nam Feng and Fu Yao on the shoulders, saying, "This little friend and I get along very well. If we get along and I also have nothing worth scheming for, then there's no need to pay so much attention." A long while later, Nam Feng said in a deep voice, "No, we still have to find a way, try to see if he is a supreme." Knowing he could not stop them, Xie Lian rubbed his glabella, saying, "Then you try, but don't make too big a deal out of it. After all, you are also divine officials from the heavenly court. What if that person is truly just a young master who ran away from home? Be a little friendly, don't bully him." Hearing the words "don't bully him," Nam Feng's expression was difficult to describe in a single word, while Fu Yao's eyes were almost bulging out the back of his head. Xie Lian instructed them, then opened the door. Tam Lang was bowing his head, seemingly checking the other leg of the altar table. Xie Lian lightly coughed once, asking, "Are you all right?" Tam Lang smiled and replied, "I am fine. I am looking to see whether it would be better to repair this table or not. Xie Lian said just now was merely a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart." Tam Lang smiled and said, "If Big Brother has already said so, why would I take it to heart? Perhaps they just found me familiar." Fu Yao said coldly, "All right, you do look a bit familiar, that's why we mistook you earlier." Tam Lang laughed heartily, "Oh, what a coincidence. I also find these two gentlemen a bit familiar looking." Oh. Although their hearts remained vigilant, Nam Feng and Fu Yao did not take any overly aggressive actions. Nam Feng said grumpily, "Clear out a spot for me to draw the array." With these two minor divine officials having joined, there was no need to walk to Ban Yu Pass anymore. They carried spiritual power within them, and naturally could use the earth-shrinking spell, shrinking thousands of miles of rivers and mountains into a single step. Although each time the earth-shrinking spell was used, it could not be used again for several Kinjio, but all in all, it was incredibly convenient. Xie Lian cleared the mat on the ground, saying, "Draw it here." When they entered earlier, they hadn't closely examined the interior of the temple, but now standing in this small, dilapidated house for a moment, observing and assessing their surroundings, Fu Yao displayed an unnatural demeanor, frowning and asking, "Do you live in a place like this?" Xie Lian Fei ched a chair for Fu Yao, saying, "I have always lived in a place like this." Hearing this, Nam Feng's movements paused, and only a moment later did he continue drawing the array. Fu Yao did not sit down, his expression also stiffened slightly, the look on his face difficult to clearly describe, 3 parts like astonishment, and 2 parts like he was laughing at the misfortune of others. However, Fu Yao quickly retracted his unusual expression, and continued to ask, "Where is the bed?" Xie Lian hugged the mat, saying, "This will do." Nam Feng raised his head to look at that mat, then lowered his head again. Fu Yao glanced at Tam Lang standing beside them, asking, "Do you sleep together with him?" Xie Lian said, "Is there a problem?" A long while later, those two people also could not squeeze out a single word. It seemed there was probably no problem. Xie Lian then turned his head and asked Tam Lang, "Just now you were halfway through speaking when you were interrupted. What exactly is the matter with the Ban Yu demon cult? Please continue." Just now Tam Lang was staring fixedly at those two people, appearing as if he had something to ponder, his eyes as black as ink. Hearing Xie Lian's question, he then recovered his wits and said with a smile, "All right." Pausing for a moment, he said that Ban Yu National Master is one of the twin demon cult masters. Xie Lian casually asked, "The twin demon cult masters are naturally 2 individuals, so who is the other one?" Tam Lang naturally answered, Immediately it is a demon cult master from the Central Plains, named National Master Fong Xian. Ta Lin slightly opened his eyes wide, continuing to listen to the latter part. So it was that the Half-Moon people were mighty and warlike, moreover possessing a strategic location, holding one of the important checkpoints on the route between the Central Plains and the Western regions. The two nations frequently conflicted at the border, skirmishes constant, battles large and small chaotic. 200 years ago, a dynasty of the Central Plains finally dispatched troops to attack the Half-Moon Kingdom. This Half-Moon evil sorcerer was precisely an orphan in the Half-Moon Kingdom. As a child he was despised and abandoned by people, wandering everywhere. After growing up, he somehow returned, having learned a body of demonic skills. The Half-Moon people feared his magic power, worshipped him as the national preceptor, and revered him exceedingly. The two nations fought, deadlocked endlessly. The national preceptor performed a celestial ritual, saying he wished to protect the Half-Moon soldiers. And so the soldiers' killing intent greatly increased, their morale rose high, and they fought to the death to defend the city gate. Arrows flew, boulders, boiling oil, swords and blades, slaughtering for several days straight. Unexpectedly, at the moment of the fiercest fighting, this national preceptor surprisingly suddenly opened the city gate. The city gate opened wide several t.n.s. of thousands of enemy troops instantly swarmed frantically into the city. Cavalry trampled over the entire city in a blink of an eye, transformed into a bloody sacrificial altar. This half-moon national preceptor defied the heavens with a blood sacrifice, finally achieving great mastery in demonic arts, and henceforth became a calamity occupying a region. And the half-moon kingdom from then on transformed into the half-moon pass. Speaking of which, it's strange. The location of the half-moon pass was originally an oasis region. After half-moon's kingdom was destroyed, it seemed as if it was eroded by evil energy. The oasis also gradually was consumed by the surrounding desert. It is said that on some nights, people could still see from afar half-moon soldiers with burly figures holding wolfang staffs wandering on the desert. Originally, this place had several tens of thousands of residents, but gradually they could no longer survive, and together they moved away completely. At the same time, the legend each time passing the pass, more than half disappear gradually spread. Each time passing the pass, more than half disappear means that if there is a merchant caravan passing by here, they certainly must leave behind road toll money. And the so-called road toll money was precisely human lives, because the half-moon evil sorcerer wanted to capture living passers-by to nourish the wandering souls of all the half-moon soldiers in the city, to prevent them from starving to madness without food and from attacking each other. Fu Dao smiled outwardly but not inwardly, saying, "This young master, you know quite a lot, don't you?" Tamlang laughed and said, "It's nothing, it's nothing. It's just that you all know too little." Oh. Ta Lin found it amusing, thinking to himself that this little friend was truly sharp-tongued. He then heard Tamlang lazily say, however, "These are only a few sayings in unofficial histories and ancient books recording strange tales, that's all. Who knows if there truly was such a national preceptor? Even whether there was a half-moon kingdom or not is still unknown." Book 1 Chapter 20 Shrinking 1,000 li of land, lost amidst sandstorms. Ta Lin again said, "Although they are all rumors from unofficial histories, the half-moon kingdom must truly have existed." Tamlang said, "Oh?" Ta Lin thought to himself. He also couldn't tell Tamlang that more than 200 years ago, when the half-moon kingdom had not yet seen this evil sorcerer and such, he had once scavenged for scraps over there. At this moment, Nam Fong had finished drawing an intricate array on the ground, and stood up saying, "All right. When do we depart?" Ta Lin then quickly packed up his bundle, walked to in front of the door and said, "Let's go now." He placed his hand on the door saying, "Heavenly officials bestow blessings, no taboos at all." With that he gently pushed once. Pushing the door open, outside the door, there was no longer a stretch of hill. Side and village instead, there was a deserted road. This road, though wide and spacious, was deserted and empty of people. Only after a long while did one or two passers-by appear. It wasn't because the sky had already darkened, but because the population in the northwest region was sparse and few, and it had always been that way. Moreover, approaching the desert, even if it were daytime, there probably wouldn't be many passers-by either. Ta Lin walked out from inside the shrine, closing the door behind him, but when he turned his head to look back, when did he ever walk out from Puji Shrine? Behind him was clearly a small inn. This one step, he was afraid, had already covered 1,000 lit. His was precisely the miraculous aspect of the shrinking land technique. A few passers-by swept past, muttering and looking at them with high vigilance. At this moment he only heard Tamlang behind him say, "According to ancient books, when the moon sets, going straight towards Polaris will reveal the half-moon kingdom. Gij, look at this." He pointed to the sky saying, "The Big Dipper." Ta Lin tilted his head back to look, and smiled, "The Big Dipper, so bright." Tamlang walked to his side, shoulder to shoulder with Ta Lin, looked at him, then also raised his head and smiled, "That's right. The night sky in the northwest region, I don't know why, but it seems much brighter than in the central plains." Ta Lin expressed his agreement. The two people standing over there discussed the night sky and the moon and stars in a solemn and dignified manner. The two junior heavenly officials standing behind truly could not believe it. Nam Fong asked, "How is he also here?" Tamlang said in an innocent voice, "I saw this chimed Dun Jiao was too profound, so I just conveniently followed along to observe a little. Nam Fong said furiously. Observe? Do you think we are on a trip? Ta Lin rubbed his glabella and said, all right then, if he wants to follow, let him follow. He isn't eating your dried rations, what I brought should be enough. Tam Lang, stay close to me, don't get lost. Tam Lang obediently replied, is this a matter of who eats whose dried rations? Hey Nam Fong, it's deep night. Everyone else is asleep. When doing important business, just focus on the important business, don't mind so much. Let's go, let's go. Following the guidance of the Big Dipper constellation, the four people headed straight north. After walking for one night, towns and greenery along the way gradually thinned out, while sand and stones on the road gradually increased rapidly, and when their feet no longer trod on mud and soil, only then did they enter the desert. Using the earth-shrinking spell, although one step could cover 1,000 miles, the further the distance covered, the more spiritual power was consumed, and the longer the time interval before the spell could be used again. This time Nam Fong used it, and would not be able to use it again for at least 4 Kinjio. Not to mention, if Nam Fong had already expended a certain amount of spiritual power, stemming from considerations of reserving combat strength, Ta Lin would also not let Fu Yao use it again, because to guard against all eventualities, after all, there must be someone with abundant spiritual power. In this desolate wilderness, the temperature difference between day and night was extremely vast. Although the night was bone-chillingly cold, it wasn't unbearable, but by morning it was a completely different sensation. The sky here was crystal clear, high and white with clouds, yet the sunlight was also extremely fierce. The four of them walked for a while, and the further they walked, the more it felt like they were entering deep into a gigantic steamer, the heart of the earth emanating scorching heat, as if walking all day would be enough to steam a living person to death. Ta Lin calculated the direction based on the wind direction and some vegetation hiding under the mountain rocks. Worried that someone might not be able to keep up, he would turn his head to look after walking for a stretch. Nam Fong and Fu Yao were not mortals, so naturally, there was no need to mention them, but Tam Lang, on the other hand, made him look and burst out laughing. The blazing sun shone down from above. The youth had taken off his red outer robe, languidly draped it over both temples. His face bore a lazy expression mixed with a hint of disinterest. The youth's skin was fair and delicate, his hair was jet black, with the red robe draped over his head like that. His face looked even more radiant. Ta Lin took off his hat, raised his hand and placed it over the youth's head, saying, "Here, you can borrow this." Tam Lang was startled. A moment later he smiled and said, "No need." Saying that, he returned the hat to him. Ta Lin also did not push or insist with the other party. If he didn't need it, he wouldn't force it, saying, "Whenever you need it, just come and take it from me." After saying that, he held his hat and continued walking forward. After walking for a bit longer, the four people saw a small gray building amidst the yellow sands ahead. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be an inn abandoned for many years. Ta Lin looked up at the sky, calculating that Jio No had passed, and Jio Mui was approaching, fearing that it was precisely the hottest and most uncomfortable period of the day. Not to mention they had walked all night, it was also time to rest. Ta Lin led the three others inside. Seeing a square table in the building, they all sat down around it. Ta Lin took a water bottle from the light luggage pack on his back, offered it to Tam Lang and said, "Want some?" Tam Lang nodded, took it and drank a sip. Only then did Ta Lin take it back and drink. He tilted his head back and swallowed a few sips of clear water. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Waves of cool sensation surged through his throat, utterly comfortable. Tam Lang sat beside him, propping high S cheek with one hand, looking yet seemingly not looking. A moment later, he suddenly opened his mouth. "Is there any more?" Ta Lin wiped a bit of water clinging to his moist lip corner, nodded, and offered the water bottle out again. Tam Lang was about to take it, but at this moment, a hand pushed away Ta Lin's hand holding the water bottle. Fu Yao said, "Wait." Everyone looked over, only to see Fu Yao slowly take out another water bottle from his sleeve, place it on the table, push it across and say, "I also have some. Please." Ta Lin understood what was happening immediately upon seeing it. With Fu Yao's personality, how could he possibly be willing to share a water bottle with others? He remembered that last night those two said they had to probe thoroughly, so naturally what was inside the water bottle was not proper water of any kind, it was definitely form-revealing water. This kind of secret herbal medicine water, if a regular person drank it, They would be perfectly fine, but if it wasn't a person upon drinking it, they would reveal their true form under the effects of the medicinal water. If Nam Fong and Fu Yao wanted to probe whether Tam Lang was a Jew or not, then naturally the power of this form-revealing water bottle would be extraordinary. Only to hear Tam Lang laugh and say, "I'm fine sharing a water bottle with Gij." Nam Fong and Fu Yao glanced at Ta Lin sitting beside them. Ta Lin muttered to himself, "Why are you two looking at me?" Fu Dao coldly said, "His water is almost gone, there's no need for pleasantries." San Lang said, "Is that so? Then I invite the two of you first." Oh. Those two were utterly silent. After a long while, Fu Dao finally spoke up, "You are the guest, I invite you first." Although Fu Dao spoke with his usual gentle and refined demeanor, Xie Lian felt that this sentence of his was clearly squeezed out from between clenched teeth. San Lang again made an inviting gesture, saying, "You are servants, I invite you first, otherwise it would be quite awkward." Listening to their pretense and airs, finally taking action, the three people across a table secretly exerted force together, pushing back and forth a pitiable water pitcher. Xie Lian shook his head, feeling that the table trembling violently under his hand was probably about to breathe its last. On that side, they secretly contended back and forth a few times, until Fu Dao could no longer bear it, and sneered, "If you are unwilling to drink this water, is it not that you have a guilty conscience?" San Lang smiled and replied, "You are so unfriendly, and yet are unwilling to drink first. Isn't that even more like having a guilty conscience? Could it be that you have put poison in the water?" Fu Dao said, "You can ask the person sitting beside you whether this water has poison." San Lang then asked Xie Lian, "Gij, does this water have poison?" Fu Dao saying this was truly very cunning. The revealing water obviously was not a poison ordinary people drink. And it would be no different from drinking plain water. Xie Lian could only reply, "It doesn't have poison, it's just that." Before his words were finished, Nan Fong and Fu Dao simultaneously glared at him. San Lang, however, straightforwardly let go, saying, "All right then." He held that water pitcher, shook it, and then said, "If you say there's no poison, I will drink it." Having said that, he smiled and drank it all in one gulp. Unexpectedly, San Lang was so decisive. Xie Lian was a little startled. Nan Fong and Fu Dao were also stunned, then hastily raised their guard. Who would have thought that after drinking the revealing water, San Lang shook the water pitcher and said, "The taste isn't very good." With that, he casually tossed the water pitcher away. With a crash, the water pitcher shattered into pieces on the ground. Seeing San Lang drink the revealing water without any abnormal situation appearing, a look of surprise and suspicion flickered across Fu Dao's face. A moment later, Fu Dao calmly said, "It's just plain water, the taste is all the same. What is there to distinguish?" San Lang took the water pitcher placed beside Xie Lian's elbow and said, "Of course it's not the same. This one tastes much better." Seeing this, Xie Lian couldn't help but let out a laugh. He truly thought that whatever the outcome, it didn't matter, and he cared not for the so-called purpose or identity. Therefore, in his eyes, this chaotic contention, aside from being amusing, held no meaning whatsoever. Xie Lian had thought that surely it was over here. Who would have thought that? With a clack sound, Nan Fong placed a sword on the table. Looking at Nan Fong's imposing manner at first, one would have thought he intended to kill someone and silence them on the spot. Silent for a moment, Xie Lian asked, "What are you doing?" Nan Fong replied in a low voice, "The place we must go is very dangerous. I am giving this young brother a sharp sword for self-preservation." Xie Lian lowered his head to look. The sword sheath bore an ancient style, seemingly having been honed over many years and months, clearly no ordinary object. His heart shaken, he raised a hand to support his forehead, turned his body elsewhere, muttering to himself, "So it's Hong Jing." The name of this sword was precisely Hong Jing. This was truly a treasured sword. Although it could not vanquish demons or eliminate monsters, no matter what demon, monster, ghost, or ghoul, none could escape its demon-revealing mirror. As long as a non-human drew it out, its blade would gradually turn red, as if covered by the color of blood. Furthermore, on the blood-red blade, it could also reflect the true form of the one who drew the sword. Be it a fierce ghost or an absolute ghost, none would be lucky enough to escape. Of treasured swords or precious horses, young people generally hold a special regard. San Lang let out a no? Sound seemingly very interested. Let me take a look. He used one hand to grasp the swords. blade, the other hand to grasp the hilt, slowly drawing it out. Nan Feng and Fu Dao, with 4 eyes, intently watched his movements. The sword emerged 3 seon from its sheath, its blade bright as snow. After a long while, San Lang gave a slight laugh, saying, "Gidge, are your 2 servants joking with me?" Xie Lian lightly coughed, turned back and said, "San Lang, I already told you they are no servants." Having finished this sentence, he turned away once more. Nan Feng indifferently said, "Who is joking with you?" Tam Lang smiled and asked, "A broken sword. How can it defend one?" Finishing his words, he resheathed the sword and threw it onto the table. Hearing this, Nam Feng suddenly grabbed the hilt and drew it out. With a crisp kung sound, in Nam Feng's hand there appeared a sharp, chilling sword. Shattered and broken. The blade of Hong Jing, it had actually broken from 3 yuan downwards. Nam Feng's expression changed. He inverted the scabbard, only to hear a chaotic series of lung kung sounds. The remaining part of the blade within the scabbard had all broken into sharp, glittering shards. Hong Jing could identify all demons, ghosts, and monsters. This was a fact. It had never been heard that anything could escape its Dharma eye, nor had it ever been heard that anything could chop it into pieces through its scabbard. Nam Feng and Fu Dao both pointed at Tam Lang, saying. Tam Lang burst into laughter, leaning back and propping his black-booted feet on the table. He toyed with the fragments of Hong Jing in his hand and said, "Surely you weren't so outrageous as to deliberately give me a broken sword for self-defense. Could it have been accidentally broken along the way? Don't worry, I don't need a sword and can still defend myself. As for swords or whatever, you all keep them for your own use." Ta Lin, however, found himself completely unable to look directly at that sword. Speaking of this remarkable sword, Hong Jing remarkable special, not ordinary, it was originally a collector's item of Quan No. The first time Ta Lin ascended, he once visited the martial god palace and saw it. He felt that though the sword had no practical use, it was quite interesting, so Quan No gifted Hong Jing to him. Later, after being demoted, there was a period when his life was too difficult, and he could no longer make ends meet, so he told Fong Tin to take this remarkable sword to a pawn shop. Exactly, pawned. After pawning it, the money they got was enough for the 2 of them, master and servant, to eat a few good meals. After that, there was no after that. At that time, Ta Lin had pawned many things, so he simply decided to forget all about them, lest his heart bleed whenever he occasionally remembered. It seemed that perhaps later, after Fong Tin ascended, remembering the events of yesteryear, he truly couldn't bear the thought of Hong Jing, a remarkable sword throughout its life, wandering the mortal realm. So he must have descended to retrieve it, sharpened and polished it, placed it in the Namyang temple, and then Nam Feng took it down. In short, seeing this sword gave Ta Lin a dull headache, and he could only avert his gaze. Seeing the other 3 arguing again, he shook his head, focusing on observing the weather outside, and thought to himself, looking at this situation, I'm afraid a sandstorm will blow up soon. If we continue today, I wonder if we'll find a place to shelter from the wind along the way? At this moment, on the shimmering golden sand outside, 2 figures suddenly flashed into view. Ta Lin instantly sprang to his feet. Those 2 figures, one black, one white, walked without haste, even leisurely one could say. Yet their feet seemed to tread on wind and clouds, moving incredibly fast. The person in black had a slender build, the one in white was a female Taoist, with a long sword strapped to her back and a whisk draped over her arm. The person in black did not turn their head, but the female Taoist in white looked back and smiled as they passed this building. That smile, much like their fleeting shadows, flashed and then vanished, yet it inexplicably stirred a strange, cunning sensation. Because he had been looking out the entire time, Ta Lin happened to catch that scene. The other 3 likely only saw their backs, and for the moment, had no energy to care about anything else. Nam Feng suddenly stood up and asked, "Who were those people?" Ta Lin also stood up, saying, "I don't know, but they're certainly not ordinary people." After a moment of contemplation, he said, "You all stop joking around. I see this wind is about to get fierce. Let's make haste and depart first. We'll go as far as we can." Fortunately, although the entire group often got into squabbles like chickens flying and dogs barking, when it was time to work, they were very diligent. They immediately stopped their bickering, cleaned up the fragments of Hong Jing, and left the building. The 4 walked against the wind for a while, for about 2 hours, but the distance they could cover was far less than what they had walked in the 2 hours prior. This sandstorm was much larger than before. Fierce winds swept aggressive grains of sand, slamming into their bodies, stinging their exposed faces and arms. The further they walked, the more arduous it felt. In their ears they heard the whooshing of the wind, and yellow sand surged relentlessly, blurring their vision. Ta Lin pressed down on his hat and said, "This sandstorm appeared truly strange." For a long while no one answered. Ta Lin thought to himself, surely they haven't all fallen behind? He turned his head to look clearly. The 3 were still following closely, but they seemed not to have detected that he had just spoken. It turned out that due to the massive sandstorm, even speech was swept away the moment one opened their mouth. Nam Fong and Fu Dao clearly needed no concern from him. Both strode steadily against the hazy, sand-swept wind with an imposing, murderous aura. Tam Lang, meanwhile, still followed 5 steps behind him, walking neither fast nor slow. Amidst the yellow sand filling the sky, the youth's expression was utterly unruffled. He walked with clasped hands, his red robes and black hair flying wildly, yet he remained completely unshaken, his eyes not even blinking, as if he felt no intrusion from the sandstorm at all. Ta Lin's face was already stinging from the slamming sand grains. Seeing Tam Lang's nonchalant demeanor, he couldn't help but worry, saying, "Be careful not to let sand get into your eyes and clothes." But then he remembered that Tam Lang couldn't hear what he was saying clearly, so Ta Lin resolutely walked over, helped the other close his collar, and tied it tightly, preventing wind and sand from pouring in. Tam Lang was completely stunned. At this moment the other 2 also caught up. The 4 people were quite close together, finally able to barely hear each other's voices clearly. Ta Lin said, "Everyone remember to be careful. This sandstorm came very suddenly, not normal at all. I fear it might be a malevolent demonic wind." Fu Dao said, "It's just the wind and sand are a bit strong, that's all. What else could it be besides this?" Ta Lin shook his head and said, "A sandstorm is still tolerable. I only fear there might be something else mixed within the sand." Just then a sudden fierce gust of wind rose, blowing the hat off Ta Lin's head. Once airborne, this hat would vanish completely into the hazy yellow sand. Tam Lang, however, reacted with extreme sensitivity and lightning-fast reflexes. With a single lift of his hand, he immediately stopped the hat that was about to fly into the sky and returned it to him. Ta Lin thanked him, and as he tied his hat strap he said, "It's best if we find somewhere to shelter for a bit." Fu Dao, however, disagreed. "If this sandstorm truly has a sinister intent, its purpose is to prevent us from continuing. The more so, the more we must press forward." Hearing this, Ta Lin had not yet replied when Tam Lang burst into laughter. Fu Dao abruptly lifted his head and coldly said, "What are you laughing at?" Tam Lang crossed his arms, chuckling, deliberately going against others. "Does that give you a sense of satisfaction that you're very special?" Earlier, Xie Lian had felt that although this youth's lips always curved in a smile, he often made it unclear to others if he was truly sincere or merely feigning flattery to subtly mock the other. But this time, anyone could tell that his smile held not an ounce of goodwill. Fu Yao's eyes turned icy. Xie Lian raised a hand and said, "You two, pause for a moment. Whatever you have to say, speak later. If the wind truly picks up, it will be terrifying." Fu Yao said, "Will it blow people flying into the sky?" Xie Lian said, "Indeed, what you say is entirely possible." His words were still hanging when the 3 figures before him suddenly vanished. In truth, the one who vanished was not them, but him. This sandstorm had actually swept him flying into the sky. A whirlwind. Xie Lian reeled in midair, flung out his hand, saying, "Rui, grab onto something sturdy and reliable." Rui darted out. The next second, Xie Lian felt the other end of the white silk go taut, as if it had wrapped around something, seizing it. With immense effort, he managed to steady himself in midair. He lowered his gaze to look, realizing he had actually been carried by the whirlwind to a spot at least 10 zhang above the ground. If not for Rui grabbing onto something on the ground, he feared he would fly even higher. Now he was like a kite, tied only by a single string to the ground below. Amidst the yellow sand whipping at his face, Xie Lian, holding Rui, tried to discern what Rui had actually latched onto. After a moment of searching, he finally made out a red silhouette. The other end of Rui seemed to be wrapped around the wrist of a red-clad youth. He had told Rui to grab something sturdy and reliable, And Rui had actually grabbed Sanlang. Xie Lian was caught between laughter and tears, about to tell Rui to quickly grab something else, when he suddenly felt the white silk around his wrist slacken. He secretly thought, this is bad. This sudden sensation wasn't that the other end of Rui had come loose, but that something far more terrifying had occurred. Volume 1 Chapter 21 Retreating 1,000 Li. Lost in the sandstorm too. Sure enough, the red figure, on the ground, had suddenly drawn much closer to him, and in no time had flown to a point where he could reach out and touch them. Sanlang had also been swept into the whirlwind. Xie Lian yelled loudly to Sanlang, "Don't be afraid." But as soon as he opened his mouth, he swallowed a mouthful of sand, though by now, he was already used to eating it. Although he yelled, telling Sanlang not to be afraid, in reality, he felt Sanlang would fundamentally not be afraid. Sure enough, after the youth was swept into mid-air, Rui quickly retracted, pulling the distance between the two of them closer. Xie Lian saw clearly that on the other's face there was not a trace of panic. If given a book, he could probably calmly read it right amidst the sand and dust. Xie Lian even harbored a slight suspicion that he had intentionally allowed himself to be swept up. Rui wrapped a few times around both their waists, binding them together. Xie Lian said, "Do it again. This time don't grab a person again." So Rui flew out a second time. This time it grabbed Nan Feng and Fu Yao. Xie Lian was exhausted, body and spirit, saying to Rui, "I told you not to grab people. This person isn't just in the narrow sense. Alright, never mind." He raised his voice, shouting downwards, "Nan Feng! Fu Yao! Hold on tight. You must hold on tight." Nan Feng and Fu Yao on the ground naturally struggled to hold their ground. The two, each powerful, held firm in their spots, but this sandstorm was truly too frantic and ferocious, and not unexpectedly at all, two more dark figures were swept into the whirlwind. This time, all four individuals whirled rapidly in mid-air. Amidst the dim, yellowed sky and earth, that whirlwind looked exactly like a twisted, sky-piercing column of sand, a white silk ribbon dragging four figures in a continuous spin within the sand column, spinning faster and faster, rising higher and higher. Xie Lian, still swallowing sand, said, "Why did you all get swept up as well?" All that could be seen was sand, nothing but sand. All that could be heard was wind, nothing but wind. The four individuals had no choice but to use their loudest voices to shout back and forth. Fu Yao, spitting out sand as he spoke, said, "Then you should ask your idiotic white silk ribbon." Xie Lian grasped the idiotic white silk ribbon, saying with a helpless tone, "Oh Rui, now all four of us are relying entirely on you this time. Please don't grab the wrong thing again. Go." With a heroic yet resigned heart, Xie Lian released his hand once more. Nan Feng shouted, "Don't depend on that thing. Think of another way." Just then, Xie Lian felt the silk ribbon in his hand suddenly tighten. His spirits instantly lifted, and he said, "Wait a moment, give it one more chance. It's latched onto something again." Fu Yao also shouted, "Don't go wrapping around innocent bystanders again. Leave them alone." Needless to say, Xie Lian was also exceedingly worried about this in his heart. He tugged at Rui. The other end did not budge in the slightest. Only then did he feel relieved, saying, "No, it's not like that. That end is very heavy, very steady." Then he continued, "Retract." Fighting against that frantic whirlwind, Rui rapidly reeled itself in, and the four figures swiftly moved away from the column of wind. Amidst the sky full of yellow sand, Xie Lian slowly saw a black, semicircular outline beneath them. This outline was massive, estimated to be as large as a small temple. What the other end of Rui had wrapped around was precisely this. And when they finally neared the ground, they could finally see clearly that it was a gigantic mountain rock. Amidst such a fierce sandstorm, that rough rock mass stood like a sturdy yet silent fortress, truly an excellent place to shelter from the wind. Just now, on the way here, they clearly had not seen such a massive rock mountain. Truly, they did not know how far this bizarre whirlwind had carried them. The moment they landed on the ground, the four individuals immediately rounded to the wind-sheltered face of the rock. Just as they rounded it, Xie Lian felt a sudden delight, saying, "This truly is a blessing bestowed by the heavens." It turned out that behind the wind-sheltered face of the rock mountain was a cave. This cave was about 2 door widths wide, its height just a tiny bit shorter than a door, but an adult, bending slightly and bowing their head, could still enter. The cave entrance was not regular but rather crooked and askew, yet it did not seem to be naturally formed, perhaps dug haphazardly by human effort. Xie Lian entered, discovering that this rock mountain was almost hollowed out. The space inside the cave seemed not small, but it was quite dark within. He did not explore every nook and cranny of the cave, first merely sitting where the light reached, dusting off the yellow sand from Rui, and rewinding it around his wrist. Nanfeng and Fuyao were both spitting out sand. Sand had flown into their mouths, noses, ears and eyes, and as for the folds of their clothing, needless to say, if they were taken off and shaken, they would be full of tiny sand and gravel. Among the four, the one who appeared most unharmed at first glance was still San Lang. After bending low to enter, he merely brushed a little sand and dust off his red robes as a formality, and that was all. Apart from his slightly disheveled black hair and his hair tie being crooked, his comfortable demeanor was not affected at all. Originally, his black hair had already been tied askew by Xie Lian, so now, being a little more askew was no big deal. Nanfeng wiped his face several times and opened his mouth to utter a curse. Xie Lian emptied all the sand from his hat, saying, I truly didn't expect you two to also be blown into the sky. Why didn't you use the 1000 drop? At this moment, Nanfeng finally stopped cursing, saying we used it. It was useless. Fuyao, while angrily shaking his outer robe, fiercely said, Where do you think this is? This is the desert in the far northwest, not my general's territory. Nanfeng said the north is the territory of the two generals of the Pei family, and the west is Quan Yizin's territory. For several hundred li around here, essentially not a single Nanyang temple can be found. One must know, among mortals, there is also a proverb: no matter how mighty a dragon, it is difficult to suppress a snake in its own territory. Therefore, as deputy divine officials to the martial god of the southeast and the martial god of the southwest, when the two of them performed spells in a place not belonging to their own territory, the manifestation of their magical power was inevitably restricted. Seeing the extremely stifled and vexed expressions of Nanfeng and Fuyao, it seemed this must be the first time the two of them had been blown into the sky by a great wind, spinning round and round unable to descend. Xie Lian said, you two have truly suffered. Perhaps Nanfeng felt that the appearance of such a rock mountain here was very suspicious, yet Xie Lian was not at all surprised, saying rock mountains with dug-out caves like this are not uncommon. To escape sandstorms when grazing outside and unable to return home in time, or to temporarily spend the night, occasionally, the people of the Banyu kingdom of yesteryear would dig a cave in a rock mountain. Some caves were not dug but blasted. Nanfeng said doubtfully, how can one graze livestock in a desert? Xie Lian smiled, saying 200 years ago, this place was not entirely a desert, there was also an oasis. At this moment San Lang said, Gij. Xie Lian turned his head and asked, what is it? San Lang pointed, saying, on the rock you are sitting on, it seems there are words written. What? First, Xie Lian lowered his head, then stood up, only then discovering that the spot where he had been sitting was indeed a stone slab. He wiped away the dust on that stone slab. There were indeed words. It was just that the carving was somewhat shallow, and the strokes were not very clear. Half of the stone slab was buried in the sand, the strokes extending upwards, hidden in the darkness. Since there were words, it meant they had to be read. Xie Lian said, my spiritual power is not much left. Could one of you raise a flame in the palm of your hand to illuminate for me? Many thanks. Nanfeng then flicked his fingers once, and a flame instantly arose in his palm. Xie Lian happened to glance at San Lang. The other party showed no surprise at all. After all, they had even seen thousands of li of land being shrunk. He had a feeling that no matter what they revealed to each other from now on, no one would be surprised anymore. Nanfeng moved his hand to where Xie Lian pointed, the flame illuminating the words carved on the stone slab. Those writings looked extremely strange, scribbled like a child idly drawing random things. Nanfeng asked, what does this say? San Lang said, naturally it's the writing of the Banyu kingdom. Xie Lian said, I'm afraid Nanfeng wants to ask what it says. Let me take a look. He cleared away the sand and gravel on the stone slab, all the way to the top row of characters. These few characters were significantly larger, seemingly a heading, and these few symbols also appeared multiple times on the stone slab. Fuyao also raised a flame in his palm, asking, do you know how to read Banyu script? Xie Lian said, honestly, I won't hide it, I once collected scraps in the Banyu kingdom. Oh. Sensing a wave of silence, Xie Lian raised his head and asked, what is it? Nothing, Fuyao grumbled. Just curious about how many other places you've collected scraps in. Xie Lian smiled, bowed his head and continued to look. A moment later he suddenly uttered 2 words. General. Nan Feng and Fu Yao spoke in unison. What? Xie Lian raised his head, saying my meaning is, the words written at the top of this stone slab are general. He paused for a moment, then continued however behind general there is one more character, but what that character truly means I am not very certain. Nan Feng seemed to breathe a sigh of relief saying then brother, keep looking. Xie Lian nodded. Nan Feng raised the flame, gently moving his hand forward a little. As Nan Feng's hand shifted, Xie Lian suddenly noticed something amiss. At the edge of his line of sight, something seemed to have appeared. With both hands pressed against the stone slab covered in carvings, Xie Lian slowly lifted his head. He only saw that above the stone slab, the flickering firelight illuminated a person's stiff, muscular face in the darkness. This face, with 2 eyes looking downwards, was staring fixedly at him. Ah! The one who shrieked was not them, but that stiff, muscular face. Nan Feng raised his palm flame in his other hand. The flames on both his hands suddenly flared high, finally illuminating the entire cave. What the firelight had just illuminated was a person who had always been hiding in the dark at this moment. That person retreated to one side in fright, shrinking to the edge of the deep part of the cave, where at that very edge 7 or 8 people had already huddled together into a mass, trembling uncontrollably. Nan Feng yelled, "Who are you?" This shout made the entire cave reverberate with a booming sound. Xie Lian, whose ears had already been aching faintly from the piercing shriek just now had no choice but to cover them. The sandstorm was too great, his ears full of static. If they spoke even a little softly, they couldn't hear each other clearly. And after entering the cave, they had first begun discussing the half-moon state perceptor, then focused their minds on deciphering this stone slab, and from beginning to end, they had not discovered that there were other people silently hiding in the cave. The 7 or 8 people trembled violently. A long while later, an old man around 50 years old spoke up. "We are a passing merchant caravan, just ordinary merchants. My surname is Zhang. The sandstorm is too big, we couldn't proceed, so we're sheltering from the wind here." The old man was the calmest in the whole group, presumably the leader. Nan Feng continued to ask, "If you are ordinary passing merchants, then why are you hiding here so furtively?" Just as old man Zhang was about to open his mouth, a 17 or 18-year-old youth beside him snapped, "Originally, we weren't hiding furtively either. But you suddenly rushed in, who knows if you're good or bad. Then we vaguely heard you talking about the half-moon state perceptor, about the ghost realm, and your hands even inexplicably flared with fire. We thought you were half-moon soldiers coming out to patrol and capture people to eat. How could we dare to speak up?" As if fearing the youth's words might offend and anger the other party, the old man said, "Tiansheng, don't talk nonsense." The youth had thick eyebrows and large eyes, usually robust and straightforward. When an elder spoke to him like that, he immediately fell silent. Finally, his ears no longer ached. Xie Lian lowered his hands from his ears and said gently, "It's just a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Everyone, please don't be tense, just relax a little." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Of course, we are not half-moon soldiers at all. This humble one is the master of a humble Taoist temple, and these few are all people from my temple, fully versed in the esoteric arts of chimed duanjia. You are ordinary merchants, and we are also just ordinary Taoist practitioners, bearing no ill will whatsoever. We are all merely people seeking shelter from the wind, and it just so happened that we entered the same cave." His tone was gentle, and speaking so leisurely somewhat calmed everyone's emotions. After many explanations and assurances, only then did the expressions of the entire group of merchants soften. Who would have thought? Sanlang suddenly laughed and said, "Oh, come now. I don't see these merchants as ordinary at all, they are being too modest." Everyone was baffled, turning their eyes to look at him. Sanlang said, "Isn't the half-moon pass known for more than half disappearing each time one passes through? To know of this rumor and still dare to cross here, isn't that exceptionally brave? How can that be considered ordinary?" Hearing this, old man Jing said, "Young friend, that's not necessarily true. In fact, there have been a few merchant caravans that have crossed here safely." Sanlang said, "Oh?" Old man Jing said, "One only needs to find the right guide, and not mistakenly enter the former territory of the Half-Moon Kingdom. Therefore, this time crossing the pass, we specifically sought out a local guide. The young man Tianxin said, "That's right. We also have to see the guide." Along this road, it was thanks to a Zhao Ji that he led us to avoid a lot of quicksand. Just now, as soon as he saw the wind starting to blow, he hurriedly led us to find a place to hide, otherwise, who knows, we would have been buried alive by sand by now. Xie Lian glanced over the guide as Zhao for the merchant team was extremely young, probably just 20, naturally born with handsome and simple features. Even when praised by everyone, he showed no expression, only lowered his head and said, "It's nothing, just my duty. I hope after this windstorm passes, everyone's camels and goods will also be fine. Absolutely nothing will happen." The merchant group's attitude was extremely optimistic, but Xie Lian, however, felt that the situation was not as simple as they had imagined. If one didn't mistakenly enter the ruins of Banyu Kingdom, nothing would happen. So then could it be that all the ancient merchant teams, missing more than half, were entirely those who disbelieved in evil cults and insisted on seeking death? One or two teams insisting on seeking death would be fine, but with such tragic precedents already existing, why did people continuously take risks afterward? After thinking for a moment, he said softly to Nanfeng and Fu Yao, "An unexpected event has occurred. Once this sandstorm passes, first we will ensure these people safely leave here. Then we will go to the old site of Banyu Kingdom to investigate the cause." Nanfeng and Fu Yao, of course, would not object, so Xie Lian continued to lower his head to look at the words on the stone slab. Just now, he only recognized the two characters, Zhongjun General, but that was because this word was also considered to be used frequently, and his visit to Banyu Kingdom was already 200 years ago. Even if he had learned it proficiently then, after 200 years he had forgotten it all. Now suddenly having to recall it, indeed required some time and patience. At this moment, San Lang beside him said, "General's tomb." As soon as San Lang spoke, Xie Lian suddenly remembered. Didn't this last character carry the meaning of tomb, grave, burial site? He turned his head and asked San Lang, "Do you also understand the Banyu language?" San Lang smiled and said, "Not much. I just learned it out of interest, only know a few characters." Xie Lian was already used to the other party speaking like this. This character mutum was not a commonly used word. If he truly only knew a few characters, how could he happen to know this particular character? If he said not much, then the meaning would be similar to "feel free to ask." Xie Lian smiled. "Excellent. Perhaps the few characters you know are precisely the ones I don't recognize. Come over here, let's look together." Xie Lian gently beckoned, and San Lang immediately walked over. Nanfeng and Fu Yao stood by, holding up a flame, illuminating the two of them. Xie Lian slowly and lightly traced his finger over the lines of characters on the stone tablet, discussing in low voices with San Lang, then softly started to read aloud. After reading for a while, his gaze grew increasingly unusual, finally gradually settling. The young man named Tianxin in the merchant team was still young. After all, young people by nature are curious. Just now the two sides had casually chatted a few sentences, so he considered them already familiar, and asked, "Brother sirs, what exactly is written on this stone slab?" Xie Lian recovered his senses, and replied, "This stone slab is a stele. On the stele is written about the life of a general." Tianxin said, "A general of Banyu Kingdom?" San Lang said, "No. He is a general of the Central Plains." Nanfeng asked skeptically, "A general of the Central Plains? Then why did the people of Banyu Kingdom erect a tomb for him? Didn't the two nations experience continuous large and small wars?" San Lang said, "This general is very strange. Although the entire text on the stone slab refers to him as a general, in reality, he was only a commandant. Moreover, he initially commanded 100 men, after that, he commanded 70 men, and after that, he commanded 50 men. Oh, in short, he was demoted continuously. This kind of experience of being demoted again and again, demoted to the point where one could not be demoted any further, was indeed far too familiar." Feeling two gazes fixed upon him, Xie Lian pretended not to notice, and continued to read the characters on the stone slab. Just then, he suddenly heard Tianxin ask in a puzzled voice, "What kind of official did he become to keep getting lower and lower in rank? As long as one doesn't make any major mistakes, even if one doesn't get promoted, one won't drop. How much must he have failed to end up in such a predicament?" Oh! Xie Lian clenched his right hand into a fist, placed it before his mouth and lightly coughed, and said earnestly, "My young friend, This matter of being an official who keeps getting lower and lower in rank, it also happens quite often, you know. Huh. San Lang let out a laugh. That's right, there often are. Pausing for a moment, San Lang continued, saying the reason this captain's rank kept falling was not because his martial prowess was poor or unworthy of the position, but because relations between the two nations were tense, and yet on the battlefield, he not only failed to contribute anything but rather obstructed many times. Nanfeng asked, "What do you mean by obstruction?" San Lang said, "Not only obstructing the enemy from slaughtering their own people, but also obstructing their own side from slaughtering the enemy's people. Each obstruction cost him 1 rank." San Lang spoke unhurriedly, and the 7 or 8 merchants gradually drew closer, as if listening to him tell an old tale, listening very attentively, voicing their opinions as they listened. Tiansheng said, "I don't see what this captain did wrong. Soldiers fighting in battle, fine, but what's wrong with not allowing them to indiscriminately slaughter civilians? Although, as a soldier of a nation, doing that is a bit too kind in the wrong place, not quite suitable, but overall, what's wrong with it? That's right, after all, he was saving people, not harming them." Hearing this, Xie Lian smiled. The merchants before him were not people from the border regions, nor were they people from 200 years ago. Now the kingdom of Banyu had turned to dust, so when people recalled it, they could naturally be dismissive and superficial, even offering a few words of praise. Even if they didn't agree, they could probably understand. But in that year, the evaluation this behavior received absolutely could not be summarized in a light phrase like kind in the wrong place. Among the entire group, only A Zhao, presumably being a local, understood a little more clearly, saying the present is the present, 200 years ago was 200 years ago. At that time, the hatred between the two nations was so deep that people of today cannot possibly imagine it. That this captain was merely demoted was already very fortunate. Fu Yao scoffed, "Utterly ridiculous." Almost able to guess what Fu Yao wanted to say, Xie Lian rubbed his glabella. Indeed, the firelight illuminated Fu Yao's gloomy face, and only then did Fu Yao say one should perform the duties of their position if one is a soldier. This person should always remember to protect their own nation, bravely killing enemies on the front lines. When two nations battle, casualties are unavoidable, and such effeminate soft-heartedness will only make his comrades on the same side despise him. And the enemy soldiers find him laughable, no one will thank him. These words were quite rational, and so silence fell in the cave. Fu Yao continued dispassionately, ultimately, such a person has only one end, death. If not dying on the battlefield, then dying by the hands of his own people. After a moment of silence, Xie Lian broke the silence. "You guess quite accurately. In the end, he did indeed die on the battlefield." Tiansheng asked, startled, "Huh? How did he die?" Considering for a moment, Xie Lian still opened his mouth to say the records state that once, during a battle between the two sides, after fighting for a while, his shoelace came undone, he stepped on it, and tumbled down. The people in the cave had assumed this general must have died an incomparably glorious death. Hearing this, they were all stunned simultaneously, muttering to themselves, "What kind of death was that?" Laughter burst out, "Ha ha! And so he was cut down by the chaotic swords and blades of the soldiers from both sides, who were killing each other with bloodshot eyes. Ha! San Lang raised one eyebrow and asked, "Is it that funny?" Xie Lian also said, "Ahem. That's right, it's quite tragic. Everyone should show a little sympathy, don't laugh like that. We're in someone else's tomb, give them some face." Tiansheng quickly said, "I don't mean any harm. But this is too a bit. Ha." Xie Lian was also at a loss because when he read that part he too felt a bit like laughing, so he could only avoid mentioning it further, reading on and translating, saying in short, although this captain's reputation in the army was not good, some Banyu citizens and Central Plains people at the border, whom he had cared for, called him general and built a simple stone tomb here for him, erecting a memorial stone slab in his honor. Tam Lang continued to him, "When you are free, come here to herd goats. Cut some fresh grass to make offerings to him." Xie Lian was bewildered. "Huh? Why cut grass to make offerings to him? He's not a goat." Tam Lang chuckled. "The latter sentence was just me speaking nonsense." Xie Lian took a look, and it was indeed true, the back of the stone slab had nothing at all. He was caught between laughter and tears, asking, "Why are you so mischievous?" Tam Lang stuck out his tongue playfully. The two of them were laughing and joking when suddenly someone shrieked in panic, "What is this?" This shriek sounded extremely piercing, resounding with a deep rumble in the cave, making one's skin crawl. Xie Lian looked towards the direction the shriek came from, saying, "What is it?" The person who was initially sitting there ran out breathlessly, saying in extreme panic, "Snake." Nanfeng and Fuyao shifted their arms, two flames in their palms illuminating that spot of ground from afar. On top of the sandy ground, a long brightly colored snake suddenly lay coiled there. Everyone was completely panicked. How can there be a snake here? How did this snake appear without making any sound at all? We don't even know when it crawled in here. Being illuminated by the firelight, the snake raised its body, looking extremely vigilant, ready to attack at any moment. Nanfeng was about to cast a flame over, yet saw a person slowly step forward, casually grabbing it, squeezing tightly the seven tack of the snake, lifting his left hand to bring it before his eyes. While observing, he said, "Isn't having snakes in the desert a normal thing?" Such great courage, showing no fear. Of course it was Tam Lang. The saying goes, to strike a snake, strike its seven tack. If this snake had its seven tack crushed, no matter how fierce its venomous fangs were, they would not be able to do any harm. That snake's tail weakly coiled a few times around Tam Lang's left arm. Now at close range, Xie Lian looked closely and carefully. It seemed the snake's skin was semi-transparent. One could clearly see vibrant purplish-red inside. Within the purplish-red were densely intertwined thin black threads, making one associate it with the color of internal organs, causing an extremely uncomfortable feeling. While the snake's tail, in turn, bore a skin-like color. Moreover, it was divided into segments. At first glance it was as if growing layers of hard shell, not like a snake's tail, more like a scorpion's tail. Clearly seeing those segments, Xie Lian's expression changed, saying, "Watch out for its tail." His words were not yet finished when the snake's unwheeled white tail suddenly loosened from Tam Lang's arm. The tip of the tail seemed to transform into another snake's head, darting out backwards, unexpectedly thrusting forth. The striking force of the snake's tail was extremely strong. Tam Lang again suddenly extended his right hand, casually seized it, easily catching its tail. Tam Lang held the snake's tail as if holding something very amusing to play with, and even showed it to Xie Lian, smilingly saying, "This tail's growth is truly interesting." He only saw at the end of the snake's pointed tail, surprisingly, a flesh-red barb had grown. Xie Lian let out a sigh of relief, saying, "It's good that it didn't strike. Indeed, it is a scorpion-tailed snake." Nanfeng and Fuyao also came over to see the snake, asking, "Scorpion-tailed snake?" Xie Lian said, "That's right. It is a special kind of venomous creature of the Banyu kingdom. Its numbers are relatively few. I have never seen one before, but I have also heard about it. Its body is like a snake, its tail like a scorpion. Its venom is even stronger than both of these combined. Whether bitten by its venomous fangs or stung by its venomous tail, one will." At this point in his words, he only saw Tam Lang coiling that snake in his hand, flipping it back and forth and tormenting it, sometimes stretching it long, sometimes pressing it short, sometimes wringing it like a towel. All that was missing was tying it into a bow. Xie Lian was silent for a moment, then gently advised Tam Lang, "Don't play with. It's very dangerous." Tam Lang again smiled and said, "It's nothing, Gidge, don't worry. This scorpion-tailed snake is the totem of the Banyu High Priest. There's rarely such an opportunity. Of course I must observe it meticulously then." Xie Lian was taken aback, asking, "The totem of the Banyu High Priest?" Tam Lang said, "That's right. It is said that Banyu High Priest, precisely because she could control this kind of scorpion-tailed snake, the people of Banyu then believed she possessed boundless magic, and worshipped her as their high priest." As soon as he heard the two words control, Xie Lian immediately felt uneasy, thinking to himself that whenever control was mentioned, it always involved a large group, a large area. He hurriedly said, "Everyone, quickly go outside first now. I only fear that this scorpion-tailed snake is not just one." Xie Lian had not finished speaking when he suddenly heard a tragic scream. "Ah!" Several people cried out in panicked unison, "Snakes! So many snakes! There are some here too." In the darkness, 7 or 8 purple-red scorpion-tailed snakes silently slithered out. Their appearance was too sudden. It was completely unknown where in the cave they had slithered from. They did not attack, but merely stared silently at the group of people, as if assessing what they were. These snakes were silent both in crawling and attacking. There wasn't even the usual hissing sound of a venomous snake's flicking tongue, which was truly extremely dangerous. Nan Feng and Fu Yao unleashed two bursts of flame, a large fiery explosion erupting within the cave. Xie Lian commanded out. Who dared to linger in the cave? Everyone scrambled to run outside as fast as they could. Fortunately, the sky was already leaning towards evening, the whirlwind had long since departed, and the sandstorm outside had also greatly diminished. The group hurriedly retreated towards the empty mound of earth. After running for a while, Xie Lian was just thinking that what they spoke of truly came to pass, when Zheng Laoba, whom Tiansheng was supporting, suddenly collapsed. Xie Lian rushed forward asking what's wrong? Zheng Laoba's face was contorted in pain. He trembled as he raised his hand. Xie Lian took the old man's hand and glanced at it, his heart sinking instantly. He saw that the web of the old man's hand was a purplish red, swollen high. One could barely make out a tiny little hole on the swollen spot. A wound so small, it might not even be noticed immediately if one was pierced. He immediately said, "Everyone, quickly check if you have any wounds on your body. If you do, tie it off with a string at once." Finishing his words, he flipped the old man's wrist to check his meridians, only to see a purplish red color, visible to the naked eye, creeping upwards along the old man's meridians. Xie Lian thought to himself that this venomous snake was truly potent. Just as he was about to untie Ruyi, he saw a Zhao tear a piece of canvas and bind it tightly arrow. Yuendi the old man's upper arm, stiffly preventing the poisoned blood from flowing back to his heart. A Zhao's movements were swift as a knife. Xie Lian secretly praised him. Just as he looked up, without him needing to say more, Nan Feng had already taken out a bottle of medicine and poured out a pill. Xie Lian gave it to the old man to drink. Tiansheng was so panicked that he cried out loudly, "Grandpa, Grandpa, you'll be all right, won't you? A Zhaoji, Grandpa won't die, right?" A Zhao shook his head and said, "If bitten by a scorpion-tailed snake, one will surely die within 2 hours." Tiansheng was stunned, asking then what do we do now? Zheng Laoba was the leader of the merchant caravan, and the other merchants anxiously asked, "This young brother gave him medicine already, didn't he?" Nan Feng said, "What I gave him to drink is not an antidote, merely a temporary extension of his life. At most it can help him extend 2 hours into 12 hours. The merchants erupted in chaos. Only 12 hours? Doesn't that mean we can only wait for him to die like this? Can this poison not be cured?" At this moment, San Lang slowly walked over and said, "It can be cured." Everyone raced to look towards him. Tiansheng was overjoyed, turning his head to say, "Zhaoji, if it can be cured, why didn't you say so earlier? You scared me to death." A Zhao said nothing, simply shaking his head silently. San Lang spoke up. Of course it wasn't convenient for him to say, "If the poisoned person can be cured, but perhaps others won't save them, then how should one speak of it?" Xie Lian asked San Lang, "Then how should it be said?" San Lang said, "Gij, do you know the origin of these scorpion-tailed snakes? It turns out that according to legend, several hundred years ago, the kingdom of Banyu had a king who ventured deep into the mountains to hunt. He accidentally captured 2 venomous creatures that had transformed into spirits, a venomous snake spirit and a scorpion spirit. These 2 venomous creatures cultivated in the deep mountains, uncaring of worldly affairs, and had never harmed anyone. Yet, the king of Banyu used the reason that they were venomous creatures and would sooner or later harm people, to insist on killing them. The 2 spirits pleaded agonizingly with the king to spare their lives, but the king was born cruel and debauched. He forced the 2 spirits to mate right before his eyes and those of his high officials, so that he and his cohorts could find drunken pleasure during the banquet. And after the banquet ended, the king still killed those 2 venomous creatures. Only the empress could not bear to watch, but she dared not defy the king. So she plucked a handful of fragrant grass leaves and threw them over, covering the corpses of the 2 venomous creatures. The venomous snake and scorpion transformed into evil spirits, their resentment deep and heavy. They cursed that their descendants, born after their forced mating, would forever remain in this place laughtering the people of Banyu. Thus, scorpion-tailed snakes only dwelled in the region of Banyu. Once bitten or stung by them, the venom spread very strongly, leading to a tragic death. But thanks to the benevolent leaf of the empress, the fragrant grass leaves that she had initially thrown over to cover their corpses could cure this type of poison. Having finished the tale, San Lang said this fragrant grass is called Tian Noyet grass, and it only grows within the borders of Banyu. Hearing this, the merchants clamored, "This This kind of mythical legend, can it truly be believed? Young brother, human lives are at stake, do not joke with us. San Lang merely smiled without speaking. After telling Xie Lian, he offered no further words. Tiansheng then sought out a Zhao for verification. Zhaoji, is what this red-robed brother says true? After a moment of contemplation, a Zhao said, as for the mythical legend, its truth is unknown. However, within the borders of Banyu, Tian Noyet grass indeed grows, and Tian Noyet grass can indeed cure the poison of the scorpion-tailed snake. Xie Lian slowly said, in other words, those bitten by the scorpion-tailed snake only have one path to survival. And that path to survival, must it be obtained from the ancient lands of Banyu Kingdom? No wonder there were so many merchant caravans and travelers passing through here. Fully knowing each time passing through the pass, more than half go missing, yet still striving to rush in. Oh, the ancient lands of Banyu Kingdom. It was not because they were deliberately seeking death, but because they had an unavoidable reason to enter. If this region was frequently visited by many scorpion-tailed snakes, passing merchant caravans would find it difficult to avoid being bitten. And after being bitten, they absolutely had to go to the ancient lands of Banyu Kingdom to obtain the antidote. The scorpion-tailed snake was the totem of the Banyu demoness, and could even be controlled by her. So the appearance of the scorpion-tailed snake was absolutely no coincidence. Relying only on the few of them, it was feared they could not protect so many people. Also unsure if more scorpion-tailed snakes would appear, to prevent these people from encountering further misfortune, Xie Lian also raised 2 fingers, placed them on his temples, and activated the communication array, wanting to see if he could shamelessly borrow a few more minor divine officials. Unexpectedly, it could not be activated, and there was no sound or signal. He lowered his hand, could not help but feel strange, thinking to himself, my spiritual power couldn't have been used up so quickly, could it? I had already calculated this morning, there was clearly still a little left. He then turned to Nanfeng and Fuyao, which of you will try entering the communication array? I can't get in on my side. A moment later, the faces of the other 2 also darkened. Nanfeng said, I can't get in either. Couldn't be. Because the sandstorm was too strong to enter. In some places where malevolent energy soared to the heavens, the spiritual power of some divine officials would be affected, temporarily weakened or obstructed. It was feared that now they were facing such a situation. After pacing back and forth in place for a while, Xie Lian looked up and said, it could be because this place is too close to Banyu Kingdom. Just at this moment, the corner of his eye suddenly caught an unusually dazzling red color. Nanfeng and Fuyao stood by, trying to access the communication array, while the other merchants were busy checking themselves for any small wounds. Only the young Tiansheng was anxiously preoccupied with embracing old man Zheng, completely failing to notice a reddish-purple scorpion-tailed snake quietly crawling up his back. But it coiled on Tiansheng's shoulder, its fangs not aimed at the young man's neck, but rather at the arm of San Lang, who stood indifferently beside him. The snake's body arched back and it lunged. A moment before the fangs were about to bite San Lang, Xie Lian stretched out a hand, extremely precisely grasping its 7-inch vital spot. With Xie Lian's hand strength, this grip should have been able to crush the snake's 7-inch vital spot, squeezing its brains and guts to splatter, but he did not know if the snake's flesh and blood carried toxins, so he dared not act rashly. Following that, he gripped its tail. Unexpectedly, the snake's body was exceedingly slippery and hard to hold. As Xie Lian had just grabbed it, he only felt something round, soft, and chillingly cold slip from between his fingers. The next second, a sharp, needle-like pain immediately shot through the back of his hand. Book 1 Chapter 22 Retreating 1,000 Miles, Lost Amidst the Sandstorm 3. The Scorpion's Tail. However, after this sting, Xie Lian also accurately gripped its tail, precisely seizing the entire scorpion-tailed snake. He applied a little force with his hand, squeezing it until it fainted. Though he had been stung, his expression did not change in the slightest. He merely threw the unconscious snake to the ground and said, everyone remember to be careful, there might still be snakes around here. Before his words had finished, his wrist was already tightly gripped. Xie Lian looked up, and it was San Lang holding his hand. Xie Lian was startled and asked San Lang? The reason he asked this was because the young man's expression at this moment was truly not good at all, completely indescribable. almost making one shiver without cold. San Lang stared intently at the tiny wound on the back of Xie Lian's hand. Previously, this wound truly was no different from a needle prick, but the toxin spread very rapidly. The back of his hand immediately swelled into a reddish-purple lump, and that tiny wound also distended like a knife gash. San Lang's face darkened. Without a word, he grabbed Rui, tying it into a dead knot around Xie Lian's wrist, blocking the backflow of the poisoned blood. From the time the two had known each other until now, Xie Lian had never seen this expression on the other's face. He was about to open his mouth when San Lang drew a dagger from the hip of a merchant. Seeing this, Nan Feng immediately understood what he intended to do, and a flame erupted from his right hand. San Lang didn't even bother to look at Nan Feng. He merely placed the tip of the dagger over the flame to char it for a while. After charring it, he turned back and used the dagger to cut a cross-shaped mark at the wound on the back of Xie Lian's hand. His movements were both light and swift. After that, he lowered his head. Xie Lian hastily said, "There's no need. The scorpion-tailed snake's toxin is extremely potent. Even if you suck it, it's useless. Be careful not to get poison yourself." The young man still said nothing, merely gripping his hand tightly and covering it with his lips. For some unknown reason, Xie Lian felt the arm held by the young man tremble slightly. On the other side, Fu Yao said, "So you got stung too? What bad luck. What makes you so sure he would have been bitten? Why bother catching it? Truly just adding trouble." These words spoke the truth. In fact, recalling San Lang's casual manner when coiling the snake now, Xie Lian also felt that San Lang might not necessarily have been bitten, or perhaps San Lang fundamentally didn't even notice this scorpion-tailed snake. But better safe than sorry. What if Sa and Lang truly hadn't paid attention to that snake and got bitten? Wouldn't any regret be useless? He waved his other, unharmed hand, saying, "Anyway, it doesn't hurt, and I want Die, so don't pay it any mind." Fu Yao asked, "Are you truly not in pain?" Xie Lian said, "Truthfully, it's true. There's no feeling left anymore." This statement was true, because Xie Lian was extremely unlucky. Going into the deep mountains 10 times, he would step on a poisonous snake or awaken some poisonous insect 8 times out of 10, having long been bitten hundreds of thousands of times by all sorts of venomous creatures. Yet, perhaps because he had become a heavenly official, he remained incredibly resilient and did not die, at most only coming down with a fever, fevering for 3 days and 3 nights, after which he would return to normal as before. Furthermore, his sense of pain was not very acute. No matter what kind of pain it was, he would endure it until he grew accustomed to it. As Xie Lian finished this sentence, San Lang finally raised his head. The red swelling on the back of Xie Lian's hand had disappeared, and at the youth's lips was a streak of blood-red color. His gaze was icy cold, shifting sideways, shifting to the scorpion-tailed snake lying on the ground. Only a wretched thump was heard resounding, and that purple-red snake instantly exploded into a pile of purple-red minced meat. Seeing that snake surprisingly explode into smithereens, everyone was startled with fright. Yet they did know who had done it. Although the blood did not splatter onto them, they were still terrified out of their wits. Only Tianshang still remembered that Xie Lian had also been bitten, hurriedly calling out, "Elder brother, were you bitten too? So what do you plan to do?" Xie Lian tightened the bandage around his wrist, smiling and saying, "Good child, I am fine. We will proceed as planned next. We must enter the city to find benevolent moongrass." A merchant quickly said, "Are you going? What about us then? Do we also need to send someone along?" Xie Lian said, "You do not need to go. I fear the ancient land of the Ban Yu nation is fraught with peril. One more person means one more chance for carelessness. After finding the benevolent moongrass, we will bring it back to you within 12 Kinjio." Several merchants vied with each other to say Ray. "Really? Then thank you all very much. This is truly too kind." However, as Xie Lian opened his mouth to say the next sentence, their expressions instantly changed. Xie Lian said, "In order to swiftly find the Ban Yu nation, I must trouble you to temporarily lend us this young brother to lead the way." The person he wished to borrow was, naturally, a Zhao. If, just moments ago, the merchants' faces were filled with gratitude and delight, now most were hesitant. Xie Lian also understood clearly, of course. They were worried that the guide they brought along would find the benevolent moongrass and then flee even if a Zhao still had a conscience and did not run away with him, choosing to return here. The time would still have been greatly delayed. However, they truly did not want to go to that ghostly place where every time one passes the pass more than half disappear, thus they were incredibly conflicted. In general, this was also a common situation, completely understandable. Therefore, Xie Lian added a sentence, but I fear other things might still come to attack everyone, so, Fu Yao, you stay here and look after them. Leaving one person here served as an assurance that they would definitely return. Finally, all the merchants nodded, saying all right. As long as a Zhao agrees to go with you. Xie Lian then turned to a Zhao, saying, young brother, are you willing to lend a hand? It's fine if you're not. A Zhao nodded, saying that's fine. Although, truthfully, the ancient city of Banyu is also easy to find, just keep going in this direction, and you'll arrive. After bidding farewell to the merchants, a Zhao led the way with Xie Lian, San Lang, and Nanfeng following closely behind. After walking for a while, Xie Lian opened his mouth to ask a Zhao, do scorpion-tailed snakes often frequent this area? A Zhao replied, scorpion-tailed snakes do not often frequent here. This is also the first time I've seen one. Xie Lian nodded, asking no more questions. In fact, he had once lived near the Banyu nation for a short period, but just now was also the first time he had seen a scorpion-tailed snake, so this answer was not inherently problematic. Noticing Xie Lian's intention, Nanfeng asked softly, are you suspicious of this Zhao? Xie Lian also said softly, since we've already brought him along, careful observation will suffice. If it were in the past, the one who would first speak to him would naturally be San Lang. But he did not know if it was due to what had just happened, for the youth's expression was still not very good now. He remained silent, saying nothing. Xie Lian did not know what had happened, nor did he know how to start a conversation with the other party, and so he had no choice but to continue walking. The four walked amidst the vast desert for nearly half a kinjio. The storm had moved away, and with no sandstorm blocking their path, their progress was very swift. Gradually, some tenacious weeds could be seen along the path, growing in the crevices of the mountain rocks and sand. It was not until the sun was about to set that Xie Lian finally saw an ancient city on the horizon. This ancient city was very difficult to spot because it was the color of yellow earth. Blending into the vast yellow sand, its city walls had collapsed, several parts buried beneath the yellow sand. Approaching closer, they then discovered that these city walls were towering, their highest point estimated to be several tens of zhang high. It was not difficult to imagine its magnificent form in days of old. Passing through the city's base, the four officially set foot within the borders of the ANC Banyu Kingdom. Beyond the gate, they encountered a main road, still as wide and empty as before, with crumbling walls and leaning houses, shattered boulders, and broken wooden fragments lining both sides of the road. Likely from repeating it over and over until it became habit, a Zhao said, gentlemen, be careful, do not wander aimlessly. Naturally, the three did not need a Zhao to caution them about such things. Perhaps because this ancient city fell far short of the Banyu nation in his mind, Nanfeng said suspiciously, is this the Banyu nation? Why is it so tiny, not even as large as a single city? Xie Lian said, a small nation in the desert as large as its oasis, so large as its nation. During its prosperous era, the Banyu nation only had about 10,000 people. It truly was only this big, but when it was bustling with people, it was quite lively and exciting. Nanfeng observed for a moment, then said conquering this nation would surely be a matter of only a few days. Xie Lian shook his head, saying not necessarily. Nanfeng, you must not underestimate the Banyu people. Although their population was only around 10,000, their army maintained a strength of over 4,000 year-round. They had more men than women, excluding the elderly and weak, and further excluding farmers. Almost all remaining able-bodied men joined the army. Not to mention, Banyu soldiers truly seemed to hate that they weren't 3 meters tall, possessing valiant and warlike temperaments, holding wolfang staffs in their hands, daring to charge forward even with a blade plunged into their chests. They were extremely difficult to defeat. Seemingly somewhat surprised, a Zhao cast his gaze at Xie Lian, saying, this young sir appears to know quite a lot. Xie Lian kept his smile, was about to casually speak nonsense. At this moment Nanfeng again asked, what is that wall? The thing that Nanfeng pointed at was precisely a colossal earthen architecture in the distance. To say it was architecture seemed not quite right, because strictly speaking, it could only be called a thing surrounded by 4 massive earthen walls, without a door nor a roof. Only 4 earthen walls, each side was higher than 10 zhang 33 meters, a pole stuck on the wall's peak, a tattered thing, not knowing if it was a flag or something else fluttering in the wind. For reasons unknown, seeing it made one's heart feel a little chill. Xie Lian turned his head and glanced over, saying that is the sinner's pit. As soon as the name was heard, it was known for sure it was not something good. Nanfeng furrowed his brows. Sinner's pit? Pondering for a moment, Xie Lian said, you can consider it a prison, a place specialized in detaining the guilty. Nanfeng asked, without even a door, how can it detain? Could it be that they throw them straight down from above? Xie Lian was thinking whether to say or not. Sanlang suddenly spoke up, throw them down. Moreover, beneath are all poisonous snakes and scorpions and hungry savage beasts. Hearing Sanlang finally open his mouth, Xie Lian was somewhat relieved. He cast his eyes towards the other, but Sanlang only looked at him for a moment and then averted his gaze. Nanfeng cursed, damn it, what kind of prison is this? This is clearly a torture, truly overly cruel. If the half-moon people are not mentally ill, then they are inherently savage. Xie Lian rubbed his glabella, saying, not quite so. Among the half-moon people there are also very lovable individuals. At this moment, he suddenly choked on his words, furrowed his brows and said, wait a moment. The other three immediately stopped their steps. Xie Lian raised his hand and asked, look at the pole on that pit. Is there not a person hanging? The sun set towards the west, night fell, the distance was quite far. It was very difficult to see clearly what exactly was hanging on that pole, but moving a little closer, looking at the outline of the hung object, it was clearly a slender, small person in black clothes, tattered clothing, hanging on the sinner's pit, just like a ragged doll, left to the wind to swing back and forth. Sanlang said, indeed, and she is also a girl. As soon as he saw someone hanging there, a Zhao's face turned pale. This scene was utterly miserable and eerie, finally causing even a calm person like him to be unable to bear it. Just at this moment, Sanlang slightly tilted his head, and in a low voice said, someone is here. Not only Sanlang sensed it, Xie Lian also heard extremely light footsteps. Both sides of the road were entirely dilapidated houses. The four immediately scattered and hid within them. Xie Lian and Sanlang hid together in a crumbling house, while Nanfeng and a Zhao hid in the house opposite. Not long after, at the end of the desolate road, a female Taoist priest in white robes appeared. She wore flowing, pure white Taoist robes, a horsetail whisk slung over her arm, walking on the road, looking left and right, her two eyes shining brightly. Her demeanor was exactly as if this place was not an ancient city abandoned for many years, but a small flower garden behind her house where she could stroll as she pleased. And not far from there, a female Taoist priest in black robes walked with clasped hands, slowly stepping behind her. This female Taoist priest in black robes, though beautiful, her face was chillingly cold, her gaze like a dagger drawn from its sheath, her long hair flowed freely, her entire being seemed to emit a faint cold aura. Although she walked behind the female Taoist priest in white robes, no one would consider her anyone's subordinate. These were precisely the two people they had seen outside the small abandoned building at noon. At that time, the figures of these two people flashed, and the build of the person in black was tall and slender. Xie Lian had not seen clearly whether they were male or female. Now he realized that both were in fact female. The one wearing white robes could only be the half-moon state preceptor, so who was the one in black robes? That half-moon state preceptor leisurely waved her horsetail whisk, saying, where have those scoundrels hidden themselves again? Just now I wasn't paying attention and they vanished without a trace. Do they perhaps want me to search for each one to kill them? Xie Lian thought to himself. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the city, they were immediately being watched. The female Taoist priest in black robes walked over, her face cold as she glanced past her, saying, you can call your friends to help kill them. These friends could only refer to those super powerful half-moon soldiers. The half-moon state preceptor smiled and said, I don't like calling others, I like calling you. Happy now? The female Taoist priest in black robes gave no face to others, coldly saying, being called by you to do this kind of thing is nothing to be happy about. Hurry up. Ban Noyet state preceptor raised her eyebrows, then indeed quickened her pace. Listening to their dialogue, it seemed like old acquaintances with a close relationship. Surely these two individuals were not ordinary people. The black-robed female Taoist priest certainly not an unknown figure. Among women known to Ban Noyet state preceptor, who could this be? A mysterious Dongmen fellow student under the same master? Or did the kingdom of Ban Noyet actually have a queen or a female general? Xie Lian, while urgently pondering, held his breath, absolutely not wishing to be discovered at this moment. Now it seemed this banished state preceptor had an extremely quick-witted temperament. If she happened to see them, she might get excited and summon the legendary 3-meter-tall banished soldiers wielding wolfang staffs, and then they would have to fight for a period of time. 12 Kanjio, one less Kanjio meant one more part of danger. Who would have thought that his constitution was such that the more he didn't want something to happen, the more it would happen? As they passed in front of this house, the black-robed female Taoist priest suddenly stopped, her sharp gaze sweeping over. That banished state preceptor had already walked a few steps ahead. Seeing her companion stop, she turned around and asked, "Hey, are you going or not?" The black-robed female Taoist priest said, "You step back." Banished state preceptor let out an "oh" and indeed stepped back. The black-robed female Taoist priest seemed about to raise her hand, when suddenly, the long road opposite exploded with a crash. Opposite, the house where Nanfeng and his group were hiding suddenly collapsed. As soon as this house collapsed, those to its left and right simultaneously followed suit, and on the road, sand and dust billowed. In an instant a black shadow leaped out amidst the sand, earth, and flying rocks that obscured the sky, unleashing a blazing flame, striking towards banished state preceptor. The black-robed female Taoist priest turned around, blocking banished state preceptor, her left hand still clasped behind her back, her right hand reaching out decisively, seizing that flame in her palm, and throwing it back at the opponent. That black shadow was also swift as lightning, swaying to dodge after a few instances of rabbit leaping up, bird swooping down to catch. Describing nimble movements, that black shadow vanished amidst a swirl of sand and dust. Banished state preceptor gave chase, while the black-robed female Taoist priest glanced over here once, only then giving chase. The incident occurred in mere moments. Xie Lian thought to himself, "Nanfeng is skilled." He knew in his heart that Nanfeng, hiding on the opposite road, had seen that they were about to be discovered on this side, and thus feigned an attack on the east to strike at the west, helping them lure the enemy away. Nanfeng had jumped out alone, so Zhao was certainly still inside the house. After confirming that those three had all gone far, Xie Lian pulled Sanlang out and said, "Zhao, are you still alive? Are you injured?" A moment later, from beneath the collapsed house, a muffled voice came, "Nothing." Xie Lian was relieved, saying, "It's good that there's nothing." Although he believed that when collapsing the house, Nanfeng had certainly controlled it carefully, leaving space for other living beings. Ultimately, he still had to confirm to be at ease. Xie Lian used one hand to lift a rotten house pillar. Not long after, a Zhao laboriously crawled out from beneath the house, his face and neck covered in dust. He casually brushed it off a few times, his expression as indifferent as usual. Xie Lian asked, "Now we are only 3 people left. Nanfeng has been pursued and run off. We must speed up." "Zhao, do you know where banished grass grows in the city?" Zhao shook his head again, saying, "Sorry. I only know the location of the ancient city but have never been there. Nor do I know where banished grass grows." Beside them, Sanlang said, "I've heard that banished grass likes shade, is small in size, has extremely delicate roots, but quite large leaves, shaped similarly to a pointed-mouthed peach. Perhaps eldest brother should go search around that magnificent structure." Pondering for a moment, Xie Lian asked, "Magnificent structure?" Speaking of magnificent structures in a kingdom, what architecture could be more magnificent than the imperial palace? Furthermore, in that mythical legend, the empress plucked a handful of banished grass after a banquet, which could also explain why banished grass might grow within the imperial palace. The three looked into the distance for a moment, and indeed saw a palace built of wood and brick within the city. Seen from afar, that palace still possessed some grandeur, but upon closer inspection, its dilapidated state was only slightly better than the houses on the street. Passing through the palace gate, there was a vast flower garden. Perhaps before, this place was not a flower garden but some kind of square, but currently, abandoned for many years, only a plot of land filled with various green plants remained. Indeed, their feet did not step on sand and earth but mud, which might be the remaining traces of an oasis. Banished grass could potentially be hiding among this countless multitude of plants. Xie Lian said, "Let's make haste and search. We only have 12 Kanjio, but we still must be careful of scorpion-tailed snakes." Zhao responded. Sanlang also hummed an and all three bowed their heads, searching. Xie Lian suddenly remembered, If Ban Noyet's state preceptor could control scorpion-tailed snakes, then after arriving in her territory, there would certainly be more scorpion-tailed snakes appearing. But after the three entered the ancient city of Ban Noyet, not a single scorpion-tailed snake was seen. He straightened up, about to open his mouth, when at this moment his hand suddenly fumbled upon a cylindrical object. He lowered his head to look, and it was a human leg. Volume 1 Chapter 23 Retreating 1,000 miles, lost amidst sandstorms 4. Ayuwa. Xie Lian withdrew his hand, silent for a long while. He realized that every time he saw or fumbled upon something in the darkness, facing such terrifying situations, usually he hadn't uttered a single sound yet, but the other party had already started screaming. The clumps of trees and grass bushes in this flower garden were originally already both tall and dense. Just now there was a person stealthily hiding in the grass bushes, whose calf Xie Lian accidentally felt. That leg quickly withdrew in front of the rustling, swaying grass bushes. A person cried out, "Don't hit! Don't hit, it's me, Gidge!" Xie Lian looked closely, truly unable to believe it. The person crying out, "Don't hit! Don't hit," turned out to be that youth Tiansheng with the thick eyebrows and big eyes. Seeing Xie Lian recognized him, Tiansheng breathed a sigh of relief, but after seeing clearly that it was him, Xie Lian did not breathe a sigh of relief at all. On the contrary, he became even more vigilant. He raised an arm to block in front of himself, saying, "Didn't you stay behind at the old place to care for the injured with the others? Why are you here? Are you really Tiansheng?" Appearing in a situation like this, it looked even more like something else transformed to impersonate him. Tiansheng hurriedly said, "It's me. It's really me, not just me. There are also 3 uncles who came with me. They are in there. If you don't believe me, look, brother." Tiansheng pointed a finger at the palace, and sure enough, not long after, 3 people ran out from the dilapidated grand hall. They were indeed some of the merchants from earlier. Seeing Xie Lian, they all looked bewildered, then showed expressions of shame. Xie Lian stood up, brushed off the lapels of his white robe, and asked, "What's wrong with you all?" As soon as he asked, several merchants, all awkward, Ly did not answer. A long time later, Tiansheng awkwardly stammered, "Not long after you brothers left, Uncle Zheng's poison acted up again. His poison manifested too fiercely. We also didn't know when you brothers would return, afraid you brothers wouldn't find it or would return late. A Zhaoge said following that path would lead to Banyue Kingdom, therefore we thought adding a few more people would find it faster, so we followed all the way here." All in all, it was still remorse, fearing Xie Lian's group would find the Xianyu grass, then lead a Zhao to slip away. Ultimately still not at ease, so they also chased all the way here. And Xie Lian could completely imagine, if he couldn't persuade them, perhaps Fu Yao would also decisively be too lazy to stop them. From the previous incident at Mount Yu Jun, it could be seen that for those who stubbornly insisted on not listening to advice and ran into death's path, Fu Yao fundamentally wouldn't bother to save them. Although he could understand them, Xie Lian was also extremely resigned. He rubbed his glabella, saying, "Your guts are truly big. It's not that you don't know what could be in this city, what could happen, yet you still dared to come." It seemed he also knew this action proved he didn't trust them. Tiansheng seemed a little apologetic. Just now he was lying prostrate in the grass bushes, not daring to speak must also have been because he felt ashamed. Tiansheng said, "Sorry, human lives are important, we were too anxious." So, there was nothing else to be done. Matters concerning human lives, being a bit more careful was also normal. Moreover, enduring the risk to fetch medicinal herbs for others could be considered showing loyalty and integrity. Xie Lian found it inconvenient to say more, and sighed on the way into this ancient city. That you didn't run into anything is truly very lucky. Coming back to it, how did you know to come to the imperial palace to look for Xianyu grass? Tiansheng scratched his head, saying, "We also didn't know where to look. But didn't the story that the red-robed Gidge told say that the empress plucks Xian and Jaiwan grass? The empress could not casually leave the imperial palace, so I thought, maybe I could come to the imperial palace to try my luck." Xie Lian smiled, thinking to himself that this reason was similar to his own. Just at this moment, San Lang by his side said, "Found it." Xie Lian turned his head to look, only to see San Lang striding forward with his long slender legs. The thing he held in his hand was a jade-green leaf with a bit of root still attached. This leaf was about the size of a child's palm, its roots extremely fine, shaped like a peach, and the tip of the leaf was sharply pointed. He didn't know why. Xie Lian had a feeling he completely didn't need to ask a Zhao for confirmation. This was definitely the legendary Xianyu grass. Without waiting for Xie Lian to speak, San Lang already took his injured hand. That hand had been stabbed once. It should have swollen terrifyingly, but after San Lang sucked out the poison for him, although the toxin was not completely gone, the swelling had greatly reduced. At this moment, San Lang used one hand to lift his injured hand. With the other hand, he held the Xianyu grass, closed his 5 fingers together. It wasn't clear how he used his strength, but by the time he opened it again, that leaf had shattered into a pile of green crumbs. San Lang carefully applied those green crumbs onto the back of Xie Lian's hand. Feeling waves of cool, gentle sensation slowly spreading out from the wound, Xie Lian said, "San Lang, thank you very much." San Lang, however, did not answer. As soon as he finished applying the herbal medicine, he immediately let go of his hand. This attitude of his, coupled with the atmosphere between the two of them, Xie Lian kept feeling something was strange, but he didn't know how to open his mouth to ask. No matter how he asked, it felt not quite right. Outsiders, however, paid no attention to these things at all, also did not understand the subtle nuances. Tianshang eagerly said, "Gij, is the herbal medicine effective? Is this grass the right one?" Xie Lian regained his composure and replied, "It's much better. It must be the right one." Hearing this, the others were extremely excited, clamoring and saying, "Hurry up, keep looking." Not long after, a Zhao also raised a handful of green leaves, saying, "I found some too." The leaves of Xianyu grass in a Zhao's han. D looked bigger and thicker than the pitiful small leaf that San Lang had just found earlier. Everyone looked. The characteristics of their appearance were no different. They all eagerly rushed over, joyfully saying, "There's a large patch here. So much. Hurry and pluck a lot. Can we pluck extra to take back and sell?" They were busy plucking medicinal herbs. Xie Lian turned his head to look at the back of his hand, pondered for a moment, then said to San Lang, "The place they are searching. It seems you already searched there just now. At that time, didn't you discover it?" Xie Lian asked that simply to find a topic of conversation. After opening his mouth, he himself also felt this question was too dull. San Lang, however, shook his head, saying, "Gij, you don't need to use the grass from that spot." Xie Lian asked in surprise, "Why?" Who would have thought? San Lang had not yet spoken the reason, when suddenly a tragic scream was heard. "Get away." Everyone was instantly stunned. Their movements froze. They said in succession, "Who cried out?" "Not me. Nor me." At this moment, again that mournful voice rose, "Get away. You're stepping on me." This time everyone finally paid attention. That voice, unexpectedly, came from beneath their feet. In a flash, those gathered on that side plucking Xianyu grass successively dispersed. Xie Lian had long been accustomed to stepping forward to take charge in such moments. Others retreated, he advanced. Therefore Xie Lian went to the spot where a tragic cry had come from, extended his hand and slowly pushed aside the dense grass bushes. As soon as he pushed it aside, everyone standing there held their breath. One only saw beneath the grass, amidst the mud, that unexpectedly, a man's face lay buried. In this patch of earth, there was even a living person buried under the mud, only his face exposed. That image was truly indescribably eerie. The merchants immediately, in their fear, hugged each other and shrieked. Xie Lian comforted them deftly, "Don't be afraid, everyone. Calm yourselves, it's just a face. There's nothing so terrible about it. Who doesn't have a face, right?" That face laughed heartily. "Did I scare you?" "Oh, I often scare myself too." Having temporarily calmed the others, Xie Lian knelt down, carefully observing the face buried under the earth. This was the face of a man. When not smiling, it looked sunken, but when he smiled, it had a multitude of wrinkles. It was unclear if he was old or young, and equally indiscernible if he was ugly or handsome. After looking for a long time and still unable to discern what this was, Xie Lian could only open his mouth and ask directly, "Who are you, old man?" The face buried under the earth said, "Who are you all?" Xie Lian said, "A passing merchant caravan." The face buried under the earth sighed, "Ah, a passing merchant caravan. I was also once a passing merchant caravan, but that was already a matter of 50 or 60 years ago." As he said that, this image became exponentially more bizarre. He had been buried beneath the land of this abandoned ancient city for 50 or 60 years. Could he still be human? A merchant nervously asked Then, sir, why did you come to this place? Like this? The face buried under the earth coughed a few times. then grimaced and said I was captured by the Banua soldiers. I carelessly entered the city and they seized me. They buried me under the earth, turning me into fertilizer for this patch of Tian Noyet grass. So it turned out that this patch of Tian Noyet grass was all nourished by fertilizer made from living people. No wonder it was so big and thick. The merchants hastily threw the handfuls of Tian Noyet grass overflowing in their hands onto the ground, feeling that just now they had been holding nothing but corpses. Xie Lian also couldn't help but lower his head to look at the back of his hand, only to hear Tam Lang say that side is perfectly fine. As soon as Xie Lian thought about it, he instantly understood. No wonder just now Tam Lang had clearly searched in this patch of land, but then went to another to search, and only then plucked a small thin leaf of Tian Noyet grass to bring back. He only feared that just now Tam Lang had seen the face buried under the earth, but had then bluntly ignored it, turning his head to search elsewhere, until he found a clean medicinal leaf in a secluded spot that didn't use living people as fertilizer, only then applying it to him. Xie Lian, I thank you so very much, little brother. Tam Lang shook his head, his expression still as sullen as before. Ever since he was stung by the scorpion-tailed snake before entering the ancient city of Banua, Tam Lang had maintained that attitude. A few days ago when they were together, Tam Lang had always called out "Gidge, oh Gidge," but now he didn't utter a single sound. Moreover, although on the first day they met, this young man had shown extreme resistance to physical contact with him, in the following days of living together, this seemed to be no longer the case. Yet now, except for just now, when he sucked out the poison and applied medicine to him, Tam Lang seemed to be trying his utmost to avoid physical contact with him. This truly made Xie Lian feel strangely peculiar, and rather unaccustomed. At this moment, the face buried under the earth opened its mouth again. I haven't seen living people for many years. You all come stand here so I can see clearly, alright? Everyone exchanged glances, unanimously feeling it would be better not to follow what he said. A long while later, seeing that no one responded, the face buried under the earth muttered, "What's wrong? You don't wish to? Oh, what a pity." Xie Lian turned his head and asked, "What is it that's a pity?" The face buried under the earth said, "Ever since you all came in here, there's something I've particularly noticed, something I truly wish to confirm with my own two eyes, which is why I want you all to stand over here for me to see, because I want to look closely at each and every one of you." Xie Lian asked, "What is it?" The face buried under the earth said, "Among you all, there is one person I met 50 or 60 years ago." The words, once uttered, sent a sudden chill down everyone's spine. All the mortals present could not possibly be over 50 years old. If it were claimed that among them was someone whom this face buried beneath the earth had encountered 50 or 60 years prior, then that person was assuredly not human. Xie Lian's gaze swept over each face, from a Zhao to Tian Shang, some slightly fearful, others utterly terrified, some bewildered and skeptical, still others wide-eyed and speechless. Everyone's reactions were entirely consonant with common sense. If one absolutely had to point to a reaction that was not consonant, then it could only be San Lang, who displayed no reaction whatsoever. Yet, for this particular youth, an absence of reaction was perhaps the most normal reaction of all. Seeing San Lang betray no hint of emotion, Xie Lian turned his head and inquired, "The one of whom you spoke, who might he be?" The face buried beneath the earth replied, You must draw a little nearer, and I shall impart this knowledge unto you." If it could be said that when the old one first spoke, Xie Lian had afforded him 80% of his belief, then after this latest utterance, Xie Lian's faith in his words dwindled to merely 50%. How could 1K? Now that the monstrous entity did not merely intend to lure them closer, only to then revolt unexpectedly? Of course, Xie Lian would not heed his words. He rose and stepped back. The face buried beneath the earth spoke once more. "Do you truly not wish to know who that person is? He shall bring death upon all of you." Volume 1 Chapter 24 Hua Lian's suggestive intimacy. The night a sinner fell into the pit. The more he thus tempted them, the greater the sense of peril. Xie Lian felt everyone fall back. Do not approach it, and pay no mind to its words. Everyone swiftly heeded his words, scattering in a panicked disarray. The face buried beneath the earth chuckled, "Ha ha ha," as it spoke. "Oh, what need is there for you to act thus? I too am human. I would never bring you harm." Yet, precisely at this moment, an abrupt and anomalous change transpired. Perhaps thinking that, regardless of all else, He must retrieve some herbs to aid the ailing. A merchant stealthily stepped forward a few paces, stooping to reclaim a handful of Tian Noyet grass that, moments before, had been frightfully dropped from his grasp. The pupils of the face buried beneath the earth swiveled with lightning speed, a sudden glint flashing within its eyes. Xie Lian thought to himself, "This is ill," and stepped forward, crying, "Do not pick it up. Retreat." But it was all too late. The face buried beneath the earth suddenly gaped wide, and a vivid crimson thing, with a distinct viz sound, slithered forth from its maw, an impossibly long tongue. Xie Lian yanked up the back collar of the merchant, retreating continuously. Yet the thing that shot forth from the mouth of the face buried beneath the earth was of astonishing length. With a wet, sucking thwip, it plunged into one ear of that very merchant. Xie Lian felt the body beneath his hands convulse violently, the merchant's limbs spasming uncontrollably as he let out a brief, piteous shriek, his knees collapsing to the earth. The impossibly long tongue swiftly hooked out a gore-sodden chunk of flesh from the merchant's ear, retracting it into the maw of the face buried beneath the earth. The face chewed as it cackled, chewing until its mouth was thick with fresh blood, laughing as if to shatter the very roof of this dilapidated imperial palace, shrieking, "Ha ha ha ha! So delicious, 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 so delicious. I was starving to death, I was starving to death." This laughter was shrill and piercing, its two eyes riddled with threads of blood, utterly sickening, indeed utterly sickening. He had been interred here for over 50 years, long since assimilated by this monstrous realm, utterly transformed into another entity entirely. Xie Lian released his right hand from the merchant's collar, his entire arm trembling uncontrollably, just as he was about to unleash a palm strike to fell this abominable thing. He suddenly heard the face buried beneath the earth shriek, "General! General! They are here! They are here!" One heard only a bellow, more ferocious than any wild beast, as a dark figure descended from the heavens, slamming down before Xie Lian. The instant that dark figure landed, nearly the entire earth trembled from the impact. And as he slowly rose, every single person was enveloped within the colossal shadow he cast. This person was truly of excessive towering stature. His face was grim as iron, his features fierce and brutish, resembling the countenance of a beast. His chest and shoulders were clad in protective armor, and he stood over 3 meters tall. Rather than deeming him human, it would be more accurate to describe him as a gigantic wolf walking upright. Moreover, behind him, one after another, 1, 2, 3 over 10 figures leaped down from the imperial palace roof. Each of these figures was tall and burly, of comparable build, each shouldering a wolf-fang club bristling with sharp teeth, creating the illusion that a pack of wolves had taken human form. Once they had landed, they swiftly encircled those in the flower garden, forming an enormous ring, precisely like a colossal iron tower. Banyu soldiers! Around these soldiers streams of black energy emanated. Clearly they had long since ceased to be truly alive. Xie Lian tensed his entire being, Ruyi coiling its power, poised for activation. Yet, upon beholding them, the Banyu soldiers did not immediately charge forth to slay. Instead they unleashed a torrent of mad cackles that reverberated through the very heavens, bellowing loudly to one another in an alien tongue. That peculiar cadence was exceedingly bizarre, its enunciation slurred, their very tongues twisting with it. It was, indeed, the language of Banyu. Although it has been 200 years, yet Xie Lian had forgotten 7 or 8 tenths of the Banyu language, but just now at the general's tomb it was as if he had reviewed it with Sanlang. Plus the voices of these soldiers resonated like bronze bells, the words simple, spewing crude language. In fact, it was not difficult to understand. Xie Lian heard all the Banyu soldiers calling the first one who jumped down general, and during their conversation, words like "take them away" and "temporarily not kill" were interspersed. He took a deep breath, whispered, "Everyone, don't panic, these Banyu fellows will temporarily not kill people. It seems they want to take us somewhere else. Absolutely do not act rashly. I cannot guarantee that I can defeat them. We can only adapt to circumstances." These soldiers, just by looking, were clearly difficult to deal with, each one of them thick-skinned and plump. Although he had Ruyi in his hand, to strangle one of them to death would probably cost no small amount of effort, let alone dealing with more than 10 of them at once. Currently there were still a few ordinary people here. If the Banyu soldiers said temporarily not kill, Xie Lian was not sure if he could subdue all the enemy. at once while also protecting the others thoroughly. Therefore, he could only temporarily silently observe the developments. Xie Lian did not say a word. While the others originally had no plan either, even if they wanted to act rashly, they wouldn't know how. The whole group nodded with tearful eyes. Only the face buried under the ground was still shouting noisily, "General! General! Please release me. I have helped you hold back the enemy. Please let me go home. I want to go home." Meeting these Banyu soldiers, his face was agitated to the extreme, screaming and sobbing. Mixed in his shouts were a few half-baked Banyu words presumably. He had randomly picked them up during his 50 or 60 years of being fertilizer here. Seeing something continuously struggling and shouting under the layer of soil on this side, the 3-meter-tall Banyu fellow called General also seemed to find it very nauseating. He slammed his wolf-fang club downwards, and a few sharp spikes pierced through the head of the face buried under the ground. He then lifted the club, the spikes thus impaling the face of the buried face, uprooting him completely from the soil, fulfilling his wish of "let me out." But crawling out of the soil with him absolutely was not a human body, but a completely white skeleton. Witnessing that horrifying scene, a few merchants were so scared they screamed loudly. Pulled out from the sharp fangs on the wolf-fang club, the head of the face buried under the ground was covered in blood. Seeing its own body, it seemed also to be frightened, asking, "What is this? What is this?" Seeing that he truly seemed unable to comprehend what shape this was, Xie Lian reminded, "This is your body." Thinking about it, it also made sense. He had been buried under the desert soil for 50 or 60 years. The flesh and blood of his body had long turned into nutrients for the good moon grass, eaten until only a skeleton remained. The face buried under the ground said, "How can this be? My body is not like this. This is not my body." His voice sounded utterly tragic, but Xie Lian only felt this image was both pitiful and terrifying. He shook his head, shifting his gaze elsewhere. Xie Lian, in turn, scoffed, "Now you are only unfamiliar with seeing this body of yours? So what was that thing that just stretched out from your mouth? You didn't feel it was a problem?" The face buried under the ground immediately retorted, "What problem is there? It's just that my tongue is a little longer than a normal person's." The corners of his eyes and the tips of his eyebrows all revealed a mocking expression. Xie Lian made a gesture of disdaining to say more to him, saying, "Oh right, just a little bit long, haha." The face buried under the ground said, "That's right. It's only slightly long, and it's also because over many years to eat winged insects and reptiles, it gradually stretched longer and longer, finally becoming like this. When he was first buried under the ground, perhaps he was still alive, who knows, perhaps to continue living. He struggled to stick out his tongue to eat winged insects and reptiles. Gradually he was no longer human, that tongue also grew longer and longer, and his food also changed from reptiles and winged insects to something more terrifying. But because he had been buried under the ground all this time, for many years not seeing the shape of his own body, therefore he completely could not accept it, nor was he willing to believe that he was no longer human. He tried to explain, "There are also people whose tongues are quite long." Xie Lian smiled. Looking at his smile, for some reason, Xie Lian felt his heart turn cold. It must be said, sometimes this youth's smile truly gave people a chilling feeling, as if their face had been peeled off. Xie Lian said, "Do you feel that you are still human?" After being asked like that, the face buried under the ground seemed to detect danger, suddenly flared up, snapped, "I am, of course, human. I am human." He was both yelling and trying to move his limbs that had turned into white bones, wanting to crawl on the ground. It was probably because he had finally escaped the layer of soil that he felt joy from the bottom of his heart. Laughing like a madman, "I must go home. I can go home now. Ha 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 ha." Crack. His laughter was too grating, finally disturbing that Banyu general. He stomped his foot downwards. The skull of the face buried under the ground instantly shattered, and his hissing cry of "I am human" could no longer be uttered. After stomping on that troublesome face buried under the ground, the general shouted a command loudly to the soldiers. All the Banyu soldiers immediately brandished their wolf-fang clubs, roared loudly a few times at Xie Lian's group, and began herding them out of the royal palace. Xie Lian walked first. Xie Lian followed behind him as always. Although he was on the way being escorted by a group of fierce and brutal Banyu soldiers, the youth's footsteps were still neither fast nor slow as before, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. Starting from just now, Xie Lian still wanted to find an opportunity to talk to the other party. After walking for a while, seeing the Banyu soldiers chattering among themselves again, not paying attention to them, he then whispered they call this leader general. I don't know what kind of general he is. Sure enough, as soon as he asked, San Lang still replied when the Banyu kingdom perished, there was only one general. His name translated into Han Chinese is Kuemo. Talian said Kima? This name sounds truly strange. Tam Lang said that's right. I heard that because when he was young, he was thin and weak and was often bullied by others. He then made a vow to become strong, using stone carving and mill grinding stone-carved millstones to temper his strength, which is why he has such a name. Talian rubbed his glabella, unable to help but think to himself, then calling him Great Street. Ranked would also be fine. Tam Lang continued. It is rumored that Kima was the most valiant general in the history of Banyu Kingdom, 3 meters tall, with unmatched strength. He was precisely the loyal supporter of the Banyu National Preceptor. Talian said even if the Banyu National Preceptor opened the gates and led troops to slaughter the city, massacre the people within the city, would he still be the National Preceptor's loyal supporter? Tam Lang said then that's hard to say. If Kima, after death, still obeyed the Banyu National Preceptor's orders as before, then now he must certainly want to bring them to the National Preceptor's place. What if the Banyu soldiers there were even more numerous? How were they to escape? Who knew how Namfang had lured those two away? The Tian Noyet grass was already in hand, but how were they to deliver it to the poison person within 12 hours? Considering the current situation, they could only take one step at a time. All along the way, Talian kept thinking, discovering that General Kima led them further and further into a desolate place, finally bringing them to a spot right on the border edge of Banyu Kingdom. Only then did they stop. Talian stopped, looked up, and an immeasurably colossal yellow earthen wall stood straight before him, looking exactly like a giant. Their destination, surprisingly, was the Pit of Sinners. Although he had lived in the vicinity of Banyu Kingdom for a short time, Talian did not often enter Banyu City, and naturally had never been close to this Pit of Sinners. Looking at the Pit of Sinners at close range, for some unknown reason, he felt his heart pound erratically. One side of the yellow earthen wall had a staircase. As he slowly climbed that crude staircase, Talian looked down below, continuously observing with his bare eyes, and finally understood why his heart was pounding erratically. It was not because he associated this place with the execution of extreme tortures, causing him to shiver without cold, nor was it out of fear that they might all be pushed to the bottom of the pit, but rather a type of erratic heart pounding purely because he sensed the existence of a spiritual formation. The terrain and layout surrounding this Pit of Sinners had been intentionally set up with an extremely formidable spiritual formation. And this spiritual formation had only one effect: to make anyone who fell down forever unable to climb back up. The so-called unable to climb back up meant that even if someone lowered a rope or erected a staircase, and the person below grasped a lifeline and climbed up, but halfway up the spiritual formation would activate, and that person would be struck down again. Talian quietly used his hand to steady himself on the wall. After a stretch of walking, he had vaguely probed the material of the wall, discovering that this wall, appearing like earth from afar, was in fact incomparably hard stone, and furthermore, it had likely been imbued with a magical spell, certainly very difficult to break. And waiting until they had climbed all the stairs, reaching the top of the Pit of Sinners, standing on the covering roof of the yellow earthen wall, the first scene they witnessed could only be described with 2 words: shocking. The entire Pit of Sinners was formed by 4 high walls encircling it. Each wall was over 30 truong 100 m long, over 20 truong 67 m high, and approximately 4 zich 1.33 m thick, standing towering there. Between the 4 walls was an enormous space, above which no crossbeams or platforms could be firmly anchored. The sky was already dark, pitch black, so the bottom could not be seen, only intermittent gusts of cold air, and the scent of blood occasionally emanated from the bottomless darkness. Everyone stepped on the covering roof without any protective railings, walking in an empty space dozens of truong above the ground. Like this, few dared to look down. After walking for a while, they suddenly encountered a long, upright pole, and on it hung a corpse. It was precisely the corpse they had seen from below earlier. That tiny corpse was a young girl in black clothes, her attire ragged, her head bowed low. Lian knew that this pole was specially used to hang those criminals they wished to maliciously humiliate. Normally, the jailers would strip all clothes off that criminal, hanging them up naked like that, letting the criminal die of starvation or dehydration. After death, the corpse would sway in the wind, exposed to sun, soaked in rain, aired out, its limbs both decaying and falling off, a most unsightly death. This young girl's corpse had not yet decayed, so she had certainly not been dead for long. Perhaps she was a resident of the nearby area. Unexpectedly, these Banyu soldiers would hang the corpse of a girl in such a place. Truly, they were exceedingly cruel and ruthless. Seeing this sight, a Zhao and Tianshang's group all turned pale, stopping their steps, not daring to move forward. Fortunately, Qima also did not urge them to continue. He turned around and let out a long roar down into the bottom of the pit of sinners. Lian couldn't help but feel strange. Why let out such a roar? The next second his question was answered. As if responding to Qima's roar, from the pitch-black bottom of the pit came bursts of growls like tigers and wolves, like monstrous beasts, like howling waves, hundreds and thousands of them, deafening. Those standing on the covering roof of the wall were shaken by that roar, almost unable to stand steadily. Lian even heard the clear sound of sand, dust, and rubble clattering down below, extremely distinct. He thought to himself, only criminals are sent into the pit of sinners. Could it be that what is responding to Qima are the spirits of the criminals at the bottom of the pit? At this moment, Qima roared another sentence downwards. Lian pricked up his ears and listened carefully. This time he was no longer roaring senselessly, nor was it any curse. Instead, it must have been encouragement. Lian was absolutely certain he had heard one word: brothers. After roaring, Qima yelled a sentence at the Banyu soldiers escorting Lian's group. Lian heard this sentence very clearly. What he said was just throw two down, and take the rest to guard. Although the others did not understand what he said, they could generally guess what was about to happen. Their faces all turned pale green. Seeing them so frightened they were almost unable to stand steady. Lian took a step forward and said softly, don't be nervous. If anything happens later, I will go first. What he thought in his heart was, should they be forced to go down later, then he would try to go down first regardless and see a bit. After all, there was nothing but old, worn-out venomous snakes, ferocious beasts, or fierce vengeful spirits. If he couldn't die from falling, couldn't die from being beaten, couldn't die from being bitten, and couldn't die from being poisoned, then as long as what was below wasn't molten rock, raging fire, or corpse-dissolving poisonous water that dissolves corpses, his jump down wouldn't be too unsightly. Furthermore, he still had Ruyi. Although because of the spiritual formation he couldn't use it to climb up. What if these Banyu soldiers threw someone down again? He could still catch them. That Qima said take the rest to guard, which meant that temporal. Why, the others would be relatively safe. After all, it was not easy to capture living people in the desert. They couldn't eat them all at once. Perhaps they wanted to store them to eat little by little. Lian was carefully considering. Unexpectedly, someone beside him lost their composure. From the moment they climbed to the top of this sinner's pit, except for Xie Lian and San Lang, who were calm as usual, everyone else trembled violently, especially Zhao. He trembled even more violently, perhaps feeling that he would surely die, so he might as well fight desperately once. Zhao clenched his fists tightly, suddenly rebelled, and charged headfirst towards Kuemo. This time Zhao charged forth, seemingly with the determination to die together, thus wanting to ram Kuemo down below with him. Kuemo, though tall and brawny, with a physique like an iron tower, was also pushed back 3 steps by Zhao's charge, imbued with a resolve to die, nearly losing his footing. He instantly flew into a rage, roared loudly once, and with the backhand shoved Zhao downwards. Seeing that young man fall into the pitch-black deep pit, everyone cried out tragically, and Xie Lian also cried out Zhao. At this moment, from the bottom of the black, bottomless pit, a burst of cheering sounds arose, along with extremely brutal tearing sounds, as if demons were fighting over leftover food. Just by hearing it, one knew that this young man named Zhao absolutely no longer had any chance of survival. It was completely unexpected for the situation to progress like this, and Xie Lian was greatly astonished. Initially, he had been extremely suspicious that Zhao was a subordinate of the Half-Moon National Preceptor, specializing in tricking people through the pass into the Half-Moon Kingdom. He also suspected that the person whose face was buried under the ground, who said met 60 years ago, was also him. Yet, unexpectedly, this young man was the first to be murdered. Could this scene be a feigned death? It was not without possibility, but currently, their entire group were prisoners of the Half-Moon soldiers. If a Zhao truly was a subordinate of the Half-Moon National Preceptor, he would by now have gained the upper hand, completely able to tear off his disguise, change to his true appearance, and swagger about complacently. Why would he need to do something superfluous like feigning death in front of them? This matter basically had no meaning at all. But why did a Zhao charge towards Kumo? Was this not senselessly seeking death? While Xie Lian's mind was still wandering, the Half-Moon soldiers on the other side began looking for the next living person to push down. After pondering for a moment, Kumo raised his hand and pointed towards Tiansheng. A Half-Moon soldier extended his large hand, stepping forward to seize the person. Tiansheng was so scared he nearly knelt on the ground, crying help. Xie Lian no longer had time to think further, stood up and spoke in Half-Moon language. General, wait. Hearing him speak, a startled expression appeared on Kumo's dark face. He waved his hand, stopping the soldiers, and said, "You know how to speak our language? Who are you?" Xie Lian said, "A Central Plains person." It wasn't that he was afraid to lie about being a Half-Moon person, but this action was not feasible at all. He didn't know how much of the Half-Moon language he had managed to pick up. If he spoke with Kumo for a long time, he would ultimately be exposed. Furthermore, his appearance clearly showed him to be a Central Plains person. Kumo asking him was likely just to confirm. Half-Moon people utterly detested lying and deceitful behavior. If exposed, the consequences would be even worse. However, speaking frankly also had its disadvantages. The Half-Moon Kingdom had been destroyed by armies from the Central Plains territory. The moment he heard Xie Lian was a Central Plains person, Kumo's dark face immediately flashed with fury. The Half-Moon soldiers also roared loudly, spewing forth nothing but curses and insults. Xie Lian listened, hearing nothing but despicable Central Plains person throw him down, which left him utterly unaffected. Unexpectedly, he suddenly vaguely heard a few phrases of prostitute, and was instantly stunned. Those soldiers cursed too quickly for him to clearly hear what exactly they were cursing, but Xie Lian couldn't help but feel annoyed, muttering to himself, "I can understand the curses before this, but where did that last word come from? Are you sure you're not cursing the wrong person?" As a general, Kumo was not as easily agitated as the soldiers. He said, "Our nation vanished in the desert more than 200 years ago. You are not a person of our nation. Yet you know our language. Who exactly are you?" If he wanted to deal with the Half-Moon soldiers, there was only one way to talk nonsense and make things up. Xie Lian couldn't help but glance at the perfectly calm youth standing beside him, thinking to himself that he hoped if things were not handled perfectly later, at most he would just desperately call San Lang to save him. Thinking this, he lightly coughed once, just as he was about to start talking nonsense. At this very moment, from the pitch-black bottom of the pit, another wave of roaring sounds, like the roaring of waves in the ocean, echoed upwards. It seemed that whatever was down there had already torn apart and eaten a Zhao's corpse. Yet they were still as hungry as before, so they competed to use these sounds to express their craving for fresh flesh and blood. Kumo waved his hand, seemingly wanting to grab Tiansheng again. Xie Lian suddenly spoke up, "General, I'll go first." Kumo was surely certain he had never heard anyone request to go first in a place like this. His two eyes stared wide like bronze bells, and astonished, he said, "You go first? Why?" Of course, Xie Lian could not honestly answer that it was because he was not afraid. After pondering for a moment, he chose a bland yet perfectly proper answer, saying, "General, these people are merely innocent passing merchants, and among them are even children." After hearing this, Kumo sneered, "When your armies drenched our nation in blood, did you ever think that there were also many innocent merchants and children here?" The demise of the Half-Moon Kingdom was a matter of 200 years ago now. The Central Plains had long since seen dynasties change, but hatred would not fade with it. Kumo continued, "You are very suspicious. I must question you. You cannot go down. Throw another one down." Then there was no other way. Xie Lian was about to go all the way. Jump first and think later, when he saw San Lang standing beside him take one step forward. Xie Lian was startled and turned his head back. That youth crossed his arms, using a kind of indifferent, contemplative gaze to stare intently at that bottomless sinner's pit. In his heart, a sudden ominous premonition arose. "Xie Lian," said San Lang. Hearing his call, San Lang turned his head, smiled and said, "It's all right." San Lang again took one step forward, his entire person already standing at an extremely perilous place. Both Xie Lian's heart and eyelids pounded rapidly. He said, "Wait, San Lang, don't move just yet." At the edge of the open air, that youth's red robe fluttered in the night wind. San Lang cast his gaze upon Xie Lian, gave a light laugh and said, "Don't be afraid." Xie Lian said, "You step back first. Once you've stepped back, I won't be afraid anymore." Tam Lang said, "There's no need to worry. I'll go first for a moment." Talin said, "Don't you?" Before his words were fully uttered, that young man, maintaining his posture with folded arms, took another step forward, gently sprang up, and immediately vanished into the deep, immeasurable darkness. The moment Tam Lang leapt down, Rui darted out from Talin's wrist, transforming into a shimmering arc of white light, wishing to entwine itself around the young man's figure. Unfortunately, the speed of his fall was too swift. The white silk ribbon couldn't even catch a corner of his robe before dejectedly retracting. Talin suddenly knelt on the high wall, calling down below, "Tam Lang!" There was no sound at all after that young man jumped down. There was no sound at all. Beside Talin on the high wall, numerous Ban Noyet soldiers cried out to each other, all of them utterly terrified. What was happening today? In the past, people had to be captured before being thrown down, but today they were taking turns vying to jump, and if not allowed, they would jump themselves. General Kakma roared loudly for the soldiers to calm down. As for Talin, seeing Rui fail to grasp Tam Lang, he had no time to think further. He withdrew the ribbon and flung himself into the pit of sinners. Unexpectedly, as his body was already in mid-air, the back of his collar was suddenly pulled taut, leaving him suspended in the sky. It turned out that upon seeing Tali, and jumped down as well, General Kakma surprisingly stretched out his long arm, seizing him and preventing his fall. Talin thought to himself, "You want to follow, that's fine, falling together is even better." Prompted by his thoughts, Rui, just like a white snake, suddenly slithered up and wrapped around Kakma's arm, completely enveloping the man's entire body in an instant. Seeing this white silk ribbon so strangely unpredictable, as if it had come to life, Kakma's expression abruptly changed. Black veins pulsed on his forehead, and the large, strong muscles on his body immediately bulged manifold, as if he wished to tear apart the Rui that bound him. As Talin was grappling with him, his gaze suddenly darted to an extremely bizarre phenomenon. The corpse hanging on the long pole suddenly stirred, gently raising its head. The Ban Noyet soldiers also noticed this corpse twitching. They clamored and shouted, brandishing their wolf-fang staffs to strike towards that corpse. After twitching once, no one knew how the black-clothed maiden untied the ropes that hung her. She suddenly leapt down from the pole, immediately rushing over to this side. She was like a gust of black wind blowing past the high wall's parapet, both swift and eerie. The Ban Noyet soldiers were immediately blown left and right by this eerie wind, screaming tragically as they fell off the high wall. Seeing his soldiers swept down below, falling into the pit of sinners, Kakma furiously cursed loudly. He uttered extremely vulgar words, perhaps using a great deal of local slang, which Talin didn't understand much. However, he still understood the first sentence Kakma cursed, saying, "It's this hussy again." The next second he couldn't curse anymore, because Talin suddenly used force to pull him, and they fell together into the pit of sinners. Falling into the pit of sinners, one cannot climb out. As they fell, the angry roar emanating from Kakma's mouth almost pierced Talin's eardrums. He had no choice but to retract Rui, and conveniently kicked Kakma once to make him a bit farther away, protecting his ears. Immediately after that, he controlled Rui to shoot upwards, hoping to grab something to cushion the fall a bit, at least so he wouldn't land too miserably. But this pit of sinners was very sturdy, and that array was also extremely powerful. Rui not only couldn't reach higher, but there was also no place to cling to among the four walls. Just as Talin thought, he would again be smashed flat like a pancake, pinned to the ground and impossible to dig up for days, like countless times before. Suddenly in the darkness a silver light flashed. The next second a pair of hands gently caught him. That person caught him with precise accuracy, truly as if specifically waiting below to catch him. One hand wrapped around his back, holding his shoulder, while the other lifted his bent knee, easily neutralizing his fierce descent from above. Ta Lin had just fallen from a high place, and due to the sudden stop, his mind was still slightly dizzy. He unconsciously raised his hand, tightly clutched the other's shoulder and said, "Tam Lang?" All around was pitch black, he couldn't see anything clearly, and naturally couldn't see who that person was, but he still blurted out these two words. The other party did not reply. Ta Lin felt around the other's chest and shoulder a few times, asking to confirm, "Tam Lang, is that you?" He didn't know if it was because they had reached the bottom of the pit, but the smell of blood here was so strong it could make one faint. Ta Lin also didn't know what kind of situation this was. He kept feeling aimlessly upwards, and when his hand fumbled upon the person's rigid Adam's apple, he suddenly came to his senses, muttering to himself, "Oh, the impropriety, the impropriety! What am I doing?" He hastily withdrew his hand, saying, "It's Tam Lang, isn't it? Are you all right? Are you hurt?" After a long while, he finally heard the young man's low, muffled voice coming from very close to him. "It's nothing." For some reason, Ta Lin felt that his voice, when saying that sentence, seemed to have a subtle difference compared to usual. Book 1 Chapter 25 Ambiguous Xie Lian. Night falling into the pit of sinners 2. Ta Lin said, "Tam Lang, are you really all right? Let me down." Tam Lang said again, "Don't get down." Ta Lin was startled, thinking to himself, what is it? Could it be there's something on the ground? That pair of hands still held him tightly, showing no tendency to loosen. Ta Lin had originally intended to raise his hand and gently push Tam Lang's chest away a little, but as soon as he lifted his hand, he suddenly remembered that when he fell earlier, the other party had caught him, and he had even felt around haphazardly, fumbling upon the young man's hard, protruding throat. So, he stealthily withdrew his hand again. He didn't know what was happening. Ta Lin had not known how to write the two words shame or embarrassment for several centuries, but now a voice in his heart continuously warned him, "It's best not to touch things haphazardly, behave yourself a little." At this moment, he only heard a roar full of anger and sorrow coming from the other side of the bottom of the pit. "What is wrong with you all?" This roar was the sound of Banyu. Hearing the voice, it was indeed General Kuemo, who had been pulled down by Xie Lian. He was originally dead, so naturally he would not die from falling. It was just that this fall was too forceful, probably also creating a man-shaped pit and pinning him beneath it. Waiting until he crawled up, he began to cry out, "What happened? Brothers, what is wrong with all of you?" Just now, he had stood on the high wall calling down, and clearly below, there were hundreds and thousands of voices replying to him, just like deep within a pit crammed with wailing, hungry, evil spirits. But at this very moment, Xie Lian's ears could only hear Kumo's miserable, furious roar. Besides that, there was only a patch of utter silence. He couldn't even hear the breathing and heartbeat of Tam Lang, who was so close. That's right, he was clearly leaning close against Tam Lang. Yet he completely could not hear this youth's breathing and heartbeat. Kuemo shouted loudly, "Who killed you all? Who killed you all?" When a Zhao fell down, he could still hear dreadful sounds coming from below, like silkworms devouring living people. But after Tam Lang jumped down, below there was not any sound at all. So who else could it be? Kuemo also immediately reacted, saying, "People of the Central Plains, damn you, I want you all to die." Although he could not see anything, Xie Lian still sensed danger rushing towards this side. He slightly moved, saying, "Tam Lang, be careful." Tam Lang merely said, "Ignore him." As he spoke, he continued to hold Xie Lian, his foot shifting a step, as if pivoting his body. In the darkness, Xie Lian heard an extremely faint clink sound, clear and pleasant to the ear, yet strong, fleetingly appearing and then vanishing. Just as he was about to investigate, the Kuemo who had pounced and missed earlier attacked again. Tam Lang skillfully spun around, deftly dodging, and Xie Lian's arm instinctively wrapped around again, embracing Tam Lang tightly, unconsciously clinging to the fabric at the other's shoulder. But these hands held him incredibly steadily, dodging east and west, yet still holding him firmly as usual. It was just that Xie Lian frequently felt something icy cold pressing against his body on these hands, which made him feel bewildered. Amidst the boundless, endless darkness, a flash of silver light flickered, and from all directions, the sounds of sharp blades cutting and slashing echoed, along with Kumo's incessant angry curses. That Banyu general seemed not lightly injured, but was still extremely fierce and brave, unwilling to retreat, sweeping in again with a fierce gust of wind. Xie Lian felt he couldn't stay seated like this forever. sang Rui. Responding to the call, the white silk sash flew out with a thump, seemingly whipping Kuemo flying into the sky then tumbling down to the ground. This fall made Kuemo roar. You. 2 people. 2 against 1. Despicable. Xie Lian thought to himself, since you want to kill us, why worry about 2 against 1 or 2 against several? Despicable or not despicable, preserving one's life is more important. Kill first, then worry about it later. Tam Lang chuckled softly, a sound devoid of amusement, saying even 1-on-1, you have no chance of winning. Gage, don't intervene. The latter sentence was indeed spoken to Xie Lian, the tone lower, the mockery in the previous sentence having vanished. Xie Lian said all right. After saying this, he still gently reminded Tam Lang, why don't you let me down first? Like this, I'm hindering you a lot. Tam Lang replied, no hindrance. Gage, don't get down. Xie Lian couldn't help but say, why exactly can I not get down? Couldn't be that T.'s youth simply enjoys carrying people while fighting, could it? Tam Lang's answer had only one word, dirty. Oh. Xie Lian had absolutely not expected him to utter such a reason, and moreover, to say it so earnestly. He couldn't help but feel amused, then felt a strange, inexplicable sensation. He only felt his chest somehow growing slightly warm, and said, you can't keep carrying me like this forever. Tam Lang said, not necessarily impossible. That remark of Xie Lian's was just a joke, but Tam Lang's retort was completely devoid of jest. For a moment he didn't know how best to reply next. While the 2 of them exchanged a few words, Kuemo, stubborn and indomitable, launched an attack again in the darkness. Clearly Tam Lang was using both hands to carry him, but he managed somehow to continuously beat Kuemo back, who as he retreated roared, that wretch allowed you. This sentence was not yet roared to completion, when only a truly loud thud was heard. A massive body crashed to the ground, and was actually beaten into lying sprawling and unable to get up. Hearing the sound, Xie Lian hastily said, Tam Lang, please don't kill him yet. If we want to leave this place, I fear we will still need to extract information from his mouth. Sure enough, Tam Lang did not strike again, standing still without moving, and said, originally, I didn't intend to kill him either, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. At the bottom of the sinner's pit, silence once again descended. After a moment of silence, Xie Lian said, Tam Lang, those things below, did you do them? Although they were in the darkness and could not see anything clearly, this scent of fresh blood and murderous aura that covered the sky and earth, coupled with Kumo's previous state of frantic grief and rage, clearly depicted what had happened below. After a spell of silence, Xie Lian finally heard Tam Lang's answer. He said yes. The answer lay within his expectations. A moment later, Talin sighed. How should I put this? He considered for a while and finally sincerely said, Tam Lang, the next time you see a pit like this, you absolutely must not jump down carelessly again, alright? Even if I wanted to stop you, I couldn't. I truly don't know what would be best. As if not expecting Talin to utter such a sentence, Tam Lang seemed momentarily speechless. When he opened his mouth again, his tone was somewhat peculiar, saying, brother, you want ask more. Talin said, what else do you want me to ask? Tam Lang said, for instance, am I human? Talin rubbed his glabella, saying, as for this, I feel there's nothing that needs to be asked. Tam Lang said, Not needed. Talin said, yes. Is it necessary? Whether one is human or not, it's completely irrelevant. Tam Lang said, oh? Nestled in the crook of the other's arm, Talin crossed his arms and said, to befriend someone, one must look at whether they are compatible, what their level of compatibility is, rather than looking at their identity. Filik. Even if you were a beggar, I would still like you. If I dislike you, even if you were an emperor, I would still dislike you. Shouldn't it be like that? This is a principle that couldn't be simpler, therefore there's no need to ask. Tam Lang laughed heartily. Yes, brother. What you said is truly exceedingly profound. Talin said, right, isn't it? Then also chuckled a few times. After laughing for a while, he suddenly felt something was amiss, and in that sudden moment he finally registered it. All this time he was still being carried by Tam Lang like that, and what was most terrifying was, unbeknownst to himself, he had grown accustomed to that posture. It truly was enough to take his old life. Talin coughed lightly once and said, oh, by the way, Tam Lang, let's discuss these trivial matters later. Could you please put me down first, alright? Tam Lang sounded like he gave a soft chuckle, saying, wait a moment. He carried Talin, seeming to descend a stretch of road, only then gently set him down. Ta Lin touched the ground, his feet stepping onto solid ground, and said thank you very much. Tam Lang showed no particular expression, and having finished thanking him, Ta Lin then raised his head to look up. A bright moon hung gracefully in the deep azure sky, indescribably beautiful, yet it was framed within the sky of four walls, making one recall the frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the sky. Ta Lin tried to control Ri to shoot upwards again, but as Ted, Ri shot to midair and was blocked by something invisible, ricocheted back, unable to ascend. Tam Lang said all four sides around this sinner's pit have spell formations established. Ta Lin said I know, I was just trying it out. One cannot simply abandon an idea without attempting it first. I wonder how the others up there are doing. Did that black-clad maiden sweep them all down as well? He recounted the story of the maiden hanging on the pillar suddenly causing chaos, sweeping the entire squad of soldiers into the pit for Tam Lang's ears. After a few sentences, he wanted to take a few steps forward, but suddenly stepped on something which seemed to be an arm. Ta Lin almost stumbled and fell, but then quickly steadied himself, yet Tam Lang still supported him, saying be careful. He nonchalantly added I told you, the ground below is very dirty. Ta Lin also understood what the word dirty implied, and said it's fine. I want to raise the palm flame to gauge what exactly is happening down here, and then plan accordingly. Tam Lang did not reply. Just then in the distance, the cold voice of Kumo echoed again, you all working for that vile person. Tens of thousands of vengeful souls of our nation will curse you. Curse you. Ta Lin turned his head, speaking in the Banyu tongue. General Kumo, that person you spoke of, who exactly is it? Kok Ma said hatefully, what need is there to feign asking? That demon Taoist priestess. Xie Lian asked, is it the female Daoi? Esti priestess strolling within the city? Kok Ma let out a fierce snort, and it seemed he was right. Xie Lian said, are you not loyal to the state preceptor Banyu? Enraged by these words, Kok Ma cursed loudly, I, Kok Ma, will never again be loyal to her. I will not spare that vile woman. Following that was a long, incessant stream of curses. Kok Ma's emotions agitated, his speaking speed extremely fast, so fast that the further it went, Xie Lian became utterly bewildered, unable to understand a single word, and could only secretly say, San Lang, San Lang. San Lang said, he is cursing someone, saying that woman betrayed their nation, opened the city gates to let the Central Plains army in to massacre the city, personally murdered the people of Banyu, and pushed his brothers into this monstrous pit. He wants to hang her 1,000 times more, 10,000 times more. Hearing this, Xie Lian suddenly realized, it seemed something was amiss. The female Taoist priestess strolling within the city that he had just mentioned, originally referred to that girl in white. But now, Kok Ma kept calling that state preceptor Banyu a vile woman, and also said that state preceptor pushed his brothers into this monstrous pit, and just now when the girl in black swept the soldiers off the high wall, he also heard Kok Ma curse, it's this vile woman again. Adding the last sentence, hang her 1,000 times more. Xie Lian suddenly realized that what they were discussing seemed fundamentally not the same thing. Xie Lian cut across Kok Ma's curses, saying, General, is the state preceptor Banyu you speak of the girl in black hanging from the pole of the sinner's pit? Kok Ma said, if not her, then who else? Oh, so that small skinny girl in black, looking like a corpse hanging from the long pole, was in fact the true state preceptor Banyu. But if that were the case, then who was the female Taoist priestess in white, leisurely strolling through Banyu City, and even saying she wanted to exterminate them all, and the female Taoist priestess in black accompanying her? That girl in black, with her strange and unpredictable movements, capable of sweeping more than a dozen fierce and mighty Banyu soldiers off the high wall in a flash. For what reason was she hung in the sinner's pit? Book 1 Chapter 26 Ambiguous Hua Lian. Night falls into the sinner's pit 3. The more he pondered, the more convoluted and tangled the affair seemed. Xie Lian asked, General, then why would state preceptor Banyu want to open the gates to lead the army in to massacre the city? To his surprise, Kok Ma said again, you killed my brothers, I will not answer you, I want to fight you. San Lang said, it was I who killed them, he did not lay a hand on them. You may answer him and then fight me. Oh. Xie Lian thought to himself, this was truly so logical that it was impossible to refute. Kok Ma said angrily, you are all assistants that vile woman found, you're all the same. Xie Lian hastily said, General Kok Ma, Have you perhaps misunderstood something? We originally came to this desert to eradicate State Preceptor Banyu. How could we be assistants she invited? As soon as he heard Xie Lian speak of eradicating State Preceptor Banyu, Kok Ma fell silent, and after a moment he spoke again. If you were not sent by her, how could you kill these brothers of mine? Only she would want to do such a thing. Xie Lian reasoned with him. It was precisely because you threw us down that we were forced to defend ourselves, no? Kok Ma said indignantly, nonsense. I originally had no intention of throwing you down. Just now, I clearly held on to you. It was clearly you yourselves who insisted on jumping down. These words were truly unbearable. Xie Lian was almost tricked by the man and could only say that, cough, even if we aren't thrown down, someone else will be. How can we just idly watch such a thing happen? What you are doing is clearly cannibalism. Seemingly recalling the hatred, Kuemo snapped. Eating people is also because of that vile woman's harm. It seemed the man truly hated that Banyu national master to the bone marrow. Xie Lian said, General, we are all currently trapped at the bottom of the pit. You should hold off on your curses for now. Quickly think of a way to get out. What exactly is the story of that Banyu national master? Kuemo coldly replied. The two of you are so cunning and despicable, ganging up on me. Though I couldn't win, I will not answer any more of your questions. Xie Lian felt a little dismayed. He rubbed his glabella and said, I only struck you once. Truly just once. It wasn't that he cared about being called cunning and despicable if the situation was critical, let alone 2 against 1. He wouldn't find it humiliating even if he led 100 to gang up on one. There was no time for one-on-one. However, just now, San Lang clearly had the upper hand even while carrying one person, and even told Xie Lian not to interfere. Yet Kuemo felt that a one-on-one fight could defeat San Lang. Xie Lian genuinely felt dismayed for him. San Lang, on the other hand, was not dismayed at all. He cheerfully said, Yes, I was the one who hit you. Do you have any objections? Kuemo stubbornly refused to listen, saying, Just now the 2 of you ganged up to fight me alone, and now you're ganging up to talk to me alone. Too despicable. I will not answer you. He was extremely uncooperative, but Xie Lian was not agitated. Considering Kumo's personality, saying that much was already being reasonable. Just proceed slowly, it was fine. However, San Lang had no patience whatsoever. He stood beside them and leisurely said, For your brothers, you'd better answer His Highness. Kuemo said, They have been killed by you. Don't even think of threatening me with them. San Lang said, Indeed they are dead, but their corpses are still here. Seemingly unable to remain prostrate any longer, Kuemo warily asked, What do you want? San Lang smiled and said, That's for you to tell me. What do you want? Just from his voice, Xie Lian could already imagine San Lang narrowing his eyes as he spoke this line. Do you want them to live peacefully in the next life? Or do you want them to be born as a puddle of blood? At first, Kuemo was stunned, then immediately understood what San Lang meant. His whole body felt as if it would explode, and he roared, You! The Banyu people highly valued burial rites. They believed that whatever state a person's body was in when they departed this life, that was how they would be in the next. For example, if one lost an arm at death, then in the next life they would be born as a congenitally disabled armless person. If the corpses at the bottom of the pit were truly crushed into a puddle of blood, wouldn't it be worse than not existing at all in the next life? Judging from General Kumo's attitude and actions just now, he was a true Banyu native. These customs and beliefs must have been deeply ingrained in his heart, and he valued his brothers even more. Using this to threaten him could be considered a good method. Sure enough, in another corner of the darkness, Kuemo held his breath for a moment, suppressing his anger. After a long while, he finally spoke in a helpless tone, Don't touch the corpses of my brothers. They are all valiant soldiers. Being trapped in this pit of sinners for so many years was already unfortunate enough. Today being killed by you, I don't know if it counts as liberation. But their corpses absolutely should not suffer such humiliation. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Are you truly here to kill that vile woman? Xie Lian said gently, Absolutely no deception. As the saying goes, know yourself, know your enemy. 100 battles, 100 victories. Outsiders know very little about the deeds of the Banyu national master. It's difficult to act against her. But General Kumo has worked with her before, so you can surely give us some pointers. Perhaps it was having a common enemy in the Banyu national master that stirred in him a shared animosity, or perhaps it was because he had fallen into a deep abyss from which he could not climb out. sitting on a mountain of his subordinate soldiers' corpses, that he became disheartened and discouraged. Kuemo temporarily withdrew his intention to attack the perpetrators and said, "Don't you know why she opened the gates and let the Central Plains people in to destroy the nation? Because she wanted to go against us. She hates us. She hates Banyu Nation," Xie Lian said, the so-called Banyu National Master. Kuemo corrected him, "Demonic sorceress." It seemed he no longer wanted to acknowledge that black-clad maiden as his nation's national master. Xie Lian said, "All right, demonic sorceress. What do you mean she hates you? If she hated you, why did she sit in the position of national master?" From Kumo's words, occasionally interspersed with curses, Xie Lian finally pieced together the overall framework. That Banyu national master was the child of a Banyu woman and a Central Plains man. In the border region where the people of the two nations hated each other, this interracial couple lived an extremely arduous life. After a few years, the Central Plains man truly could not endure such a life any longer. He left the border and returned to the Central Plains. Although the two had spoken clearly with each other before parting ways, not long after, the Banyu woman also passed away due to accumulated emotional distress. They left behind a daughter, 6 or 7 years old, whom no one cared for. She wandered the streets, growing up with alternating hunger and fullness. The couple was scorned by others, and the next generation born from them was also despised. All the Banyu people were tall and robust. Both men and women considered being healthy and lively as beautiful. However, this maiden, being a mixed-race child, looked exceptionally small, thin, and sickly among a group of Banyu children. Thus, from a young age, she was often bullied. Gradually, her personality became increasingly gloomy and eccentric. Banyu children refused to play with her. On the contrary, some Central Plains children still bothered to pay attention to her. When this maiden was 12 years old, a riot broke out at the border, and the armies of both sides clashed once more. After that battle, the girl suddenly disappeared. She originally had no relatives or friends in Banyu Nation, and when she disappeared for several years, no one inquired about her. But when she appeared again, the situation was different from before. It turned out that in those few years, she had unexpectedly traveled thousands of miles, crossing the desert alone to reach the Central Plains. It is unknown what strange encounter she had there, but she returned having learned extremely sinister magical abilities. Moreover, she could also control the venomous creature that the Banyu people feared the most, the scorpion-tailed viper. Seeing her return, besides admiration, some Banyu people also felt fear. Because this young woman's personality had not changed at all, still gloomy and taciturn as before. Back then, many Banyu people had bullied her, and now she was working in the palace, even becoming a sorcerer of noble status. What if one day she wanted to seek revenge on them? Wouldn't she then cause trouble for them? And so, these people reported to the imperial palace, saying that young woman was an envoy sent by the scorpion-tailed viper to bring disaster upon the Banyu kingdom, and must be hanged. At that time, Kakma was already a great general of the Banyu kingdom, renowned, valiant, and skilled in battle. He worked with this young woman a few times and felt that her actions were very much to his liking, both proper and conforming to established practices, nor did she harbor any schemes to bring disaster upon the country, so he vouched for her with all his might, refuting all those ill-intentioned words. Moreover, when Kakma was young, he had also once been bullied by his peers due to his weakness, therefore he felt a bit of sympathy for this young woman, and naturally paid more attention to her. The more he paid attention, the more he discovered that this young woman possessed exceptional abilities, and so Kakma continuously recommended her, single-handedly elevating her to the position of national preceptor, furthermore becoming the most loyal supporter of the Banyu national preceptor as recorded by later generations. Who would have thought that from beginning to end, this national preceptor had always harbored malicious intentions? It was just that her disguise was too good. She hated the Banyu kingdom to the bone, returning after learning her skills precisely to take revenge on this nation. And the way to take revenge was to suddenly open the city gates at the most intense moment of the great battle. As soon as he heard that the national preceptor had opened the city gates, Kakma, who was desperately fighting with the enemy army, went furious. He alone, no matter how valiant, after all did not have enough strength to turn the tide. However, even if he was destined to die in battle, before dying in battle, he must also kill the traitor. And so, he led a squad of soldiers, stormed up the city gate tower, dragged the national preceptor down, and hanged her on the pit of sinners. The great army wept through, and the entire Banyu kingdom turned into a deadly nation. And the national preceptor and the general who died in the great battle were also trapped in this deadly city, turning into hung. Both sides could not leave this desolate place, but still harbored animosity towards each other as before. On one side, Kak Ma led the Banyu soldiers under his command, searching for the national preceptor's presence everywhere whenever he caught her. He would hang her to death on the pit of sinners once again. As for that Banyu national preceptor, she also appeared and vanished unpredictably, hunting down the Banyu soldiers and pushing them into the pit of sinners. She set up an extremely potent formation all around the pit of sinners. If one fell in, they would not be able to climb out. And the resentment of the fallen soldiers was immeasurably deep. Only fresh flesh and blood could dispel the hatred in their hearts, otherwise, they would wail every night without finding peace. Seeing the valiant soldiers of yesteryear come to such a state today, Kak Ma naturally felt his heart ache as if torn. Luckily, the Banyu national preceptor's scorpion-tailed vipers possessed a very strong aggressive nature, frequently crawled out of the city, biting people everywhere. And those merchant caravans bitten by scorpion-tailed vipers who entered the city looking for Xie grass would be seized by Kak Ma, thrown into the pit of sinners, to feed those soldiers who could not climb out. This interrupted self-narration. Xie Lian listened, lost in thought. After a long while, Kak Ma did not speak, and only then did he ask, so, was the patch of Xie grass in the imperial palace planted by you all? Was that old man buried by you all? Kak Ma said, that's right. That old man buried underground wanted to come and steal the treasures and jewels of the imperial palace, but all the treasures and jewels of our nation had been completely plundered 200 years ago. He couldn't find any treasures and jewels, but instead had to become fertilizer for us. Hearing this, Xie Lian fell silent, saying nothing. He felt that Kak Ma was lying. Or at the very least, Kak Ma was hiding something. If the Banyu soldiers voluntarily went to plant Xie grass, even using living people as fertilizer, it proved that although they were no longer human, their fear for the scorpion-tailed vipers had not diminished at all. Then, when they were still alive, that fear would certainly have been even more serious. However, if the Banyu national preceptor could control the scorpion-tailed vipers that they feared the most, why would she be so easily dragged down from the city gate tower and hanged by a group of soldiers? What's more, according to Kak Ma's account, over the past 200 years, he had caught the national preceptor again and again, and the national preceptor was also hanged by him again and again. Not to mention the scorpion-tailed vipers crawling out of the city to bite people also drew immense attention. Was it an accident? Could there truly be such accidental coincidences? Was the national preceptor doing it intentionally? But if so, wasn't she essentially creating favorable conditions for Kak Ma to catch living people for the soldiers to eat? According to the saying of two opposing sides, isn't this contradictory? The formation all around the pit of sinners was established by the Banyu national preceptor. She could establish it, which meant she could also dismantle it. In other words, even if she swept a group of soldiers down, she could also release them. However, if that were the case, both sides pretended to be enemies. For what purpose? And before this jumbled pile of clues, there was also a riddle: the identity of that female Taoist in white and her companion. After pondering for a while, Xie Lian decided to ask a few more questions to assess how trustworthy Kak Ma's words ultimately were. General Kak Ma, just now when we entered the city we encountered two, one black and one white. Precisely at this moment, San Lang softly said Shu. Although he didn't know what was happening, Xie Lian immediately fell silent. A strange intuition made him tilt his head back and look up. It was still the square patch of deep blue night sky, still that crescent moon shining brightly and coldly. But beside the crescent moon, Xie Lian saw a person in the distance, almost half a figure in black peeking out, looking down this way. Zed for a moment, almost half of that person's body suddenly transformed into their whole body, jumping down. As they fell, Xie Lian could clearly see that person's long, disheveled hair and small, slender figure. It was none other than the Banyu national master who had previously been hung on the long pole. Volume 1 Chapter 27 Hua Lian's Ambiguity. Night falling into the pit of sinners 4. After jumping down, the national master spoke in Banyu. Kuamo, what happened? The moment she opened her mouth, her voice was vastly different from Xie Lian's imagination. It did sound indifferent, yet it was very soft, like an unhappy, sullen child murmuring to themselves, rather than a cold, sharp tone. If Xie Lian's hearing hadn't been rather acute, he likely wouldn't have heard it clearly. Kuo asked what happened. They're all dead. The National Master said, how could they all be dead? Kuo said, isn't it because you pushed them down and trapped them in this cursed place? The National Master said, who is here? There's still one more person. In truth, at the bottom of the pit, besides Kuo, there should have been 2 more people, but Sanlang had no breath and no heartbeat, which was why the Banyu National Master couldn't detect any trace of his existence. Earlier, it had also been utterly chaotic above, making it impossible to remember who fell and who escaped, which was why she assumed only Xie Lian was present. Kuo said, it was them who killed my soldiers. Are you happy now? The people you wanted to kill, in the end they're all dead. On the other side, the National Master fell silent for a moment. After a long while, a flickering light suddenly emerged from the darkness, illuminating a black-clad maiden holding a tiny flame in the palm of her hand. This maiden, at first glance, was surprisingly only about 15 or 16 years old. Her dark, deep eyes were not unattractive, it was simply that her demeanor wasn't particularly joyful. Bruises adorned both her forehead and the corners of her mouth, starkly visible under the flickering firelight. The hand holding the flame seemed to be trembling, causing the tiny fire in her palm to waver ceaselessly. Had it not been confirmed beforehand, no one would have ever guessed that the Banyu National Master was such a frail, weary young girl. Beyond illuminating herself, the flame also cast light upon the surroundings. At her feet lay the corpses of armored Banyu soldiers. Xie Lian could not help but glance to the side. Because the flame held by the National Master was too small, it could not illuminate the entire scene at the bottom of the pit of sinners. They remained hidden in the darkness as before, but relying on the distant glimmer of firelight, Xie Lian could discern a red-clad figure standing beside him. Although not seen very clearly, Xie Lian still vaguely perceived a position very close to his eye level. He wondered if it was an illusion, for Sanlang was originally taller than him, but the Sanlang of this moment seemed to have grown even taller. Xie Lian slowly shifted his gaze upwards, moving to the young man's throat, pausing for a moment before continuing higher, finally settling on the beautiful chin of the other party. The upper half of Sanlang's face remained hidden in the darkness, yet Xie Lian felt that this half of his face also held subtle differences compared to before. Although still as handsome, the angular contours seemed sharper. Perhaps noticing Xie Lian's gaze, that face tilted, turning towards him, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. The curve of that subtly lifted lip was utterly captivating. The two were already very close, yet to clearly see the upper half of Sanlang's face, one would surely need to be even closer. Unconsciously, Xie Lian took another step closer to him. Just then, a pained groan from Kuo echoed in the distance. He seemed to be profoundly shocked upon witnessing this tragic scene firsthand. Xie Lian turned his head. Hearing his cries, the Banyu National Master's expression stiffened once more. After a moment she spoke, very good, finally freed. Kuo was in anguish, and hearing this he flew into a rage. What's so good about it? What do you mean? This anger seemed entirely genuine. It appeared he truly hated this National Master to the bone. The National Master said, all are liberated. In the darkness she turned towards Xie Lian and asked, was it you who killed them? This question surprisingly was asked in flawless Han language, and her tone held no trace of accusation. Xie Lian said this was an accident. The National Master continued, who are you? Xie Lian replied, I am a heavenly official from the heavenly court, and this is my companion. Kok Ma did not understand, but he could tell they were not arguing. He vigilantly asked, what are you all saying? The National Master's gaze slowly swept past Xie Lian, pausing on Sanlang for a moment before immediately withdrawing. She said, never before has any god official come here. I still thought you all had long ago abandoned this place. Xie Lian had assumed he would have to fight a battle with the Banyu National Master, but to his surprise she was utterly despondent, devoid of any will to fight, which made him not help but surprised. She continued to ask, do you all wish to go out? Although this conversation was slightly odd, Xie Lian still calmly and amiably conversed with her. We do want to go out, but spell formations are set up on all 4 sides around here. There's no way to get out. Hearing this, the Banyu National Master walked up to a high wall of the sinner's pit, extended her hand, drew upon the wall for a moment, then turned her head and said, "I've opened it." Oh, how easy she was to talk to. Xie Lian was at a loss for words. Just at this moment, a voice transmitted from above, echoing from afar, "Is there anyone down below?" It was Fu Yao's voice. Xie Lian felt he heard San Lang, who stood beside him, click his tongue. He immediately looked up, and indeed saw a dark-robed figure looking down. He then shouted loudly, "Fu Yao, I'm down here." After shouting, he also waved his hand. Fu Yao from above said, "Really down below?" "What's down below?" Xie Lian said, "Well, there are many things down below, why don't you see for yourself?" Fu Yao also seemed to feel that seeing for himself was better than hearing Xie Lian speak, so with a boom, he lit a large fireball and threw it down. In just the blink of an eye, the entire bottom of the sinner's pit was illuminated as bright as day by the firelight, and Xie Lian finally saw clearly the kind of place he was standing in. Surrounding him on all sides were corpses piled into mountains, blood flowing like rivers. Countless bodies of Banyu soldiers were stacked upon each other, their arms and faces dark, their armor shining like snow, their blood a purplish red. And the place Xie Lian was standing was precisely the sole empty patch of ground free of corpses at the bottom of the sinner's pit. All of these things San Lang had accomplished in mere moments after jumping down. Xie Lian turned his head back again, casting his gaze upon the youth standing beside him. Just a moment ago in the darkness, he had vaguely seen San Lang appear to suddenly grow a little taller, with a few subtle differences in minor details. But now, under the brilliant firelight, the handsome youth from before still stood beside him, smiling when he saw Xie Lian looking at him. Xie Lian lowered his head to look at the other's wrist and shoes. Indeed, they were exactly the same as at the beginning, with nothing unusual. He silently understood in his heart. However, since Fu Yao had arrived, it was better to keep things hidden to avoid further trouble. As he was thinking, he heard only a heavy thud, and Fu Yao also jumped down. Xie Lian said, "Weren't you watching over the people of that merchant caravan?" Fu Yao had just jumped down, still unaccustomed to the bloody stench at the bottom of the pit, so he frowned and fanned the air with his hand. He coldly said, "I waited 3 hours and still didn't see you two return. I thought something had happened. I drew a circle for them to sit and wait, then came here to check first." Drawing a circle naturally referred to a protective barrier, but Xie Lian still felt a headache upon hearing it. He said, "A drawn circle won't hold for long. If you leave like that, they'll inevitably suspect they've been abandoned. What if they leave the circle and run off randomly? What then?" Fu Yao disagreed, saying, "If someone already wants to seek death, even 8 horses couldn't pull them back. There's no need to do anything at all. What's the situation with these 2 people? Who is who?" Fu Yao heightened his vigilance against the 2 other people at the bottom of the pit, but quickly discovered that Kakma was covered in injuries from being beaten, lying prostrate on the ground and struggling to move, while the Banyu national master kept her head bowed low, not uttering a single sound. He couldn't help but show an expression of surprise. Xie Lian said, "This person is the general of the Banyu country, and this person is the national master of the Banyu country." Now Before his words were finished, Kakma suddenly sprang to his feet. He had lain prostrate for so long that he had finally accumulated enough strength. With a loud shout, he stood straight up and unleashed a palm strike at the Banyu national master. A burly man striking a young girl. If it were in the past, such a scene absolutely could not have occurred before Xie Lian. However, Kakma had ample reason to hate the national master. Clearly, the national master could have dodged, but she did not. As it involved the grievances of outsiders, Xie Lian found it inconvenient to interfere. Kakma said to the national master, "Where are your scorpion-tailed snakes? Come here, tell them to bite me to death. Hurry! Release me from this agony." The imperial preceptor, just like a ragged doll tossed about by him, mournfully said, "Kama, my snakes no longer listen to me." Kama cursed, "Then why don't they bite you to death?" The imperial preceptor said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Kama." Kama said, "Do you truly hate us so much?" The imperial preceptor shook her head. Kama became even angrier, saying, "Then whoever you hate, find that person and take revenge. You are the imperial preceptor, whoever you wish to kill, as long as you utter a single word, wouldn't I help? You kill them. Why did you conspire with others to harm us?" The more he spoke, the more hateful he became. Then he grabbed the Imperial Preceptor's hair. Seeing them fighting more and more fiercely, and moreover it was one side dealing blows, the other merely taking them, Fu Yao frowned and asked, "What are they saying? Do we need to go up and stop them?" Xie Lian truly couldn't bear to watch any longer. He stepped forward and held on to Kama, gently saying, "General, I feel that there might still be some matters not clearly explained between you two. Please don't get agitated just yet." Kama said, "What more is there to say? It's already extremely clear." Xie Lian also couldn't quite articulate what exactly was amiss, but he just kept feeling that he had overlooked something important. Suddenly, that Imperial Preceptor grabbed his wrist. This grabbing motion was too sudden, and the grip was tight and rigid. At first, Xie Lian's heart sank, thinking she intended to seize the opportunity for a sneak attack. Yet, when he lowered his head again, the Imperial Preceptor was lying prostrate on the ground, looking up at him with glistening black eyes, a bruise appearing at the corner of her mouth, her lips trembling ever so slightly. Clearly, she didn't utter a sound, but it was as if she had 1,000 words she wanted to speak. This sight indeed perfectly matched a long forgotten scene in his memory. In an instant, Xie Lian blurted out, "Is that you?" The Imperial Preceptor also sighed. In a trembling voice, "General Hua?" Hearing this exchange, everyone at the bottom of the pit was startled. Fu Yao rushed forward a step, knocked Kama unconscious, and asked, "Do you two know each other?" Xie Lian also didn't have time to answer Fu Yao. He squatted down, grasped the Imperial Preceptor's shoulders, and looked closely at her face once more. Just now they were too far apart, and with her being beaten it wasn't clear to see. Added to that, this young girl's appearance had changed after growing up, and more than 200 years had passed. All these reasons combined caused him not to recognize the other's face from the start. But at this very moment, looking again, that face was clearly still exactly as it was in his memory. Xie Lian's heart found it impossible to believe. For a long time he couldn't utter a word. A moment later he let out a sigh, saying, "Ban you?" The Imperial Preceptor instantly grabbed his sleeve. Her face, which at first glance seemed utterly desolate, suddenly showed a trace of human vitality. She asked with a slightly agitated demeanor, "It's me, General Hua, elder brother. Do you still remember me?" Xie Lian said, "Of course I remember you, but..." He gazed at this young girl for a moment, then sighed, "But, how did you come to be in such a state?" Hearing him say that, tears suddenly welled up in the Imperial Preceptor's eyes. She said in a small voice, "I'm sorry, Captain." After saying this, she suddenly knelt before Xie Lian, her forehead pressed to the ground, and after that she didn't get up again. Xie Lian wanted to help her up but couldn't. His heart was also tangled like a ball of yarn. Finally, he rubbed the space between his eyebrows, only feeling his head throbbing violently, not wanting to say anything at all. But the several cries of General and Captain had made it too obvious. How could outsiders possibly not understand? Fu Yao asked in astonishment, "Captain? General? Elder brother? How could this be?" Xie Lian said, "I also want to ask, how could that be?" He did not answer directly. San Lang's gaze darkened, not pressing for more. Fu Yao was still as surprised as before. "That general's tomb is?" Xie Lian said, "My tomb." Fu Yao said, "Didn't you say 200 years ago you came here to pick up scrap metal?" Looking at the black-clad young woman kneeling on the ground, Xie Lian sighed again, saying, "This matter truly, one word cannot explain it all." Approximately 200 years ago, one day Xie Lian planned to cross the Qinling Mountains to live in the south for a short period. So he took a compass and went south. Along this road, Xie Lian walked feeling vexed throughout. Why did he keep feeling the scenery along the way wasn't quite right? Clearly it should have been tall trees with deep shadows, densely populated. Why was it becoming increasingly desolate? But doubts were doubts. He still persisted in continuing until he walked and walked until he reached the desert with strong winds blowing into his face, eating sand full in his mouth. Only then did he discover the compass he held had been broken from who knows what lifetime. The direction it had pointed throughout this journey was completely wrong. Being wrong about the direction was already enough based on the thought, since I've arrived anyway. Visiting the scenery of the Great Desert for a bit is also fine. Xie Lian still continued to walk forward, though temporarily changing his destination to the northwest, finally walking straight to the border, temporarily living in the vicinity of Banyu Kingdom. Xie Lian slowly said, "Initially, I truly only picked up scrap metal and such nearby. But the border region was miserable. Riots occurred one after another. Often there were deserting soldiers, and new armies arbitrarily captured people to make up the numbers. San Lang asked, were you forcibly conscripted? Xie Lian said, indeed I was captured, but ultimately doing anything is the same. If I'm a soldier, then I'm a soldier. Afterwards I chased away border bandits a few times. Somehow I got promoted to lieutenant. People respected me, so they called me general. Fu Yao asked suspiciously, why did she call you General Hua? Xie Lian waved his hand, saying, don't mind that. At that time I casually took an alias. It seemed to be Hua Xia. Hearing this name, San Lang's expression subtly shifted, the corner of his mouth curving up as if present and not present. It was unclear what kind of expression it ultimately was. Xie Lian did not notice and continued. The border area had continuous warfare, countless orphans. When I was free, occasionally I would play with the children a bit. Among them was one child named Banyu. He shook his head, saying, I had always thought the two characters Banyu and Banyu National Preceptor referred to the nation. I didn't expect the National Preceptor's true name was Banyu. In Xie Lian's impression, the little girl named Banyu always carried such a mournful expression, and there were always bruises on her body and face. When she looked at him, she also gazed up expectantly from below like that. She knew how to speak Han Chinese, playing all day with children of her age from the Central Plains. Xie Lian also didn't know where she was from. Generally, seeing children wandering around, he would just lead them as if it were natural. When free, he taught the children to sing, to wrestle, occasionally performing a few acts like smashing rocks on his chest and so on. Because this little girl was too thin and frail, he took special care of her, sharing a portion of whatever cornmeal cakes he had with her. Their relationship was quite good. Fu Yao asked what happened then? Xie Lian said after that. It wasn't much different from what was carved on the general's tomb stele. Silence fell for a moment. San Lang opened his mouth. The stele said, you died. Mentioning that stele, Xie Lian felt extremely vexed. Usually weren't epitaphs all about praising merits? Striving to embellish the person being commemorated? To be demoted again and again, demoted to the point where he couldn't be demoted anymore, that's one thing. But how could they solemnly and gravely write down such a shameful way of dying? When avoiding the wind and reading this passage, he truly didn't dare to look directly. If San Lang, who understood the Banyu script, hadn't been standing beside him reading along, he would have pretended that the stele contained no passage about that death. Writing something like this, even he himself wanted to laugh upon seeing it. How could he blame others for wanting to laugh? People came to his memorial tomb to avoid the sandstorm, saw his deeds on the stele and even commented on it for a while, bursting into laughter. He was even embarrassed to tell everyone not to laugh. It truly was a bit vexing. Xie Lian felt his glabella was about to turn red from rubbing it, saying, that, of course I didn't die. I just faked my death. San Lang was silent. Fu Yao looked incredulous. Xie Lian said, after faking death I was discarded like a corpse. Returning to the Central Plains, I only needed 5 or 6 years to recover from my injuries. Actually, Xie Lian wasn't very clear on how he died specifically. He didn't even clearly remember why the soldiers of the two nations fought a battle in the first place. He only knew it was because of some trivial and dull matters. He truly didn't want to fight at all, regardless of winning or losing. It held no meaning, but at that time he had been demoted to the point where he couldn't be demoted anymore. Who would bother listening to him? Both sides were killing each other with bloodshot eyes. Xie Lian had just charged out, and as soon as he was spotted, both sides suddenly started conversing with him using swords and blades. Although he was impossible to kill, Xie Lian also couldn't endure being hacked at like that. He thought to himself, this won't do. Afterwards he hurriedly lay prone on the ground, not moving, faking death. But unexpectedly, even faking death got him kicked around for a while, kicked until he fainted. When he woke up by choking on water, because after clearing the battlefield, all the corpses were thrown into the river. Xie Lian thus floated along with the current, just like a pile of scrap metal drifting back to the Central Plains. After recovering from his injuries later, he finally reached his predetermined destination, the south, and from then on no longer cared about matters in the Banyu kingdom. Banyu softly said again, I'm sorry. Volume 1 Chapter 28 Hua Lian's Ambiguity. Night of Falling into the Pit of Criminals 5. Fu Yao frowned and said, why does she keep apologizing to you? Has something happened before? San Lang opened his mouth, asking in more detail than Fu Yao. Kuma said. Imperial advisor Banyu arrived in Central Plains after a riot. Was that riot related to you? Hearing his reminder, and recalling the content on the stone table. Xie Lian only then vaguely remembered saying this matter. Ban Yu knelt prostrate on the ground, saying it was to save me. Everyone looked at her. She softly said to save me. General Hua then rushed in and was trampled flat. Oh! Hearing her say got trampled flat, Xie Lian immediately remembered the sensation of being trodden underfoot by thousands, stomped by hundreds. Seeing those two looking at him intently with profound, inscrutable expressions, he hastily stopped and said I wasn't flattened, truly not. Not knowing what displeased him, Fu Yao said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, as expected, sacrificing oneself for others." Xie Lian immediately waved his hand, saying I don't dare accept it, I don't dare accept it. It's truly not like that. He rubbed his temples, saying I don't remember the specifics clearly either. It seems at that time there were a few children playing, and I had originally only intended to casually pick them up and then quickly flee. Who knew I didn't have time to retreat the moment I turned my head? I saw both sides had already charged into battle. Fu Yao said if that's the case, how could you not remember such a matter? After a moment of silence, Xie Lian replied, why don't you consider how many centuries I've lived? In 10 years, countless things can happen. How could I possibly remember the details of every single event? Besides, many things are better off forgotten. Instead of remembering being sliced hundreds of times and trampled hundreds of times hundreds of years ago, wouldn't it be better to remember eating a truly delicious bun yesterday? Is that not right? Ban Yu said I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Xie Lian turned his head back, sighing Ban Yu. He didn't know what tone of voice to use with this young girl. After a moment's consideration, he slowly said if you're apologizing to me for that, there's no need. Saving you was my own decision, you did nothing wrong. If you wish to apologize, perhaps you should say it to others. Ban Yu was silent. Xie Lian said I don't know why you opened the gate to lead the army in to sack the city, nor do I know why you released the scorpion-tailed snakes outside to bite people. However, after a pause he said however, perhaps because my impression of you is still from 200 years ago, I feel that you are not the sort of child who would do such things. Therefore, would you be willing to tell me what truly happened? Upon hearing this, Ban Yu kowtowed several times to him, finally sitting up straight. Tears flowed from her eyes. Ban Yu said opening the gate was entirely my wrong, but General Hua, I did not intentionally release the snakes. Xie Lian was startled, asking what? Ban Yu said my spiritual power has weakened, the snakes no longer obey me. Hearing that, Fu Yao showed impatience, rolling his eyes as he said I've heard these words far too many times already. After being caught, who wouldn't say that? Even if you say it wasn't intentional, it's still useless. Ban Yu has. Tilly wiped her face, sweeping away the tears on her face, saying it's true General Hua, I'm not lying, but those who crossed the pass were indeed bitten by the scorpion-tailed snakes, it's still my fault. You may arrest me. She truly stretched out her two hands, her demeanor as if ready to be executed. Fu Dao immediately swung out a strand of immortal binding cord from within his sleeve, tightly binding her in Kuma, and said all right, the objective of this journey has been accomplished, it can end now. Ta Lin, however, felt apprehensive that it had not yet ended, and thus lowered his head in deep thought. At this moment San Lang standing beside him said she doesn't need to lie. Ta Lin nodded, agreeing with San Lang's viewpoint, then asked Ban Noyet now, can you not control the scorpion-tailed snakes at all? Ban Noyet shook her head, saying I can control them. Most of the time they will obey me, but occasionally they do not listen. I also do not know why. Ta Lin pondered, then said summon a snake for us to see. Finally Ban Noyet stood up and nodded. Not long after, a reddish-purple scorpion-tailed snake crawled out from beneath a corpse, raised its upper half, coiled upon the pile of corpses, and silently flicked its tongue at them. Ta Lin was about to examine the snake closely, when he suddenly saw Ban Noyet slightly widen her eyes, her countenance unusual. Seeing this, Ta Lin's heart sank, and he thought to himself this is not good. Indeed, after the scorpion-tailed snake finished flicking its tongue, it suddenly opened its mouth wide, and abruptly lunged to attack Ta Lin. Although this snake's attack was truly sudden, Ta Lin had long been on guard, he saw it very clearly, and was about to reach out to catch it. Who would have thought that before his hand could even touch it? He suddenly heard a thump, just like the sound of something exploding. Upon closer inspection, that snake had already fallen limply to the ground from head to tail, from inside out. It had exploded into smithereens and moreover it exploded very appropriately without any venom spraying out externally. Ta Lin suddenly remembered that before entering Ban Noyet's country, there had also been a scorpion-tailed snake that died like that who had done it. There was no need to say, it was obvious. He had not even raised his eyes to look at San Lang, when he saw only a sleeve of a crimson narrow-sleeved robe stretched across, blocking in front of him, separating him from Ban Noyet. And on the other side, Fu Dao also coldly said, indeed, she deceived you. Seeing this snake, Ban Noyet's complexion was already unwell. Hearing this, she abruptly raised her head, saying, I did not. I already said, there are snakes that do not obey me, that was the one just now. Fu Dao did not believe her at all. Who knows whether they ultimately disobey you or obey you. Ban Noyet said, it was not summoned by me in the first place. Ta Lin was about to speak when he saw two more dark reddish-purple scorpion-tailed snakes crawl out from beneath the corpses, flicking their tongues at them as if showing off their power. Immediately after, the third, the fourth, the fifth, from within the mountain of corpses, from every single corner, countless scorpion-tailed snakes unexpectedly crawled out. Everyone looked towards Ban Noyet, who was kneeling on the pile of corpses, a stream of white light swirling in Fu Dao's hand. Fu Dao said to Ban Noyet, tell them to retreat. Surely it's impossible for all of them not to obey you. Ban Noyet closed her eyes and chanted a spell, seemingly trying to find a way to drive them away, but even more scorpion-tailed snakes continuously swarmed forward, writhing in tangled masses slowly closing in. One or two snakes might not be able to bite them to death, but if there were hundreds, thousands of them, it would be difficult to say. Even if they couldn't bite them to death, it certainly wouldn't be a pleasant sight. Ta Lin raised his wrist, about to summon Ruyi. When he saw the swarm of snakes crawl to within a few chi of them and stop, they hesitated and wavered, forming a strange encirclement. Ta Lin understood. He looked up at San Lang beside him. San Lang was looking down at the scorpion-tailed snakes from above, his eyes filled with disdain. The scorpion-tailed snakes seemed to understand his gaze. Not daring to approach, they retreated a short distance, and as they retreated, they continuously bowed their heads, pressing their fierce snake heads to the ground, an attitude of complete submission. But it seemed as if some power was urging them on, not allowing them to stop attacking and flee, and so many scorpion-tailed snakes turned their heads and crawled towards Fu Dao. Fu Dao swung his hand, flames burst forth from his sleeve, burning a circle of them to death, repelling another circle. However, doing so could not hold them off for long. Ta Lin said, let us go first, and talk after we leave this place. Hearing this, Ruyi shot upwards with a whoosh. Who would have thought that not long after, it again retreated with a whoosh. Ta Lin was slightly surprised. He raised his wrist, and said to that coiled white silk band, why are you returning? The formation has already been opened, go quickly, go quickly. Ruyi trembled violently as it wrapped around his wrist, as if it had encountered something terrifying above. Ta Lin was still about to console it, when something fell with a thud, striking Fu Dao's shoulder. Fu Dao instinctively grabbed it, and after grabbing it, his expression immediately changed. He raised it before his face to examine it. The thing that had descended from the sky was, unexpectedly, also a scorpion-tailed snake. Fu Dao was momentarily unprepared. After being bitten, he flung the snake violently at Ban Noyet's face. Ban Noyet's hands were bound, yet she still unconsciously raised her hand to catch it, and caught it perfectly. The red-ish purple snake body wrapped around her pale wrist without attacking at all. At this moment, with another thud, a second scorpion-tailed snake fell to the ground. Ta Lin had roughly guessed why Ruyi refused to go up. He gently tilted his head back, relying on the faint moonlight. He could barely make out the scene before his eyes. Hundreds of small reddish-purple specks were rapidly falling from above the pit of sinners. Snake rain. Watching the small reddish-purple specks drawing ever closer, Ta Lin said, Fu Dao, fire. Cast a screen of fire to destroy them mid-air. Fu Dao bit his palm, then flicked his hand upwards. A string of blood droplets flew upwards, transforming into a blazing screen of fire, swiftly flying upwards to meet them. That screen of fire flew more than 10 zhang high, hovering and burning in midair. Any scorpion-tailed snake that encountered it was immediately incinerated into ash, helping to block the snake rain that was descending. Seeing that they had temporarily escaped danger, Ta Lin breathed a sigh of relief, saying, excellent. Fu Dao, it's fortunate we had you. This kind of sorcery, of course, greatly depleted spiritual power. After casting it, Fu Dao's complexion was a little ashen. He then turned his head, cast a ring of fire down to the ground, burning a few snakes below, and then said to Banyu, you still claim these snakes don't obey your command? If you are not controlling them, why do these scorpion-tailed snakes not attack you? Lang smiled and said, who knows, perhaps you are simply unlucky? They didn't attack us either. Fu Dao turned his head back, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two of them. Xie Lian had an ominous premonition, but because there was a certain thread of thought in his heart that he had not yet had time to clarify, he did not wish to see them bicker, so he then said, first, let us clarify what exactly these snakes are about. Fu Dao coldly smiled and said, what do you mean? If this national master Banyu is not lying, then it means the one beside your highness is playing wicked tricks. Xie Lian glanced at Banyu, then glanced at Lang, and said, I fear it is not them. His tone, though gentle, was no less resolute. This was the conclusion he gravitated towards after careful consideration. But Fu Dao undoubtedly felt he was deliberately covering for them. The firelight illuminated Fu Dao's utterly grim expression, making it unclear whether he was angry or smiling. Fu Dao said, Crown Prince, your highness, do not feign ignorance when you clearly know the truth. What exactly is that thing beside your highness? I believe in your heart you have known for a long time. I refuse to believe that even now your highness has discovered nothing at all. Volume 1 Chapter 29 The White-Clad Windmaster. A sandstorm on flat ground. The last words Fu Dao spoke were truly extremely grating to the ear. Xie Lian half unintentionally, half intentionally took a step forward, shy. Ding Lang. Seeing this, Fu Dao's expression became even more ferocious. Crown Prince, your highness, do you still remember what your true identity is? Xie Lian slowly said, what identity I carry? I know far clearer than any outsider. Fu Dao asked, then why, even now, do you still dare to stand beside him? Xie Lian honestly replied, because standing beside him, no snakes will come to bite. Oh! Hearing such a reply, Lang let out a soft petty of laughter. Fu Dao's complexion grew even more ashen, and he said, your highness. After a moment of pallor, Fu Dao's complexion suddenly turned a pure, unadulterated black. Not just Fu Dao's face, but Xie Lian's entire line of sight also turned black. It turned out the fire barrier Fu Dao had just cast, along with the flames he had sent to the bottom of the pit, all abruptly extinguished. Xie Lian heard Lang let out a few hearty laughs, saying useless. As he finished speaking, he draped an arm over Xie Lian's shoulder. Immediately after that, Xie Lian heard from above them the rapid and violent patter-patter sounds, just like the sound of a torrential downpour beating down upon the surface of an umbrella. It went without saying, it was evident that the rain of red-purple snakes was frantically falling after the barrier ceased to block them, and a raised umbrella had blocked all the snake rain. Xie Lian smelled the strong, pungent odor of blood assaulting his nose. Just as he was about to move, Lang then said, "Don't move. There isn't a single foolish thing that would dare to cross over here." He spoke with a voice as firm as a nail hammered into a pillar. The first part low and gentle, the second part held a hint of arrogance. Originally, Xie Lian wasn't worried at all, but hearing the shouts of Fu Dao from the other side, seemingly drenched head to toe by the snake rain, he then said, Lang. Lang immediately replied, "No need." Xie Lian was caught between laughter and tears. "How do you know what I was going to say?" Lang said, "Your Highness might as well just rest assured. That fellow won't die." At this moment, from in front of them came a roar, "You are truly wicked. If you want me dead, then quickly tell them to bite me once and be done with it. What is the meaning of doing this?" Banyu said, "It's not me." It seemed Kuemo had been struck awake, discovering himself sinking in a current of countless slippery snakes, and presuming this to be a kind deed from Banyu, thus he roared as he did. Xie Lian said, "Fu Yao, can you still light a fire?" "Light it again." Fu Yao gnashed his teeth and said, "The thing next to you is suppressing my magic, not letting me light a fire." Xie Lian's heart sank. Lang said, "I am not." Xie Lian said, "I know you are not, and that is why it's not good. Banyu and Kuemo are both tightly bound by the immortal binding rope. Unable to cast spells, my spiritual power is exhausted. And yet you are not suppressing Fu Yao. Doesn't this prove that there is still someone at the bottom of the pit?" Fu Yao said, "There's no sixth person at all. From beginning to end, no one came down from above. I see you are bewitched in mind by a ghost. At this moment they only heard Banyu ask, who is it? Xie Lian said, Banyu, what's wrong? Is someone near you? Banyu said, there's someone. Before her words were finished, her voice disappeared. It was unclear if she had been gagged or lost consciousness. Xie Lian asked again, Banyu, what's wrong? Fu Yao was still fiercely fighting with that swarm of snakes. Amidst a pitch-black darkness, streaks of white light raced to burst forth. Fu Yao said, be careful, she might be luring you closer. If it were any other situation, Xie Lian would have felt it was 80% a deception. However, regarding the matter at Banyu Pass, the deities of the upper heavenly court kept it a closely guarded secret, and Ling Wen had even cautioned repeatedly the situation was absolutely not simple. Moreover, something had occurred at this very moment. If there truly was an additional person at the bottom of the pit, he was only afraid that person had come to silence her. Xie Lian said, not necessarily. Save her first. As he finished speaking, he intended to rush into the rain of snakes, when he suddenly heard San Lang say beside his ear, all right. Xie Lian only felt an arm wrap around his shoulder, suddenly sweeping him flying out. He abruptly realized that San Lang, unbelievably, was holding an open umber. LLA with one hand, embracing him with the other, and advancing to attack. In the darkness, silver light flashed, and amidst the clashing of metal, a sudden sharp clang of blades, as if tearing through everyone's ears, resounded. San Lang let out an "oh," and said, there really is a sixth person. Interesting. It was unknown how San Lang controlled his weapon, or indeed what weapon he was controlling, but at this moment the weapon he was directing was truly engaged in direct combat with someone. The opponent said absolutely nothing. Xie Lian only heard the sound of a sharp blade tearing through the wind. It seemed they had launched another attack. Occasionally, dazzling sparks flashed in the darkness, but they all vanished after a fleeting moment, unable to illuminate the opponent's face. Xie Lian pricked up his ears to listen to the battle situation, feeling Ruyi on his wrist coiling tighter and tighter. He could only lower his head and say, don't be afraid, loosen up a bit, loosen up a bit. After Ruyi loosened a little, he again raised his voice to ask, Banyu, are you still awake? Can you answer? From that side no one answered. Fu Yao said, perhaps the person you are fighting is her. Xie Lian said, no, the person fighting is not Banyu. Both were battles in the darkness, yet when fighting Kuemo, San Lang was at ease, as if merely toying with his opponent, while this battle was a considerably more serious affair. The opponent's martial prowess was extremely high, and they skillfully wielded weapons. However, Banyu possessed a petite and slender figure. One could tell from her arms that strength and weapons were not her forte. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for her to be the one engaging San Lang in combat. Fu Yao scoffed. A person who betrays her own country like that is no different from the ghostess Xianji. Why on earth do you still trust her? Xie Lian said, Fu Yao, can you not be so abruptly agitated? You. Wait a minute, what did you just say? Fu Yao again unleashed a palm strike, sending several scorpion-tailed snakes flying, and said, I said, why on earth do you trust her so much? Just like you trust the thing next to you. Xie Lian said, no, I didn't mean that, you said Xianji. You mentioned Xianji. How foolish, how foolish, how foolish. Xie Lian truly couldn't believe that he had only now connected these events. He said, stop. There's no need to hide anymore. I already know who you are. Hearing Xie Lian call out like that, the sound of clashing blades and swords paused for only a moment before resuming. Xie Lian was not impatient and said, do you think I'm deceiving you when I say I already know who you are? General Pei Jr.? Fu Dao said, brother, who are you talking to? Xiao Pei General? Don't be crazy anymore. What kind of status does Xiao Pei General have? Once he descends, who wouldn't know? Xie Lian said, you speak very true. But what if it wasn't his true self who personally descended? In the darkness, sounds of weapons clashing suddenly ceased. Xie Lian slightly held his breath, concentrating his spirit, and said in a low voice, I discovered it too late. In fact, from the very beginning I should have thought of it. He knew that for nearly 200 years, something had continuously caused trouble at Banyu Pass. Yet throughout history no heavenly official had intervened, and people did not want to mention it. Thus, there must be one or several heavenly officials suppressing this matter. But because he did not clearly understand the heavenly officials, he dared not harbor baseless suspicions, and therefore lacked the courage to guess which heavenly official it ultimately was. It was also thanks to Fu Dao mentioning the female ghost Xianji that he awakened. As soon as the female ghost Xianji was mentioned, it was hard to avoid associating her with the two generals surnamed Pei. The north was the territory of the two Pei generals, and Fu Dao had once casually mentioned that before his ascension, Xiao Pei general had done one thing: massacred a city. Which city massacre? It is very likely precisely the ancient city of Banyu. Such matters the heavenly officials in the upper heavenly court did not criticize to accomplish great deeds. Who doesn't have to shed a little blood? But after all, a city massacre is not exactly a glorious affair. If it spreads too widely, it is difficult to avoid affecting the recruitment of new devotees. Therefore, after ascension, it is often necessary to conceal it somewhat. That is why, although everyone knew such a thing happened, it must be because they did not clearly grasp the specific situation within it, or perhaps did not want to investigate thoroughly. After all, if there is no deep hatred or resentment, who would idly dig into another's past, offending their backing? Xie Lian slowly said. That face buried in the ground said, "Among us, there is one who was here 50 or 60 years ago." This sentence, initially I suspected that he might be lying to lure others closer. However, it is also very likely to be true. Among these people, the first person I suspected was you. The merchant caravan followed you. You could take them anywhere you wished. I lived in Banyu Kingdom for several years and never encountered scorpion-tailed snakes. Yet you casually found a place to shelter from the sandstorm and coincidentally met this rare venomous creature. I told you to follow us to find Xianyu grass before leaving. You deliberately pointed the way for the others, telling them the direction of the ancient city of Banyu, so that those who could not wait for our return could also go by themselves. A moment ago in the pit of sinners, I clearly said that if anything happened, I would go up first, yet you who have always been calm, still suddenly jumped down, senselessly seeking your own death. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Your behavior is so strange, illogical no matter how one looks at it, yet I have only now discovered who you are. Isn't it truly too late? Xiao Pei General, or rather a Zhao." The bottom of the pit was completely silent. After a long while, a cold voice finally spoke. "Then have you never thought that perhaps the person that face buried in the ground spoke of is the red-clad youth beside you?" No sooner had the words fallen than a flame suddenly blazed at the bottom of the pit of sinners. The firelight illuminated two blood-colored figures standing opposite each other. One was San Lang in red robes, who had put away his weapon and stood solemnly yet at ease. The other was a youth in plain clothes, who still held a sword horizontally before him, his hand not yet released. Because the youth in plain clothes was covered in blood at first glance, he seemed to be wearing a red robe. His face was chillingly cold, and he carried a person on his shoulder. Indeed, it was that youth, a Zhao. In truth, whether he was Xiao Pei General's true self or a Zhao, the indifferent and exceedingly calm expression on his face remained unchanged. It was merely that Xie Lian had never thought in that direction, which was why he had not associated the two. The person he was carrying on his shoulder was indeed Banyu. Releasing the scorpion-tailed snakes, it was feared that he intended to use the chaos to take Banyu away. But if his identity had been exposed, then there was no need to cause further disturbance. The streams of snakes all around and the rain of snakes descend in. Ji from the sky ceased their harassment, and he with one hand sheathed his sword, while the other gently placed Banyu from his shoulder down. Kuemo at the side asked in astonishment, "Who are you? Didn't you fall to your death?" A Zhao did not even bother to look at Kuemo, but continued to stare intently at San Lang, highly vigilant. He only spoke a single sentence in the Banyu language. "Kuemo, hundreds of years have passed, yet you still haven't changed at all." Perhaps this calm tone that infuriated others was too familiar. After hearing it, Kumo's dark face immediately filled with rage. "It's you, Peisu, despicable Central Plains man." If not for the immortal binding cord tying him tightly, it was feared he would have rushed forward to fight desperately long ago. No wonder at that time, amidst the curses of the Banyu soldiers, the word prostitute was mixed in. It seemed they were not cursing Xie Lian, but simply because he was also from the Central Plains, they thought of Peisu's attack on the city, then associated it with Banyu and cursed her along the way. Xie Lian said, "Did Banyu teach you how to control scorpion-tailed snakes?" Before this, he had thought these scorpion-tailed snakes came out to bite people. If it wasn't truly Banyu's command, and there was no reason to explain why they suddenly refused to obey, then the only explanation was that there was another person who also knew how to control scorpion-tailed snakes. Because there were a total of different people controlling scorpion-tailed snakes separately. The scorpion-tailed snakes commanded by the other person naturally would not obey Banyu's orders. This was a principle that could not be simpler. Bui-suc said she did not teach me, but how she controlled it, I dedicated all my efforts to self-study. Xie Lian nodded. After all, Junior General Bui is exceptionally intelligent. If I am not mistaken, you two must have known each other for many years already. When she was young, Banyu was shunned by Banyu children. Only Han children befriended her. And those children, although he could not clearly remember each one, he still vaguely recalled that quite a few were children of soldiers stationed at the border, and after growing up, most also joined the army. Perhaps Bui-suc was one of them. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why Banyu, naturally melancholic and hard to approach, would suddenly come to know a general of an opposing nation, and moreover, agree to collude with the enemy. This was just a guess, but observing Bui-suc's reaction, it seemed he had not guessed wrong. Xie Lian asked, did Banyu truly relay messages to you, colluding with you to open the city gate? Bui-suc said that is correct. Over there. Kuma spat a mouthful of saliva, still cursing Bui-suc is despicable. Untie me, let me fight him to the death one more time. Bui-suc indifferently said, firstly, 200 years ago we already fought a battle to the death, and you lost. Say. Kindly, may I ask, in what way am I despicable? Kuma snapped, if it weren't for you two colluding with each other, with inside information and outside help, how could we have lost? Bui-suc said, Kuma, do not refuse to admit it. At that time, although I only led 2,000 men, from beginning to end those 2,000 men still easily defeated your 4,000. Regardless of whether the city gate was opened or not, you were destined to lose. Xie Lian could not help but think to himself, under his command, he only had 2,000 men, and he was sent to attack a nation? Surely, when he was still human, Junior General Bui was even more shunned in the army than I was? Although he felt Bui-suc would not lie, Xie Lian still felt puzzled, and so he asked, if you had already won so easily, why did you have to collude with Banyu? Bui-suc ignored Kuma, and spoke in the Han language in order for me to slaughter the city. Hearing this, except for Kuma, everyone else present was stunned. Although still feeling puzzled, Xie Lian softly asked, what does it mean, in order for you to slaughter the city? If you were already about to win, why must you insist on slaughtering the city? Bui-suc said, precisely because we were about to win, we were determined to slaughter the city. For, one night before the assault on the city, the leaders of many Banyu families united to hold a meeting, secretly making an agreement. Hearing that, Xie Lian had a premonition that the reason Bui-suc as about to reveal would perhaps make people stare in disbelief and be speechless. Therefore, he focused his mind even more and asked, what matter? Bui-suc leisurely said, the Banyu people are naturally fierce in temperament, and extremely hate the Central Plains people. Even if they knew they were about to lose, they would not accept it. Men, women, old and young throughout the Banyu nation had already prepared, striving to use the fastest speed to urgently manufacture a quantity of things. Xie Lian had vaguely guessed what it was, but still could not be sure, and what Bui-suc uttered was indeed what his heart had already surmised: explosives. Bui-suc said each word distinctly. They planned that, if the city fell and the battle was lost, they would instruct their people to hide these explosives on their persons and immediately disperse, fleeing in all directions, pouring into the Central Plains, intentionally mingling into crowded places, waiting for an opportunity to incite riots. In other words, even if they themselves had to die, they also wanted to drag as many Central Plains people to die with them. Even if their nation was lost, they swore they would make sure those who destroyed their nation would find no peace. Xie Lian immediately turned to Kuma, quickly recounting a few sentences in the Banyu language, and asked, is this true? Kuma had no intention whatsoever of concealing it, perhaps not even feeling there was anything wrong with it. He raised his head and said, "Id true." Hearing this, San Lang raised one eyebrow and said, vicious. Vicious. Unsure if it was intentional or not, he spoke this sentence in the Banyu language. Kuma angrily shouted, vicious? What right do you have to call us vicious? If you had not attacked us, why would we have been forced to that extent? You harmed us, we retaliated. What is wrong with that? Suc again coldly said if that is truly the case, then why don't we reckon clearly from the very beginning? He slightly tilted his head and said how many times have the Banyu people intentionally provoked trouble in the border regions? How many caravans and travelers going from the central plains to the western regions has the Banyu nation maliciously blocked? You all well know that your nation has horse bandits, mounted robbers specializing in brazenly blocking roads, robbing and massacring Han people, yet you intentionally harbored them, and the soldiers that the Han people dispatched to clear out the bandits were all killed by you on the grounds of illegally crossing the border. Is that not vicious? Kama asked. Then what about you? Why don't you talk about how you forcibly seized our territory first? Suc said the borderlands between the two nations were already indistinct and unclear, so how could it be considered forceful seizure? Kama said both sides had long ago divided the territory. It is you who did not abide by your promise. Suc said at that time that division was only unilaterally acknowledged by you. When did we ever acknowledge it? What you call a division is nothing other than the desert being divided entirely for us, and the oases entirely for you. Isn't that ridiculous? Kama snapped. The oases inherently belong to us. From beginning till now they have always belonged to us. Both sides, each believing themselves to be right. Merely listening to them quarrel made Xie Lian's head ache completely. This dispute made him recall the day he was caught in the middle and beaten until his face was bruised and battered 200 years ago, and his face again vaguely began to ache. Seeming to also be unable to bear continuing to exchange words with Kama, unleashed a palm strike, knocking Kama unconscious once again, then said to Xie Lian, so you see. He lightly took a breath, said in this world, there are many matters that fundamentally cannot be clarified. One can only fight. Xie Lian sighed. I agree with your previous statement. Sanlang followed up. I agree with the latter statement. Xie Lian shifted his gaze towards Banyu, who was sitting on the ground nearby with her head bowed low, stared intently at her for a moment, then turned his head, and said, I cannot say precisely who is right or who is wrong, therefore I will not speak. Regardless of why Banyu opened the city gates, once opened, she must bear the responsibility, which is why she was hanged by all those soldiers on the pit of sinners. Once the person dies, all matters also conclude. Suc again restored his calm and unperturbed expression, saying, indeed. Xie Lian said, while alive one incurs debts, while alive one repays them. But if after death one still causes trouble, then that is another matter. Suc indifferently replied, Banyu did not cause trouble. Xie Lian said, General Xiaobui, so that means you admit that those travelers who strayed into the ancient city of Banyu were all let in by you. Isn't that right? Silent for a moment, Suc replied in a deep voice, that is correct. Xie Lian asked why? This time Suc did not answer. Xie Lian said, it has been nearly 200 years. No matter what, you must give those who were led into the ancient city of Banyu by you a reason, a sense of justice. Suc remained silent as before, his expression still unchanged. A moment ago he seemed to answer whatever was asked, but now it was as if he had made up his mind, resolutely refusing to answer. Xie Lian was about to ask again. Right at this moment he suddenly heard a strange sound. This sound came from above everyone's heads, whirring and roaring, sounding like a great wind howling. Waiting until that sound drew near, finally Xie Lian could determine. This was truly a great wind howling. This great wind arrived too suddenly and fiercely, so Xie Lian had not yet understood the situation. His body was already swaying. His entire body flew up. The wind that suddenly appeared poured straight down from above into the bottom of the pit of sinners, sweeping the entire group of people flying into the sky. Xie Lian instantly grabbed Sanlang, who was closest to him, and said, be careful. Sanlang also reached back and grabbed Xie Lian, his expression completely unchanged. Xie Lian only felt heaven and earth reeling, his body rapidly flying up into the air, pausing for a moment, then suddenly falling back down. He hurriedly unleashed Rui, coaxing it in urgent haste. All right, it's fine, quickly, good Rui, go help. Swishing and fluttering a few times, finally Rui also flew out. Unfortunately, all four sides were completely empty and bare. Apart from the enormous pit of sinners, truly nothing could be found to grasp. Rui flew a circle, then recoiled back. Utterly helpless, Xie Lian had no choice but to adjust his posture for falling to the ground right in midair. If it were before, certainly 8 parts out of 10 he would again fall headfirst 3 feet to the ground, but this time, at the moment he was about to touch the ground, San Lang conveniently caught him, and he surprisingly landed perfectly. When his shoes stood firm on the ground, Xie Lian still could not believe it, but this unbelievable feeling quickly faded away, because as soon as he landed on the ground, he saw a black-clad figure staggering towards him. Xie Lian focused and looked closely, joyfully said Nan Feng. It was indeed Nan Feng, but it was a struggling and unkempt Nan Feng. Nan Feng's entire body looked as if he had rolled over a dozen times in dusty dirt, then been thrown into a pile of beasts, with chickens flying and dogs barking, trampled upon all night. His clothes all over his body were torn to shreds, ineffably miserable. Hearing Xie Lian call, Nan Feng only raised a hand, silently wiped his face. He could not even utter a word. Xie Lian helped Nan Feng. Asked what happened to you? Were you beaten by those two maidens? Before the words had even ended, only two figures were seen approaching behind Nam Feng. One among them was precisely that female Taoist priestess in white robes, her whisk resting in her elbow, smiling faintly as she greeted Ta Lin. Greetings, Crown Prince, Your Highness. Although he didn't know who the other party was, Ta Lin also had to return the courtesy, but not knowing how to address her, he could only smile and raise his hand in greeting. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The remaining female Taoist priestess in black robes coldly glanced over, not paying attention to Ta Lin when her gaze swept to Tam Lang. It paused, as if she felt this person was very suspicious, her foot still lingering for a moment. The gust of wind just now blew everyone at the bottom of the pit all the way up. The two female Taoist priestesses glided past Ta Lin and went straight towards Buityusi. Seeing the people arrive, Buityusi also showed no surprise. After all, earlier, while playing the role of a Chiu, he had already met these two people in the city once. Buityusi knelt on the spot, bowing his head before the female Taoist priestess in white robes, and said softly, Lord Feng Su. Just as he heard these 4 words, Ta Lin was stunned on the spot. He had been stubbornly believing all this time that these were demons and monsters from some unknown place. Unexpectedly, they turned out to be heavenly officials from the upper heavenly court. And what's more, it was Feng Su, the Feng Su who scattered 100,000 merit points in the spiritual communication array. But on second thought, there was nothing wrong with it. At that time, the female Taoist priestess in white robes had said, Where have those fellows run off to again? Do they want me to find them one by one and kill them? Which was what made him think she was not a benevolent person, but in reality, those fellows did not necessarily refer to them. It was possible she was referring to the Banyu people. However, due to the initial impression playing a dominant role, he had felt that every gesture of the other party revealed a look of demonic malevolence and strangeness. Towards a heavenly official who scattered 100,000 merit points in one go, Ta Lin couldn't help but harbor an indescribable feeling of respect. He said to Nam Feng, Why didn't you tell me earlier that this was Feng Su? I even guessed whether it was a snake spirit or a scorpion spirit or something. How terribly disrespectful of me. His expression darkening slightly, Nam Feng said, How could I know that was Feng Su? I have never seen Lord Feng Su in this form. Clearly, Feng Su has always been. Never mind. Hearing Nam Feng's words, it seemed that previously in the upper heavenly court, Feng Su did not take this form. If so, it was hard to blame him. Ta Lin now understood, and continued, Why did Lord Feng Su come to the Banyu Pass? Nam Feng said, To help. Just now they were wandering in Banyu City looking for these Banyu soldiers. Ta Lin immediately remembered that the first time he had inquired about Banyu Pass in the spiritual communication array, amidst the awkward atmosphere, this Feng Su had suddenly scattered 100,000 merit points, diverting the attention of others. He feared that at that time, Feng Su had already paid attention to what he was asking. Ta Lin pondered deeply. On the other side, Feng Su squatted down in front of Buityusi, saying, General Little Bui, this matter you handled this time, I'm afraid, went a bit too far. As a heavenly official of the upper heavenly court, yet actually releasing a clone to cause mischief at Banyu Pass for nearly 200 years, causing countless travelers to lose their way and turn into wandering souls at the hands of Banyu soldiers. No matter what, this could not be considered a small matter. Buityusi also didn't make any excuses, bowing his head and saying, This junior knows. Feng Su waved his whisk and said, It's good that you know. You should reflect on yourself and we'll talk later when we're up. Buityusi softly replied, Understood. After advising him, Feng Su tucked his whisk behind his collar, stood up and smiled as he said to Ta Lin, Crown Prince, Your Highness, I've long admired you, long admired you. For Ta Lin long admired you was truly not much of a compliment, but in any case it was merely a bit of polite chatter, so Ta Lin also smiled and replied, oh no no. Lord Feng Su is the one I've long admired, long admired. Feng Su said previously I was truly very apologetic. Ta Lin was bewildered, asking previously? What happened previously? Feng Su said previously, didn't you gentlemen encounter a sandstorm in the desert? Ta Lin recalled, still vaguely feeling his mouth full of sand, and said yes. Feng Su said it was I who raised it. Oh. Feng Su said leisurely the original intention of raising the sandstorm was to prevent you gentlemen from approaching the Banyu kingdom. Who would have thought you gentlemen weren't swept away, but even struggled and managed to find your way there anyway. The more Ta Lin listened, the more he felt something was unsettling. A sandstorm rising prevented them from reaching Ban Noyet Pass. This incident suddenly happening, what did this mean? But temporarily he still held his peace, not answering a single word, to hear what the other party would say first. Paused for a moment, Feng Su continued to say, however, this matter, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, you should not worry about it anymore. Xie Lian looked at Ba En Noyet curled up lying on the ground. In his heart an ominous premonition suddenly appeared. At first he worried that, if this matter reached the upper heavenly court, those heavenly officials might arbitrarily add or subtract a few strokes of the pen, changing the original reason, thus turning Chu Pei innocent, with Ban Noyet bearing the fault in his stead. Now midway, a Feng Su suddenly appeared telling him not to worry about this matter. Wasn't that even more like wanting to cover up for Chu Pei? Xie Lian calmly stepped forward one step, shielding Ban Noyet's person, softly said, but this matter I have already taken care of. Now only saying don't let me worry is also superfluous. What's more, General Chu Pei still has a few things not yet clearly explained. Noticing his movement, Feng Su let out a laugh, said you can rest assured. National Master Ban Noyet, you can take her away first. This, on the contrary, was beyond Xie Lian's anticipation. He was stunned. Feng Su again continued to say the entire beginning and end of everything, just now we standing above also heard it all. Although this National Master Ban Noyet has reached the fierce level, but when I walked around in the city, I saw her imprisoning Ban Noyet soldiers into the formation she had set up, and also saw her releasing the mortals captured by the soldiers, not only not harming but also saving people. The people I want to take away are only General Chu Pei and Kuo. You do not need to worry. I'll drag anyone to bear the blame in their stead. If the other party had already spoken so directly, Xie Lian also set his mind at ease, said a sound of ashamed. Feng Su again said you worrying like that is also only natural. It seemed she could not bear being here for another second. The female Taoist in black robes standing beside said, are you finished speaking? If you're finished speaking then let's go. Feng Su said loudly, humph. What are you rushing for? The more you rush, the more I will speak. Though she said so, when turning her head she still smiled, took out a paper fan from her waist, said, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, if there are no other matters, we shall meet again in the upper heavenly court, all right? Xie Lian nodded. Feng Su then opened the paper fan, only to see the front of the fan written with the character Feng horizontally, the back drawn with 3 streams of cool wind. Looking at it one could also guess this was precisely the spiritual artifact of the wind heavenly official. Feng Su fanned forward 3 times, fanned backward 3 times, in an instant on the flat ground a strong wind again arose. The wind blew, dust and rocks flew blinding the sky and obscuring vision. Xie Lian raised his sleeve to block the wind. Waiting until the gust of wind passed, the 2 girls and Pei Su, Kuo all disappeared, only Xie Lian, San Lang, Nan Feng remaining, along with Ban Noyet sleeping soundly. Xie Lian lowered his sleeve, was still a little bewildered, asked what kind of situation is this? San Lang leisurely walked over, said the situation is very good. Xie Lian looked at him, asked very good? San Lang said very good. Feng Su telling you not to worry is precisely helping you. Nan Feng also walked over, said that's right. This matter you have worried about too much already. Next only remains to find the Heavenly Emperor to lodge a complaint. The matter of lodging a complaint, you shouldn't intervene anymore. Xie Lian understood, said because of General Pei? Nan Feng said that's right. This time you can consider it as thoroughly offending General Pei. Xie Lian laughed and said anyway, I had also anticipated that at least one person would be offended. As for ultimately which person was offended, it seems it is also not very important. Nan Feng furrowed his brows. You shouldn't think I am joking. Besides Shenwu Hall, among the martial god halls, The one with the greatest power is precisely Mingguang Hall. General Pei greatly valued Chu Pei, always wanting Pei Su to displace Quan Not Chan. He will definitely make trouble for you. Xie Lian asked. Quan Not Chan is precisely the martial god of the West that you spoke of? Nan Feng replied, that is him. Quan Not Chan is also a newcomer. The time of his ascension was very close to Pei Su's. Young in age, temperament is a bit, but also very formidable. General Pei deliberately told Pei Su to seize all his believers in the West. Pei Su is also very capable. In recent years things went smoothly. Who would have thought you exposed this incident? I'm afraid Pei Su will be in big trouble. I don't know if he will be demoted. In case he is demoted, you will also face trouble. Just wait and see. Xie Lian rubbed his glabella, secretly decided from now on when eating, drinking or walking on the road, he must be a little more careful. San Lang on the contrary did not agree, said no need to worry. This fellow Pei Ming is very arrogant. He will not resort to backstabbing. Nan Feng gave him a look, said that's right. General Pei will not resort to backstabbing you, but you yourself should still be a little careful. Xie Lian said, then what about Feng Su? Feng Su told me not to intervene, implying that she takes responsibility to go and lodge a complaint, saying that is no different from changing to her offending General Pei. Oh no, it would be better if we called her back. Nan Feng, do you know what the spiritual communication password of Lord Feng Su is? Nam Feng again said, brother, you don't need to worry for Feng Su. General Bui dared to touch you, but he would not touch her. Although her age is younger than yours, she gets along much better than you. Oh. Xie Lian was silent not because he was hurt, but rather was thinking to himself, could it be that in the upper heavenly court, there is anyone who gets along worse than myself? How could that be? San Lang again smiled and said, Feng Su has someone backing her, of course she will get along well. Xie Lian asked, you mean the female Taoist priest in black robes beside her? San Lang said no. But the person wearing black robes must be one of the five masters: wind, water, rain, earth, thunder. It is not encouraged to offend them. Feng Su could raise whirlwinds on flat ground. Evidently her magic power was high and strong, and the female Taoist priest in black robes was clearly a tier above. Recalling her gaze on San Lang, Xie Lian kept feeling that she seemed to have discovered something. He had a bad feeling, so he said, I agree with you. However, there was another sentence Xie Lian felt he did not need to speak aloud. He only thought to himself, having someone backing you doesn't necessarily mean you'll get along well. One must know that, in former years, the one who backed the crown prince of Xianlu was the foremost martial god of the three realms for the past 1,000 years, Jun Wu. But how could he have gotten along well either? Xie Lian picked up the hat that had fallen to the ground, brushed it off, and only after seeing that it wasn't flattened did he let out a sigh of relief, then put it back on, observed Nam Feng for a moment, and then said, surely you weren't chased and beaten all the way by those two distinguished individuals, were you? Nam Feng's face darkened and he said, that's right. Beaten all the way. Xie Lian patted Nam Feng's shoulder, saying, you've been through a lot. As he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered there was another person on who had also suffered greatly, so he turned his head and asked, where is Fu Yao? Nam Feng said, isn't that fellow looking after those who were poisoned? Meaning, from the moment they were swept up by the strong wind, they no longer saw Fu Yao. In truth, ever since a Zhao revealed himself, Xie Lian had not been able to detect Fu Yao. If Fu Yao had not run away at that time, then it was when the strong wind arose. Fu Yao possessed full capabilities to protect himself, and Xie Lian was not overly worried for him, but upon hearing Nam Feng mention poisoned, a phrase that awakened those lost in thought, the two of them simultaneously cried out, good moon grass. San Lang said, don't rush, it's only just dawned. But then again, how could a matter of saving lives not be urgent? Even if it was still a long time before 12 Kinjio, who knew what might happen along the way? Xie Lian no longer had the heart to care for Fu Yao either. He carried Banyu from the ground onto his back, and quickly dashed towards the royal palace. Arriving at the royal palace, after gently setting Banyu down, Xie Lian went to pluck several large handfuls of good moon grass. That buried face still lay on the ground, nothing but a pile of white bones and a horribly mangled face of flesh and blood. If it were before, perhaps Xie Lian would have conveniently dug a pit to bury the old man. But firstly, he was in a hurry to save people, and secondly, the old man had been buried underground for over 50 years. Surely he would never want to return again. However, the remains of that merchant were nowhere to be seen. Xie Lian stopped his hands, feeling strange. when he suddenly saw San Lang pick up a small ceramic bottle and walk out from the palace. Seeing this, Xie Lian said, "San Lang, you're so capable, thank you." Anything that was not human could be kept in a ceramic bottle currently. Banyu was weakened, and would not wake even when called repeatedly, so Xie Lian shrunk the girl and put her into the ceramic bottle. After plucking the grass, everyone finally hurried back. At this moment, for Kinjio had passed since they encountered the scorpion-tailed snake. Arriving at the place where Fu Yao had drawn the circle, the merchants were still obediently waiting inside, not daring to go wandering outside. That old man drank the medicine Nam Fong gave him, and the condition of his wound was controlled quite well. Furthermore, with the good moon grass taken internally and applied externally, he was able to walk again after a short rest. It was just that Xie Lian felt he did not need to tell the old man what the fertilizer for the good moon grass was. After a while, everyone calmed down and began eagerly vying to ask why the Tianshang group had not yet returned. Earlier, Xie Lian had been hastily plucking herbs, and had not had time to notice the Tianshang group. He was wondering whether he should resolutely turn back to search for them, when he suddenly heard a young boy's voice shouting, "Elder brother, uncle, father's older brother," running closer and closer. As Xie Lian turned his head, it was indeed Tiansheng. That young boy held a large handful of good moon grass in his hand, followed by two merchants, all panting. Only upon asking did they realize that, above the pit of sinners, Banyu had swept a crowd of soldiers down below and then took the Tianshang group away. Initially, the Tianshang group was scared stiff, but unexpectedly, Banyu led them down below, showed them the way, and then let them go. They returned alive, hastily plucked good moon grass, buried the body of that merchant, and then ran back desperately, but compared to Xie Lian's group, they were still a bit slower. In short, after escorting this merchant team across the desert, the matter could finally be considered to have reached its conclusion. However, just as they were about to part ways, Tiansheng furtively ran to find Xie Lian, vaguely asking, "Elder brother, I have a question for you." Xie Lian said, "Ask away." Tiansheng said, "Actually, you brother are an immortal, aren't you?" "Oh." Xie Lian was slightly surprised, because before for a while he often loudly shouted to others saying, "I am an immortal, I am His Royal Highness the Crown Prince," but no one bothered to believe. This time, he had not even opened his mouth, and the other party had already asked if he was an immortal, which indeed made him slightly taken aback. Tiansheng hastily said, "I saw you. Brother, use magic. You brother can rest assured I won't tell anyone else." Xie Lian thought to himself how to put it, "Even if you say it, no one would believe it." Tiansheng said this time, "Thanks to you brother, otherwise I would have been kicked into the pit by those pitch-black ghost soldiers. When I return, I will build a temple for you brother, only worshipping you alone." Seeing him pat his chest, making gestures this big, Xie Lian was amused and happily said, "Then thank you very much." Although the young boy completely did not know how significant building a temple was, yet receiving such a promise, regardless of whether it could be realized or not, Xie Lian was also very excited. He waved his hand once and walked in another direction. Nanfeng activated the art of shrinking 1,000 miles of land, bringing them back to Puqi Shrine. Opening the door, Xie Lian took out a mat, spread it on the ground, then lay down on the mat just like a corpse, his movements fluid and smooth. San Lang also sat down beside him, propping his chin and looking at him. Xie Lian sighed, asking, "How many days have we been gone?" San Lang said, "Probably around 3 or 4 days. Xie Lian sighed again, "Only 3 or 4 days, yet why am I so tired?" Ever since his ascension, he was often as tired as a dog. This was truly not an illusion. After sighing, he raised his head and asked, "Nanfeng, why haven't you returned to report yet?" Nanfeng said, "Report what?" Xie Lian essay. "ID, aren't you a celestial official of the Nanyang Palace? Gone for 3 or 4 days in one go, doesn't your general look for you?" Nanfeng said, "Currently, my general is not in the palace, so he won't pay attention to me." Xie Lian crawled up saying, "It's good for you to stay." Nanfeng asked, "What do you want to do, brother?" Xie Lian gently said, "I'll cook a meal for you to eat. Treat you to a meal." Hearing this, Nanfeng immediately changed countenance, then raised his hand, placing 2 fingers beside his temple as if receiving a spiritual message from someone, then stood up and said, "There's business in the palace, I'll go first." Xie Lian raised his hand saying, "Oh Nanfeng, don't go, why is there such sudden business? This time you truly went through a lot." Nanfeng yelled, "There really is business. Seeing Nanfeng rush out the door, Xie Lian sat back down on the mat, saying to San Lang, "It seems he's not hungry." San Lang had not yet replied, when they only heard a thump, and Nanfeng rushed back again, blocking the doorway, saying, "You too." Xie Lian and San Lang sat shoulder to shoulder on the mat, raising their heads to look at Nanfeng, asking, "What about us too?" Nanfeng pointed at Tam Lang, then at Xie Lian, and after a long moment of speechlessness, finally said, "I will yet return." Xie Lian said, "Welcome, welcome." Nanfeng cast one more glance at Tam Lang before closing the door and departing. Xie Lian crossed his arms, mimicking Tam Lang, and with a tilted he had remarked, "It truly seems there is a matter." He then turned his gaze to the youth beside him, asking with a faint, warm smile, "He isn't hungry, but what about you?" Tam Lang returned his faint smile, "I am hungry." Xie Lian smiled, then rose to his feet, turning to casually tidy the altar as he spoke, "Very well. So, would you like to eat something, Huachang?" Behind him, silence stretched for a brief moment, followed by a soft chuckle. "In comparison, I still like the appellation Tam Lang better." Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my work. It truly motivates me to bring you more stories.